Hello everyone. In our today's video, we're going to create this shopper's e-commerce website. For the front end, we're going to use the Next.js to just showcasing the data and building the entire page, by which we are going to use that Tailwind CSS for styling. And for our product data and also regarding that banner and others, we are going to use that as Sanity CMS, where we can upload the product, upload the banner category and so on, and also we can just add it and do whatever the way it feels better. And for our backend structure like database, to just keep our orders to save in particular ratio, we're gonna use that Firestore database. And for the payment method also, we're going to use that our favorite one, which is that Stripe payment. So let's see how it's gonna work. First, this is the home page, and we have our header with particular button and tabs. Then we have our banner sections where we can showcase whatever the availability is. Now even from the shop you can get all the products, and as you see, once I'm just moving through the pages, the loader button is coming from the global loaders. And if I just go in a single product, I can add product from here. I can see the particular tab section here, which we can also add from here. Let's go back to the shoppers, add 2-3 more products. And now what we can do, let's go in the cart, and inside the cart we have the option to delete the product. We have option to increase the quantity, decrease the quantity. Like we cannot quantity decrease less than 1, but we can reset our entire cart from here. So let's just go and try to add some more product and to make a payment. Then let's see how it gonna react. And let's click on buy now, and that's the side menu bar. From here also we can just go and toggle through. As soon as we just go down here, we have the option to apply coupon, and also after applying we can update our cart. Then here is the cart totals. We have the subtotal amount for 4618.98. we have no discount yet. And for the total of 4618.98, we cannot make that proceed to checkout because we need to sign in to make the checkout. We can just click on the sign in. As you see, we have a multiple method. We have OAuth sign in, we have credential sign in. So I'll go for the OAuth. Okay, after signing in, I am landing in my home page again. So if I click on the cart now, as you see, now I can make the payment for the Stripe payment. As you see, I'm just using that one with the live link, by which we need to deploy that too. So after finishing that build, we are going to deploy that entire project, which going to work live properly. And by the way, this full project going to build in TypeScript and also for a super responsive. As you see, even you just shuffle through to the different devices, it will work perfectly. So let's just go and try to create a payment. Previous payment section is 20620, and also here, as you see, if I just roll back to my order data, so that's my previous order until I have how many orders here from that account? 1 order. So if I just go in that order section, I should be able to see 1 order data. As you see, that's my previous order. If I click on show details, I can see the details about the item name, price, quantity and subtotal. The all total is amount here, the payment status is here. I can delete the order, I can hide the order. Let's just keep it there, we'll delete later. First, to pay 1 more to proceed to checkout, and after clicking, it will just take us to the Stripe integrated page. So let's from here put the dummy number for the Stripe payment. Okay, 123 and name, enter pay. So after paying, what it gonna do, it gonna take us to the success page. It gonna save our order to the database, and then it will also empty our cart. So now if I roll back to my orders, it should be 2 orders there, as you see. So 4618 is already available there. If I just reload here, we should be able to see our new orders popping up. Also, I'm gonna keep as you see, that one already available, no need to make a reload. Okay, cool, 4618, and as you see, 4618. So this one, you can say you can make it ascending or descending just to go through to keep whatever, because whatever is previously is coming at the top. So you can just make it to new one at the top, so no worries about that. So now we have the details, we have the other properties, so everything is good, and we have our products here. We can now see our available products here. Now I want to delete one. I will delete one. As you see, as soon as I click, it just deletes. So now we can see the details. Whatever the purchase I have been done is available here, and everything from there is working cool. So now I can add products, I can upload my banner, which I'm showcasing the banner. I can modify the category. There is a lot of option there. I'm just showcasing whatever you need to go through to start and building the project. You can go and make it more enthusiastic, make it more reliable, and make it some more changes by which it can be feel much better and much fresher than that. So rather than that, let's just go and start building our application. And how we can do that? We're going to build our application using Next.js, and we are going to use the latest one by which we will be able to get the turbo build. So that's the best thing of this build. It's the first time we're using turbo build when it's stable. So from the documentation, I will go with the getting started and installation. Here, as you see, Node.js 18.18. Previously it was 18.17. So how you can check that if you have the Node.js installed in your local machine? So I'll just open my terminal. In my build folder, you need to also take an empty directory or folder within your app computer, and then I'm gonna just check that if I have that Node mod version. I use it 20.15, so I'm good to go. And also if I have the Node mod like a Node.js, I have by default npm embedded within my application, so I can start building our application. And to start with, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just grab that simple command, or you can type also. It's a very simple npx create should be next, as you see, and should be app, and we'll go with the latest flag, and I'm gonna give a name, so it will be the shoppers YT. If you doesn't give the provide the name, it's gonna ask you below. As you see, it's gonna go with like that, and the pop-up is some of the changes, not that much changes. Just one is added. As you see, it's the turbo pack is added right now. Okay, I will say yes, and after saying yes, it will just prefetching everything, then it gonna start building. So as you see, TypeScript, of course we want to build that, because any e-commerce website is better to have TypeScript, because in e-commerce multiple person can work, there can be having problem with the type prefection, so better to use TypeScript. And slint, yes. Tailwind CSS, so default configuration fine for me, it will work perfectly. Okay, source directory, I love to use that. App router, of course app router, and turbo pack. Now this is not this actually in production mode, so you can use that, so no offense on that. And input aliases, no. So now as you see, it's gonna build entire thing like a dummy application, or like for a new application by which we can start building our project. So give it a time, take your coffee, and let us build entire thing by itself. So everything got installed and our project is ready to go. So if I put ls, you can see the list of things here where the shoppers YT is created. If I roll back to my directory also, I can see there is one application or folder or directory is created. If I go inside on that, I can open it using that this open with code, but also I can open it from here to write that special command code space dot. So I think one thing we messed up, because it will not go within like that, because as you see, shoppers YT, we are not within that project. So let's go in cd into shoppers -YT. Now if I open with code dot, it will open directly. Now we are in the root project, so you need to be careful to see if you are within the root project or not. Otherwise, whenever you're going to run the application, you're gonna have facing some more problem, because you will miss up the root directory. So now from here, we're gonna use our git bash to start our application. And to start it, as you see, if we just visit in the package.json, there's slight change which is going to be working with the turbo pack. In the previous, like before, like nowadays we are here in the 15.0.2. previously it was not there. So as you see, the React DOM and React, you're using both in RC mode. So release candidate is there. I think pretty soon it's gonna also release perfectly. So now to run that application, as we use the npm, I'm gonna just make the command npm run dev. And what it's gonna do, it's gonna start spinning my application in localhost 3000. As you see in the localhost, and ready, just open that. So by using the turbo, they said it could be much faster loading. So means the compiling, it will be faster than Webpack. So let's go here and see. Wow, it's a bit faster, because previously it was not like that. You need to wait for a loading instances. Now feel free to just go around and see the changes, how you can go also make the manual installation, and you can see here the project structure, how the top level folders going to be aligned, how the top level files going to be aligned, and also app routing conventions. Most of the time we are loved using, someone is doing that, it's proven good and we are using it. But it's better to have you come here and then try to read something, that how it can really figure it out, how actual native UI is built. So if you're just going to make structurized, as you see, we are mostly using the page loading and layout and not found error. So as you see, this global layer you can use so many way. There is a lot of things to just to go and memorize. So the nested routes also here, dynamic routes. So all the single combination is defined here. So feel free to come here, and you can also toggle through that pages router or app router. You can also toggle through with the stable version. You can go with the kernary, or you can go all the stable versions if you feel free. So I'm gonna close it now. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna start building our application. And first thing first, I'm gonna just go over in the source directory. Within the app, I have this our fonts directory here. I have the global CSS. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna remove those styles, because I don't want any predefined styles here. As you see, the background color is just go. So in that page.tsx, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna remove everything, because I don't want to use any dummy format. Here I'm gonna take another div, and I'm gonna take a p tag, should be shoppers eCommerce website. Also this import not required. Okay, see, shoppers eCommerce website is there. What is that? A static route. Oh, it's okay. I think I'm gonna close that, not requiring. So now we can start building our entire application. And how we gonna build? As you see, we have our header. Then because in the header we have no dependency using Sanity, because this product, this all the data is coming from Sanity. Also this product is coming from Sanity, but this one is static, the one which we are building. So first we're gonna build the header, then we're gonna connect our Sanity, and then slowly we're gonna use other parameter, because within that project we use a lot of other features, because we're going to use the Redux toolkit for state management. We're going to use the Sanity image URL, Sanity vision, Firebase Admin, Framer motion, NextAuth to create the authentication, and also hot toast icon. So many things we are going to use, and also for the parsers, I forget to tell you. So to build our header in infrastructure, as you see, in the source directory, I'm gonna take a different folder, or you can say the directory name, which will be components. And within the components, I'm gonna take a file name header.tsx. I'm gonna write a simple snippet rafce to create our header by instance. This import is not required. So to create like that, you need to install that ES7 plus React Native snippet, I believe. Yes, that one. That's the one you need to install in your Visual Studio Code. Only then you can use the rafce. So it will just create a functional component for you with a very like a very slick snippet. So here, what I'm gonna do, because header and footer, it will be available for all the pages, right? So I'm gonna keep header here at the layout, and you'll see headers is available here. And also I'm gonna change something in this section, because I want it to showcase the title. Should be shoppers eCommerce website. Okay, we can just also change the description here, you can feel free to put the one you prefer for education purposes. Done. Now we're gonna start working, but before starting there, we also need to configure some of the Tailwind config, because here that theme color, I don't want to use that, so I'm gonna remove it, and I'm gonna use some of my colors which I prefer. It will be this color, light orange color, so that's the color code. Dark orange, light text, accent, which going to be black, or accent white, which going to be the white color, light red, and light green, BG light. So that's the, I think that's the 7 colors I'm gonna use throughout my entire build. And also you can go through with that, as you see the pages, router, components, app. So this one I'm not using, you can delete it or you can keep it as the way you prefer. Okay, now in the header we have properly 3 sections. One is the logo, one is the search input, one is our other parameter. So we're gonna need to have a 3 component, not 3 components, so it will be 3 div particularly. So I'm gonna take a header. Within that header I'm gonna have into 3, so that should be 3 div. One, it will be for logo, and another it will be for search input, and another it will be for, I think it can be neighbor list. So these 3 data is going to come up, so logo, search input, neighbor list. So for the header we're gonna just combine some of the class name, which going to be, it gonna take full width by default, it also gonna take full width. Height, I'm gonna give a static height of 20. I'm gonna give a BG of accent white, should be the white color, and also I'm gonna provide a border bottom which going to be 1 pixel, and I'm gonna make a border bottom which going to be border bottom should be light text. As you see, we have a bottom border. Also here I'm gonna reduce the opacity a bit so you can see it perfectly. So I'm gonna make the opacity of 50%. See, the slight border is appearing here. And here what I'm gonna do, especially here, as you see, there is a maximum width ratio is coming, and all the pages and all the components is maintaining that ratio, right? Like if I want to use it in the product card, I need to maintain also that ratio. So everywhere I need to manually type that whatever the ratio I want. So instead of doing that, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create a global component. We can say it as a container .tsx rfce. So what the work for this container? This container going to hold our entire things, and this container gonna take 2 properties, 2 parameter, or you can say the props. One, it will take the children which are going to be react node parameter, and then it's gonna take also 1 parameter which going to be class name, which not mandatory, but whenever it's appearing it's gonna be as a string format. So we can take the children, and also we can take the class name, and we can define the property of props, not property, the type of props. So within the div it's gonna render the children, so whatever you put inside of it, it's gonna render directly. And we're gonna define some class name, but not like that. We're gonna go up with some of the case scenario. So for that I'm gonna go with that npmjs.com, and here I'm gonna type Tailwind March. So you're gonna use that one to just combine our class name so it will not get in clash. So first it's gonna take 1 parameter, then it's gonna take the separate parameter. So I'm gonna copy that, and I'm gonna take another git bash, because the first one is running my terminal, my project, so it's better to have the second one to install all the packages. It will work parallelly, so no worries about that. How the Tailwind March it will work? So first we need to import it. Okay, we got imported that. Then how we gonna configure? After importing, you see it's gonna take 2 parameters. First one is the combined one, the default one, whatever you want to show in default. Then you're gonna need to provide that second parameter. By second parameter is it will reflect first. So, did you remember whenever you're using Bootstrap, especially you are making some important notes, so that effect gonna apply first. So the second parameter, it will take that important parameter. So if I come over here, put a class name, not a string, I'm gonna put the curly braces, and then the TW march here, I'm gonna say max width should be screen axle. And how much is the screen axle? If you just hover on it, 1280. So you see, whenever I'm writing something, it's also suggesting, right? MX Auto, you see. So that's, if you want to use that one, you need to also install that Tailwind CSS Intelligence. So that's the package. It's pretty super cool. So you don't need to remember all the names and other parameter. It will just show and pop up the right classes for you. So, and also I'm going to provide a padding X of 4. Now how it going to work? So we need to keep it somewhere, right? So I'm going to go within the header, and instead of that div, not that div is okay. So I'm going to wrap everything with our container, import it, and then use it. As soon as I did that, as you see, if I just also go and showcasing some of the background, so make bg red of 200, you see the background which is having that maximum width. So it's pretty cool, and it's going to work in a perfect way. Let's go in the header, and I think, yeah, height is 20, but it's not properly taking the height because it's not getting the height of the parent, right? So how we can, because this is height is 20, right? So even though if we just make it flex, like flex, as you see, now it's not taking the parent height, but not everywhere it's gonna take the parent height. Somewhere, whenever we are going to give some style, so we need to send the style from the parent, right? And how we can send that? So over here, put a class name. We want that height should be full and bj should be red, okay? And we're gonna make it flex just to see. Right now it's not taking anything, but in the container, we have that parameter, the class name. So what I'm gonna do after that, put a comma, put the class name. Remember the important flag, it's gonna give us that power to use that class name first. So now if I go in the header, as you see, no need to use that. I can see it's working. Flex, cool. And also going to provide some of the more class name to make it appearing more promising. And what it could be, it could be let's say item center, justify should be between. I'm going to give a gap of 5, and whenever it lg, gap should be 10. You see, we have 3 parameters. So logo is there, search input is there, navbar list is there. So logo and navbar list should be having a particular gap, but the search input going to take the entire screen. Also in the page, it's better to have that container done. You see, it's in the middle. So now we can go and start building our header section properly. So as you see, the first one is the logo. So instead of creating an image, we can directly gonna combine a logo.tsx to get our logo flag. So here I'm gonna just bring up our logo. So we have our logo. So in the logo, we're gonna match something, like we're gonna provide some of the class name. Now this logo going to be a maximized perfect logo because we can combine it, we can give some of the class name, we can make a proper arrangement. Because see here, we put some logo, we can also change the logo here. So if I put somewhere else, so it depends how we can combine it. So if I go back here, instead of that div, I'm gonna put an h2 tag and say shoppers. Go here, you see the shoppers. I'm gonna just okay, put a class name which is going to be, let's say again we're gonna use the TW march. So TW march here, it's going to be text should be 2XL, and also text should be accent, which is going to be the black color. And then hover, oops, we are just out of there. Hover text should be dark orange, and inline flex we're gonna provide inline flex, and not, sorry, it will not be inline flex, it will be there. Font should be bold, and we're gonna make it as uppercase. Okay, cool, we're getting the design. And for that, we're gonna make also whenever it's hovering option is there, as you see it's hovering but pretty fast, but we don't want that one to be fast. We're gonna create a combined properties, should be I think in the layer of components, we're gonna take a class name, should be hover effects, and that hover effect we're gonna put at apply, and we're gonna make a duration of 300 and easy in out, should be easy in out. So whenever we're gonna keep that hover effect, it gonna just provide us that hover effect scenario. So let's go in the header, on the logo we're gonna just provide that hover effect, so slightly in, slightly out. And whenever we're gonna click on that particular image, it should be take us to the home page. So we're gonna wrap that entire things with a link parameter, and that link is actually an anchor tag. If you hover over it, see property href is missing. Property href should be taking us always in the home route. So what is the link? Link is same aliases on the same anchor tag which you use in the React. So now if we click one here, it will always take us to the home page. But here is one more thing, whenever we hover, there is something is coming from the left to right, so we're gonna create that. To create that one, we will make it as a relative, because whatever we're gonna create, we're gonna make it an absolute positioning. So I will take a self-closing span tag, put a class name, should be absolute, and from the left it will be 0, and from the bottom it going to be 0, and width going to be full, height going to be px, should be the 1px height, and put a background color of dark orange. And you see it's already available, but we don't want it to be seen here. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make minus translate x should be 110%, so that it will not also collapse in that right ratio. See, it's just there. So I think 0.5 it will be fine. Okay, so now whenever I'm gonna hover on that particular properties, so that I can grab is that as a name of group. So now I can write something. Whenever we're gonna hover, not hover, whenever in the group, I'm gonna make the hover translate x should be 0, and also I'm gonna make that hover effect ratio, and then we're gonna also make that transition should be transform. Okay, if I click, you see, cool, but I don't want anything to go out from here to be visible, so overflow should be hidden. Now if I hover, but it's very fast, which is not so good. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna provide my different class name. So I think it should work. The hover effect, transition, the transform, I'm gonna close that transform. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think the same ratio. So we got our logo, and after the logo we need also to have another parameter, which for the search input parameter, search input dot tsx. So now we will bring that search input within our this over there, so it will be search input. You see the search input. Now for the search input, we need to also configure that, because it's gonna combine the entire space. It will just leave the space for that and for that, but others all it gonna take. As you see, it's gonna just hold up everything. So how we can combine that one? To combine it, let's go in the search input. First thing first, I'm gonna take within that in empty braces, okay? And after that, I'm gonna take a div, and within that div, I'm gonna put an input flag. The type should be text. The placeholder, I'm gonna make that a search products ... So let's see. You see the search product is available. We're gonna make something good arrangement for that. I'm gonna provide a full width. I'm gonna provide by default it's going to be hidden, because we need to also write the use cases for that making the responsive UI. So by default in the smaller screen it's gonna be hidden. Whenever we're gonna go in MD, it should be inline flex, and should be the flex 1 to take the entire space, and height going to be 12, and text should be base, and I'm gonna make all, I think text center no need to require right now, and yeah, enough I think. Also if I put a bg of red, let's see, As you see the background color of red, because it's not showing here because we have the text input. So now we're gonna keep the text input in a perfect ratio. So class name, it's gonna take the flex 1, so it's gonna roll up entire space. As you see now, entire space is my text input. Good. So this one is not required right now, we can configure it later. So it will be flex 1, height should be full, and also outline should be none, and then background color should be transparent. Placeholder text should be placeholder should be light text, or you can also combine after placeholder, provide that text ratio. Okay, and after that we're gonna make that, we're gonna put a border which going to be 1 pixel, and then we will also make that border of accent color, but we're gonna provide a 30% of opacity, so you can see the border is available here, the same like that. And after border we will also make that rounded should be small, and that for the padding left should be 8, padding right should be 28, so that we can provide a 2 images here. One is that one is that one. So first we need one image. So for the image we are going to use that another package which for that React icons. You can use the anyone you like, so no worries about that. So I'm going to go in the React icons, and for the installation I need to copy this code here. So copy that, and in my terminal I'm going to just paste it. And how can you use that? If I just search for a search icon, see the multiple section scenario, if you want to use that, you just need to copy that import section, and here at the top you need to import it, and to use it you just need to pass it here with the name. That's it. As you see, we have one particular parameter for the search. So now what I'm gonna do, because all search things it gonna be appearing here, so I'm gonna make it as a relative so that I can make other things as an absolute parameter. Put a class name, text should be LG, it's gonna make it a little bit larger text, and then I'm gonna make it an absolute. From the left it's going to be 2.5, from margin top should be 0.5, and then text should be light orange. As you see, okay, good. I think for margin top, is it all right? I don't think so. Yeah, is it all right? It's all right, but I can make it I think 12, right? So for the 12 I think 3 should be fine. 3.5. okay, cool. Or we can just simply go and 4 and it will be perfect. You see, cool. And after that we need to provide another one which is that search text, and where we gonna provide, we're gonna keep it here. We're gonna make a button properties which the name as CERCH, search. As you see, that button is aligned here. Also what we're gonna do to make it properly aligned, we're gonna make the background color for that light orange. Text should be accent white, and also whenever we can make it as absolute, right should be 0. Okay, so it will be entirely in the right side. And then for the padding X, putting the 3.5, and for the padding Y should be 1.5, and then margin right I'm gonna put 1.5, so it's gonna just hit a bit of a stretch together. And then we're gonna make it a text of a small text, and whenever we're gonna hover, background color should be the dark text, and we will make that scenario hover effect. So let's see if it's working or not. Yeah, it's working. And also we're gonna make that font should be medium, and I think from the top we're gonna make it as 2. Yeah, I see, it's perfect. So if I write something, so now whenever I'm gonna writing that one, I want some like if you go here write something, you can delete, right? So that properties we need to provide. So to do that, we're gonna take one parameter should be const, which is going to be search, and then set search value is equal to, we're going to use that use state hook. By default it's going to be empty. Whenever you're going to use making the use state hook, we need to use that use client flag. That's why we roll up the header in the different way, because here in the search input only people gonna search something, so the client interactivity only going to be affected in search input. So only what do you want, we want to make that component that use client, not our entire header to be an use client flag, right? So now what we can do is, there first thing first, we're gonna make an on change, like on change effect on change, and we're gonna take the parameter of e set search should be e dot target dot value, and the value should be also the search value. And we are going to just reload it, it's gonna just disappear. We are going to make, whenever we're gonna have a search value, and we are combining one IOMD close icon, and how it going to be reflect, the text should be accent of 50, and then whenever we hover, text should be light red, and also it gonna take that hover effect. And after that, the cursor should be, pointer should be absolute, and right should be 20. From the top it going to be 4. Okay, if I write something, you see that's the one we created. Now whenever we click on that, and from the right, I think we can also make 24, maybe 20 is okay. And what we can do also, whenever we click, it should be deleted, right? So what we can do, so to make that deleted on click, should be set search should be empty. So go over here, click, gone, click, gone. So that's the way it created. So now our search input is fine right now. And after that, we're gonna have a navbar list. So to do that, we need to create a navbar list. Then we need to align that one particularly. So in the navbar list, we can add some more class names, like some more classes, the list data, right? And to combine that, what I'm gonna do, within this parameter of the components, I'm gonna take another not components, in the source I'm gonna take another directory which want to be constants. So we're gonna keep static data over here, should be index.ts, and we're gonna make that export const navbar list, which going to be an array, and within that array we're gonna provide some of the multiple object here, which going to be, the first one going to be the home, the link will be our home page, then the title going to be shop, the link will be the shop title, cart should be link in the cart, and other two like the dashboard, orders, and the sign in, is gonna render according to the user. And why I'm taking that directly here, because whenever we want to put a static route here, we can easily and directly can combine it here, right? So what I'm gonna do, as we exported that one, let's go over here, and in this section I'm gonna make that navbar list, and also I'm gonna importing it at the top, you see. So now I'm gonna map with that. Also we can make that flag whenever it is available, item, and here inline return. So I'm gonna return a link flag, right? Because whenever we're gonna click on that particular things, it gonna take us somewhere. So the item dot title should be the title, should be that within that in the section. And also I'm gonna provide the key, which going to be item dot title, as it's the having the unique one, and href should be item dot link. Hit save, and we will be able to see 3 data. You see the 3 data available. So now we will combine some class name for it. So put a class name. By default it going to hidden, md should be inline flex, and then item center gap should be 7. You see, if I roll back to the smaller screen, you see the both is disappear, because that time we're gonna open up our smaller icon. Okay, done. So in that link, let's put some class name over here. For the link tag, we're gonna generate one more class name in that global.css. What it going to be? It should be navbar item. Okay, and here how we're gonna combine that class name should be at apply, and we're gonna make that as a text of base, font of semi bold, and that hover text should be dark orange, and the duration going to be, and make the cursor pointer. Okay, done. So that's the class name we're gonna provide. So let's roll over here, and for that class name I'm gonna provide that neighbor item. As you see, as we provide, we're gonna home, shop, cart. That's good. So now we are having that, and after this parameter we can also combine some of the other things, like we will provide another link which going to be providing that sign in, and also for that href take us to sign in, and also for the class name we're gonna provide that. And after you see the sign in is available, and I'm gonna just copy this twice, I think not twice, I think one, it will be enough. So in the sign in we're gonna also make that our studio, it will take us to our studio. So now our header is done, but one more thing is pending. So whenever we don't want to see any other parameter this thing, we should be able to get another icon which going to be hi menu also. So that one we want to showcase. As you see, it's right here. So what I'm gonna do, put a class name which going to be inline flex, md should be hidden, and the Tailwind CSS is working like the mobile device first. So whenever I'm saying is inline flex by mobile device, it gonna be appearing there. But whenever we wanna hit the MD screen, and what means is MD, the MD screen is started from the 768 pixel, right? So in MD it's gonna be hidden. Cursor pointer and width going to be, I think no need to provide width, I'm gonna provide text of Excel. If I go smaller screen, you see, or I think 3XL good, or 2XL, I think it'd be perfect. Okay, done. And we're gonna also make that hover effects, but whenever we are going to hover, text should be dark orange. Cool. So now we are having our header. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make a little footer, then we're gonna set our studio. And to create the footer, we will take another new file in that components, which will be footer.tsx. So it will be our footer, and for that footer we're gonna keep it within our layout after that children. So it's gonna wrap everything, our like whatever we put within the body, it's gonna wrap everything by maintaining that header and footer. And for the footer, we're gonna go in a very simple way. So first we're gonna also wrap one container. So container, and within that container we're gonna just reflect our header, our footer. So I'm gonna just put a p tag should be written as footer right now, nothing else. Also in that I'm gonna go in the page. So here put a class name padding y32 just to showcase, you see, that footer. So now for the footer, for the parent div here, we're gonna provide some class name. So bj should be bj light, and padding y should be 5. You see, there is a background color and the padding parameter. So I'm gonna go within my index directory, index file here in that constants, and there I'm gonna provide a footer data. And what I'm providing here right now, as you see, I'm providing the 4 object, which is the ID, and providing the title and the list item, which also going to be an array which having the ID, list data, and this parameter. So this is the things we have. One, then we have another object with ID, title, and list item, the array of list item. So in that way I am having the 4 objects of an array. So now I have the title and I have the list item. So what I'm gonna go to in that footer, I'm gonna just, instead of wrapping everything by default, I'm gonna map through that. Okay, so it will be footer data dot map, getting the item. So it will be oops, it will be the first bracket, which is going to give us the inline return. So I'm going to return a div here, and within that div I'm going to provide an h2 tag, which going to take that item dot title to take the title, and for the key parameter I'm going to take that item dot id. As you see, we have the 4 parameter which we are trying to create. You see, that's the one. So to make implement on that, let's provide an h3 tag, put a class name, should be text should be dark orange, and within a 90% opacity, text should be LG, font should be semi bold, and margin bottom I'm going to provide a 3 margin bottom to push everything down over there. As you see, right now it's like that, but in that container we're gonna make a padding y of 10 to push everything vertically, and I'm gonna make a grid, and grid calls by default should be 1, md grid calls should be 2, and lg grid calls should be 4, and also I'm gonna provide a gap of 5. As you see, the grid is working perfectly. Now here, after that h3 title, I'm gonna take another div, and here remember I have one item, that the list item, which is an array, right? Dot map, and from this map I'm gonna take again the another item, or I can take that as a list. So here again return, I'm going to return with the link parameter so that we can go through it. So not like that, because in that list we have the list data, right? So now from there I need to go with that list dot list data, and from that list data we are going to map on that. So it will be, let's put a data. So it will be, now here I'm going to provide the link, which is going to be just individually roll that within that link parameter. So the key should be data, and I'm going to provide as a data, and also the href need to provide href for link going to be href. I think the link is not imported yet, so let's import. For right now I'm gonna just provide it through the home. Later on you can configure wherever you want to put it to be. As you see, it's now showcasing there. To make it looks a bit a better way, let's go in the class name, flex column. So keep everything pushing slowly at the bottom. As you see, good. And also I'm going to provide a gap here, so the gap should be 0.5. Okay, so now let's start spinning some of the design parameter here in the link. So put a class name, padding y should be 1, and text should be accent, and font should be medium, and hover text should be dark orange, and we're gonna make that hover effect. Okay, as you see, so that's our I think the footer, our header. So now we have a very good combination right now. So I'm gonna close everything. So now what we need to do, we need to go and grab another package, which is that Next Sanity. Next, what is there? Next Sanity. We're going to use that package to combine our Sanity within the project. You can also go in that Sanity documentation to read more about it, how you can combine it, how you can make it in a perfect way, because within that Next Sanity nowadays you can embed Sanity CLI directly within your project. And to start it, first we need to install, right? So let's go here and install that package, which is the Next Sanity, and we have the Sanity client and others. So let's go in the quick over there. As you see, first thing first, the manual installation npx create next app. So we are creating next app, so that's the manual setup. But for that we don't want manual setup, we want to go with the quick start. So npx sanity at latest init, right? So that's the one to creating app, then go through that. So now we are having the app, so we can just go with that npx sanity at latest init. Okay, something wrong from the root project. So let's just go and see what's happening here. CLR clear. So I'm gonna get it again. Should be npm I next sanity, should be installing there. Let's make that package.json. Okay, fix the upstream dependency on conflicts. What is showing, okay, from the root project, but dependency is that, so we can make that because that dependency is getting the RC, so that's having the conflict. Okay, we can make it as force, so it should be force, so it will not saying that. If we having any problem, then we're gonna go and integrate that. Okay, right now within the force, we're gonna just go and install that. Now whenever we are building there, I think, let's see the documentation. It's okay, it should be having the dependency. Okay, dependency only in that sanity, not in the like that react. So okay, next dependency, it's having the depth dependency for the next, and also for, okay, next is okay. I think for the react it's going to be having the problem, or especially we no need that one. We can directly put latest within our project. So if without going that npm I next sanity, we have another component which I just showcased you earlier. So if we go in the quick start, we can directly go within that to just grabbing that sanity within our project. So you're gonna go with that. So now after writing that, okay, Y to go and proceed. And after that, now let's see how we can build sanity and embed, because previously, if you are just watching my several previous video, we used to combine another directory here, then we are pushing that sanity right like that. But right now it will not go on that. It will automatically like push everything within that without any linkage. So you're gonna see it right now. Let's just give it a time to install that packages. So now it's asking me if I can go through my previously existing project which we have been created. As you see, there is a lot of project which just to go and created that. So I don't want to go in any existing project. I want to create a new project, right? So now I need to provide the name. Should be like make that eCommerce shoppers. Enter. So now it's got the name of my project, and after getting the name, yes, I want the default data set. Okay, now creating the data set, so it will just take a bit of time, sometimes it's less or than. Would you like to add configuration files for a sanity project in this Next.js folder? So configuration file, yes, I want it to be okay. Yes, the TypeScript I want, enter. Would you like an embedded sanity studio? So that's the one you need to put yes, otherwise it gonna install a new project within your project. So I want to say yes, I want embedded sanity studio, and the route should be /studio. We can change this later. We don't want any schema, clean project with no predefined schema types. So it will be creating a new project. Yes, just keep it with the .env local. Later on we can actually configure. Okay, so now it gonna go and install all the dependency, and then it gonna install sanity vision, sanity image URL, style components, and others. Now it will take a bit of more time depending on your internet connection, but feel free to wait and see how it's going to be done. Okay, now as you see, I think there is some fail command, okay, with force legacy per dependency. I think because Sanity Studio is getting on the 18, but we have some RC, so I think that's the having the problem. So we can lower, yeah, that dependency is actually killing me. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just make that dependency disappear from here. So I'm not gonna use that RC 18, and also I'm gonna make the DOM React. Okay, I'm gonna just make that both of React DOM should be in 18 because the latest one is still not featuring. So here I'm gonna just make that npm I to install everything. Okay, what is saying install okay, npm install sanity 9 is not installed .env. We're getting that package name in the source. We are having that, so sanity is working but having some issue to install the dependency. So now we can go and I think, yeah, now we can combine. So what is saying right now, React DOM from the root project. Okay, let's see in the package. Yeah, everything is there. So now I think we will be able to go and fetch up in that app on the studio. You see we have one page. So right now we don't have a Next Sanity Studio, but right now we will make it manually. npm I Next Sanity Studio. Just feel free to in the package change, just make it in the root as 18, because for the 19 version still Sanity and not providing that feature. So npm I, and I'm gonna make again a force flag because as is already embedded. So let's go there. So Sanity, Next Sanity. Why, what's wrong there? Okay, recommended predictions disabled. Okay, it's already get the public key, so I'm gonna just keep it. Let's see here, or corresponding, I'm gonna just hit a reload my window. Okay, so the better thing is that let's go in the shopping, that the e-commerce, let's click on the studio, because as I have a route, it should be getting that my page scenario here. So let's see if it's can combining here. So studio, and it's getting the tool. So if it's working, then it's fine, because see the Next Sanity is not installed yet. That's the problem. Okay, now I try again. As you see, npm I Next Sanity, I think, yeah, it's okay. Did it got it? Yeah, Next Sanity is there. So I think now it will not be having any issue. So if we go here, yeah, it got the Sanity configuration. Okay, hit reload. Let's see. Okay, so we are now within the studio. Okay, perfect. You see the Sanity? Okay, we're good to go. So what I'm gonna do to log in within my account, and I think we will enter in the Sanity Studio per regime. You see? Okay, perfect, cool. So now as you see, we have no structurable things. We need to create our style. So what I refer you just to follow, because I'm trying to use the latest one which is having with the turbo. So better if you just make it as 18, don't go with the 19 parameter, it will having a problem. So just downgrade your React and React DOM before entering installing that. That's it, otherwise having no issue. So right now what we need to do, we have one .env local. So we have our production and other parameter. I will not keep it as local. I'm gonna just directly rename it. I'm gonna keep it as my, or better keep local, no problem. So as I have my studio, in the studio we need to also combine some of the more parameter. Why? Because as you see, that's the studio. I need to combine to separate scenario. I'm gonna go in my directory here. So in that app, see, this is the folder structure for our like for this layout and page. That should go within that property. So we will go and make two different folder, which one it will be for admin. Okay, so it's going to be a dynamic route, and another, I'm going to take another folder which is going to be for the user. So now for user and admin, two will be separate. I'm gonna drag that studio within the admin directory, right? So admin going to be contain that studio, right? And the user, if I go over here, I'm gonna give that page. So as you see in the page and that layout, I'm gonna cut that, I'm gonna grab it and put that within the user. So user going to have normal regime, which is the layout and page, and admin going to have the studio functionality, right? So in both in a different segment. So once you do that, you need to configure some of the more parameter. As you see, the docs missing root, layout, and body HTML, so many things. So what I'm gonna do, okay, give it the time to just update that Visual Studio Code. Okay, so now as you see, admin contain the studio and that tool tools and others. So in that admin, we can also provide a layout so that it can also go in a very nice fashion. So I'm going to create a layout file, so which going to be layout.tsx rfce, and that layout going to be our root layout, so it should be root layout. And here we will just define that parameter as the children. Oops, should be within that children, which going to be children, and that will be react note. We're gonna wrap within that parameter. We're gonna just take an HTML and then we're gonna wrap it our children like that. So that's it. So now also in the app user resolve the fonts. Okay, so it should be defined somewhere. So that's the font. So we need to go in that layout. We will just need to, for the fonts, I think should be 2 because it's going to be a deeper down level. Okay, so it's, I think the font is resolved. For the globals also need to change the route. Okay, as you see, we are having that perfectly. If we go back to the studio, let's see if it's connected or not. Yeah, studio is compiling, so we should be able to see some good scenario also within the studio. And for the studio, we will also going to focus within that particular, that I think that globals.css. So we will import that, import globals.css. Okay, the config also, we need to change the configuration definition because we changed the route. So I'm gonna cut it, and here I'm gonna just auto import that one. Oops, it should be auto import. That's the layer. Okay, what is saying config? Okay, that's missing following the type. I think what we have here previously, sanity config. So one down. Okay, one layer digger. Okay, for the globals, I think it should work for the globals. Why it's not taking globals.css? That should work. Okay, let's just check again. So import should be, yeah, in the fonts. Okay, it's only one layer down, so .css. Don't worry, it's compiling. So compiled, and I think this time we can see something. Okay, so now we have our studio, and as soon as we have our studio, it's time to create the schema, and so that we can have so many things. So I'm gonna just unclose everything, close all. As you've seen the source, we have one sanity. You see, in the sanity we have a structure, we have .env, we have the schema types. So in that schema types, so right now we have no schema because we need to create all the schema. So here we're gonna, in the schema types on that index particularly, we're gonna get 3 schema. One should be, I'm just gonna comment, one should be the banner schema, and another should be products schema, and another should be category schema. So that 3 schema we're gonna take. So now to get that schemas to run directly here, what's wrong here? Okay, it's just reload. Okay, so here in that sanity, I'm gonna take another folder, which the name, it should be schemas. And in the schemas, first I'm gonna give a file which be banner.tsx, or I think banner.ts would be perfect, not the tsx, as it's not the component. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna define an like the schema, how our banner going to be look like. If we just go in our previous I think okay, what is the studio? Yeah, I need to define that, the studio. So in the studio, if I go in the banner, what the properties a banner should have. If I take a new banner properties, as you see, a banner has a title, subtitle, starting from description, image. So this is the scenario which a banner should have. So we need to combine that things right here. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make that export default, and we're gonna write that define type. So that's one parameter, define type, which you need to import from the Sanity. So in that, this is a function. Within that function, it will go in an object. So in that object, we need to provide the type, which the name should be a document, MENT document, and then also the name, which the providing the name as the banner name. So later on, when we're gonna write the grok query, it's gonna help with that. So the title, it should be banner. So after that, we need to define the fields, right? So in that fields, which is an array, because it's gonna combine that multiple field parameter, right? So in that field, we're gonna make that define field, right? Within that define field, we need to define whatever the parameter we should have. So name, the name should be as a title. So that's the title. Name should be property, should be there, and the title should be title. And also for the type should be a string. So the name combines the ratio of, if I just go and open again, so name is the combine of that the name which going to be whatever we write there, that's the key should be saved the name, and the title, that's the title is maxing here, so that's the title is combining, and for the type, the string for the TypeScript parameter. So in that way, we need to define all of our combinations. Like we need to define some of the setup which going to be for that fields, the define field, the title, and we need to define for the subtitle and for that number for the price starting from, because if we go back to our banner, especially if we roll back to our previous side here, and don't worry, we're gonna create the header also. As you see, that's the things also you're gonna create. So that's the thing, we have the subtitle, title, the price sections, description, and then the button parameters. So now for the description, we're gonna providing the description. For the image is the classic scenario. For the image, we have our image title, image type is the image type, and description, which is the banner image, and the validation is just providing that hotspot true, and also we are providing a preview. So with that combination, we should have a banner if we save, and also if we go in the index, and we are just going to be importing that banner from that schema banner.ts. So if we go over here, we should be able to see one banner parameter is aligning. As you see, that's our banner. If I want to add a new things within the banner, we should be able to get that. You see the title and other properties. So now we created our banner. So we should have to create 3 properties. So first, let's go with a products.ts, and then also we need to go with that category.ts. And for the product, I'm gonna just go and grab it. That will be the for the it should be for the products. And also for the category, I'm gonna explain, don't worry about that. I'm gonna explain how the thing's going to be done. So for the products, what we are doing, how our product going to be look like, what's the product should have. So the product, the name product, title product, and the type also as a document type. The fields, which is the title, name, title, and the title should be the title, type is a string, a description, keep the title relative to the product. So it's just the description to showcasing here. We're gonna show it later. The validation is the rule required. So a product should have its title, means its name. Without the name or without the title, the product should not be defined. So that's the things you need to have. So whatever we write within this title parameter, it should be the name. So the name is required for the product. Then we should have a slash. So whenever we're going to create a product, we need to define a slash. So every product should have a proper slash there available. Then we have the description. It's not available, it's not required, but it's better to have it. Image, also need to provide the image, not required. And the define field, the category is required, which you need to combine with that. Then the price also you need to provide the price, which is required. The type is number, and then the raw price also is there, but it's not required yet. And for the ratings and for the is new, which is the boolean value, we are defining the value as a boolean, which is combining with that a new arrival, the title, and the defined value for the position. We are putting the position, we are putting the brand, quantity, and for the title, the select title and media image, the position. So that's the properties for that products. And for the category is very simple. We are just having the name, title, and type. Then we are having the title, we are having the description, we are having the image. So with this combination, we should have two parameters more, which going to be getting our products and also getting our category. If we hit save, I'm gonna just remove that, which is not required. If we hit save, we should be able to see our three different criteria is available, where we can just upload the product, upload the category, upload all other parameter as is in case scenario. So we have the banner, we have the product, we have our particular category section. So before starting and uploading something, let's go and start just combining that structure for our setup. For like we want to showcase our own structure, so not like that. So what we're gonna do for that positioning, we're gonna go and grab another header here, which is going to be our studio header. So in that components, I'm gonna take a new file, which will be studio header.tsx rfce. So that studio header we're gonna combine. I'm gonna close others. Here in that sanity.config.ts, in that file, we can configure our studio parameter, like the header parameter in the core level. So as you see in the schema, we had the plugin for the schema. Then we're gonna take another string, another constant, which going to be studio, and here we can actually go and grab the studio parameter. For the navbar, we're gonna provide our studio header. Hit save. So instead of seeing their local like a special header, we should be able to see our header, which we are going to create. So as you see right now, it's nothing here. I think you can see, yeah, that's the studio header. Header is there, but it's not visible, so we need to make it visible. And how we can do that? We will change the configuration and color properties and others. So that's the studio header in the div. So for that div, and in the header, it should be defining the props, because everything others is just going to come as the props. And for that parameter, the type is the sanity is maintaining. So I'm gonna just make the ts export error component props are not strictly typed, so it's okay. I'm gonna just bypass that, but it's up to you. If you want to combine it, you can do it, no problem. So here I'm gonna take a div, right? So in that div, I'm gonna provide a link. Should be link, which is the next link. And here I'm gonna make a IORETU return down back. Also put class name, make 2xl. Oops, it should be text should be 2xl. And after that, I will make that go to website. So right now also need to put an href, otherwise it gonna to error, so it will go to the /home. So what I'm gonna do, combine here, put a class name, padding should be 5. I'm gonna make a background color of not black, accent. Text should be gray of 100. Flex item center, justify between. Okay, so that's the combination. But right now, as you see, everything coming from Sanity, like the grok URL query and others, so that parameter is gone. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna keep whatever the props is going to provide from there. So props.render default, and here I'm going to provide our props. So whatever by default setup is there, as you see now, the default scenario is there, then my header is coming. So whatever the default is providing from the Sanity, it should be available there. So now let's just make that one looks better. Class name flex should be item center, and gap should be 3, and font should be semi bold, and we're gonna make hover text should be dark orange, and I'm gonna call that hover effect here. Right now, as you see, I can go back there. So after that link parameter, I'm gonna have our logo. Okay, so in that logo we can define our properties, put save. But right now we are going to have a problem. We have our logo, right? It will come very soon. After logo also, you're gonna take a p tag so that it will be available to see. So it will be admin studio for shoppers online shopping. And for that p tag, put a class name. By default it should be hidden. md should be inline flex, should be inline flex, and text should be where I have been, okay, text should be a small text. But there is a problem. It will be because our head, that logo is already in black, but we didn't pass any combination. See, that is showing, but head, this logo is there, right? So we need to make that logo to get the default color of whatever we're gonna provide. So put a class name. Class name should be text should be white. And what we're gonna do in that logo parameter, remember, we need to provide that class name, but we are not getting any class name. So should be class name, which is going to be a string, and the class name, if is available, only then it going to reflect. So after that hidden parameter, we're gonna pass that our class name. And I believe right now after okay, should be, that should be where we are providing that logo. Okay, CLASS class name, we provide that, but why is not taking? Oh, okay, it's only one s. That's the problem. So it should be double s. As you see, shoppers, okay, if we click, it will take back to our initially the home page. Also, if we click in studio, right now we can go and see our studio setup. So let's just go and upload something from the studio so that we know how it works. So first, let's go and upload one banner. As you see the PlayStation image, we're gonna go here and get one banner. So I'm gonna go with the I'm gonna just go with the default setup. So you're gonna say title, banner, and the subtitle, it should be banner image. And starting from, I'm gonna just provide some dummy 200, and description, I'm gonna provide a lorem description. And for the image, need to upload an image. So I'm gonna go and grab that image here and put it open so I can see the image, because that one was the require. So now I can see, you can see I can publish that image. So after that, I can grab that image and showcase here. We're gonna see how we can combine that. And for the category, you can go through with the same parameter. You can just go and write your category name, what kind of category it will be there. Like I want to for like fashion. And the description, I need to provide the description I want. And for the image, you can provide your category image and then publish. So it will work in that criteria. And also for the product combination here, you need to add your product. So let's go and click. And here I need to like test product. I will just give a name. And then as you see the slug, I need to generate a new slug, which going to be a unique slug, by which, as you see, whenever we click any of the product, it's just going through with the slug, right? So that's the parameter to go in the single page. We need to grab that slug, which will be equal to the like the product name or title. And for the upload image, we can upload any image we want, save, and then we can combine the category. As we created one category, we can just add that category directly here. So as you see, the list, it will be available. If you want to create, you can also create from here. Okay, so we add it, and price, let's add to 50, and the raw price, which will be 350, because we're gonna provide the discount. The ratings, if you want to give 4.5, and put it as a new arrival, and new arrivals, brand unknown, quantity 1. If we hit publish, it will publish our particular product. So within that property, it's gonna work perfectly. Okay, what we did wrong, let's no asset found in document with image. So image having the problem. Okay, we go, and I think we can make one more thing. That image having one problem. Okay, no worries, we can take another image. We'll put a different image. Let's put that image. Open. Okay, I think that image will be okay. Hit publish. Let's see if it's it's publishing. Okay, so now we are having also our images. Okay, cool. So now as you see, we have our products. So now how we can grab that products, you see the vision tools here. So with the vision tools, we can make through the query, and then we can grab the product ratio. Like we want to get all the banner from here, right? We put a star mark, then with the parameter we're gonna provide that type, which the type we want is equal to, remember we provide the type as a banner type. So from the banner, how we want to query, I want all the banner, all the things, right? So if I fetch, it's gonna provide all the data, right? So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna change the ratio. Like I'm gonna go in structure, and as you see the product, I'm gonna just remember I have one previous project here, which that's .env.local. I'm gonna change my project previous project structure. I'm gonna bring it, so which going to be next public sanity project ID, and this the one I'm gonna use. So production, hit save. So it's gonna change also in the .env. I'm gonna change the name, not don't want at local env. Okay, so I'm gonna just make a reload. It's already reloading, so it's gonna pour up my project data. So don't try to copy paste, it will not work for you as you have no authentication parameter for that. So as soon as I did that, my previous product, you see, is loaded. My banner is loaded. So if I go in my vision tool, and right now if I just make to go and grab to make the fetch properties to showcase all of my property, it should grab that. So for the banner, we can combine this one, like for the order ascending. If we want to fetch, you see we have 3 items for the banner, 1 2 3, with the properties of images and others. And now if we want to make that for the products, instead of that banner, remember we are providing one parameter there. Remember, if we roll back to our types, you see the okay, it's the product, so it can go through all the products. So let's fetch. It's 0, so it's not working for the sorry, it should not be the products, because remember we put the type is here is the product, the name is the product, so should be as only the product. Fetch. See, we have 12 product previously, so it's already available there. A product has an image, also have a type, created at position, quantity, ID, raw price, brand, Slack, and others. So what we can do now, by having that, we can go to our website, and then we can fetch our product and showcase our product. So first thing first, we're gonna go and grab that banner section. For the banner, I'm gonna just close all other parameters. I think that also, and in the component I'm gonna take a new file named banner.tsx. rfce should be combining our banner, and in that app on that user for that pages, instead of that, I don't want to keep this one right now. I'm gonna just go and make through, because remember, if you see that this is like that, so yeah, I think that we can create. So this will be our banner ratio. So instead, I think padding Y, I'm going to provide a 10, right? And here I'm going to grab my banner. It's coming. Okay, banner. It's saved. And let's go back here. You see my banner is now appearing. So in the banner, first we need to grab our data, right? So how we can grab that? In that source directory, I'm gonna take another folder, which will be my lib folder, and on that lib I'm gonna go and grab the functionality by which we can make that banner to be available. So to do that, first we're gonna make how we can do that, especially for that query. We can make in the lib, we can make query.ts. so here we're gonna pass all the queries. So what we're gonna do, import, and we're gonna import that grok from Next Sanity. So here we're gonna combine the three query which we have been showcasing you earlier. One, it will be for that banner query, which going to be using the grok, then the type, which will be the banner, getting all the banner and with the ascending property, that the products query getting all the products, and for the bestseller query, which the positioning going to be as a bestsellers, it will just get my bestseller properties. So if we just roll back and copy this, and if we go in our studio, just to showcasing you that bestseller properties is there. Okay, it's still loading. And here in the vision, if we just change the parameter and fetch from there, okay, following function argument, we forget to we forget to bring it there. Fetch, you see, we have 5 products according to the bestsellers, so we can grab that bestseller also. So that's the query which we're gonna use to grab that our banner, products and bestsellers. Also we're gonna export from here, not like that, should be export, and we're gonna export the banner query, export the products query, export the bestseller query. Okay, done. And after exporting, now we need to also combine that one function and formality. So we're gonna make that function as get data.ts. Here we will import the client from there. So it should be client, and the client from that Sanity lib client. If you come over here in the directory of Sanity, as you see in the Sanity, in the lib, on the client, we have that client configuration. Also in the images, we have that image configuration. We just need to use it. Everything is configured there, right? So what we're gonna do, we're gonna just export, like how we can write that. So if we make that, it should be, we also make that export const revalidate 0. We don't want to pass any revalidation right now. Later on we're gonna get that. So it will be get banners data, which we need to provide the async function, and here we will define whatever we're gonna get. So it will be const banners data is equal to await, and then we will get the client dot fetch, right? And from there we're gonna make that banners query. So within that query we're gonna fetch the data, and from there we're gonna return that banners data. So that will be the combination we're gonna combine there. So with that we're gonna provide a 3 layer. What one, it will be for the product data, and another it will be for the bestseller data. So we have 3 queries, 3 function for getting the banner data, getting the product data, getting the bestseller data, right? And from there we're gonna export for that get banners data, and then it will be also get products data, and then get bestsellers data. Done. So we have 3 function there. So now from the get banners data we will be able to get the banner, and for that we will call all the function and formalities in the server side. Okay, so we can make that const banners is equal to await. As we make it await, we also need to provide that parents as a string function. So it will be await and then get banners data, right? So if we put save, and if we met log here, which going to be banners, save, we should be able to see the banner. As you see, is in the server. We have a 3 banner data is already logged out. So now from that banner we can go and grab that and put in that ratio. Now we are having the data, we can put that. What we need to do from this banner, we need to make it similarly like this fashion. So we're gonna make that one. It's very simple to do. So first thing first, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna separate that. As you see, that one is the separate one banner, that 2 is separate also. So in the smaller screen it will just come along aligned with that. So to compile with that, first I'm gonna make that as a single banner, which going to be take the first one should be banners array. In the first index should be the single banner. And now what I'm gonna do is that to make it align with, so I'm gonna take our container parameter, container, and within the container I'm gonna take two separate div. So it will be div into 2. So into div, the first div we can go through it one by one. So first it's gonna be of that left half, which will be a single image banner. So it will be single image, and the second one, it should be the right half, should be double image. So now we need to go with that according to this aspect ratio. So for that container, what I'm gonna do is that with a class name, which going to be, I'm gonna create it as a grid, and grid call should be 1, and md grid call should be 3, and I think that's enough. And I'm gonna give a gap of 5, and md gap should be 10, and also I think md max height, I'm gonna provide a maximum height should be 600 pixel. So that would be for the first ratio. So now here what I'm gonna do, within that particular div, I'm gonna take another div, or first we can render the image first, then we can go through with the other properties. So I'm gonna take an image tag, and also need to import from that the next image. So now this image, it will not be like normal URL. It should be typically with a different format. Like if we put search as source, then URL4, remember in that Sanity lib we have one function is maintained there for URL4, by which it can get return that image, the source it gonna return directly, so that image can be there. So for that image we will make that as the single banner, and from there should be the image, and then after we need to get the URL of the image. Okay, so after that also for the alternative tag, it will be like we're gonna also provide the title, which should be banners, and it will be, or we can just make that as a single banner dot title. Save. And after saving, also we need to provide that width and height, because Next.js it gonna fetch from their Sanity domain. So width and height should be 500 by 500. And after that, one more property ratio should be there, the CDN configuration within the Sanity. So that configuration we need to configure, and to do that, what we need to do is to go in our next.config.mjs file. So that's the one, I think. Oh, now it's next.config.ts file. So here we need to configure our properties. So first we will just gather the image properties, which can be an object, and then we're going to define our remote patterns, which will be an array. So first array, we're going to define the protocol, which going to be HTTPS. As you see, the request is coming here directly with an HTTPS CDN sanity.io, and we need to configure that particular domain here. So the host name should be this one. So that's the protocol, and that's the host name. Done. So that's the one. Also we need to provide one more, which going to be coming up from the Google later on. I'm gonna just keep that one for the image which we're gonna render from the Google. Okay, I'm gonna close that, and right now if we come over here, I'm gonna just hit reload. It's better to close your terminal and then start. So we're using Turbo. Let's see if it can compile and it can maintain that ratio. Okay, that's cool. It's compiled already, and it was faster than the Webpack in a way. So right now we need to make a lot of work here. So first thing first, in that div we need to create some properties. So the class name in md should be call span of 2. Remember, we provide the 3 of call span, so we're gonna take 2 of that. So that will be take that 3, and like if we divide in 3 portion, it will take the 2 portion. That property is gonna take 1 portion in that md screen properties. And also bj should be light background bj. I'm gonna make it relative, make it a flex, items end. All the properties going to be taken hit. You can go with either way, and you can just type it alongside. So justify should be end, and also rounded should be LG, and overflow I want to make it hidden, and I'm gonna make it as group. Okay, so right now as you see, that's giving that particular ratio, and on that particular image properties, so I'm gonna keep that image. After that image, I'm gonna take a separate properties, and for that image also, let's just define some class name. Should be object should be contain, and height should be 72, and MD height should be full. So other screen it will be 72, and in MD it will take the full height of the parent, but max height we're gonna also force it to keep it as a 600 pixel ratio, and self should be end, self end, and also whenever I'm gonna group hover on the group, it should be a scale of 105, and also I'm gonna provide that hover effect. Means remember we make it as a group, so whenever we're gonna hover on that particular instance, it gonna give that. So I think it's the time to create this portion. So in here I'm gonna take another, so in that div I'm gonna take a let's say within that div property, I'm gonna take another div because we need to create some absolute instances. So first I'm gonna make a button here so that you can only see what's going on. So in that cell we're gonna make that single banner dot price. Okay, that's the properties. Let's see if we can see any value. You see that cell, the price is available here, but it's not visible in that end. So to make that, we're gonna make it also provide the height of full height we're gonna give, and after that Z gonna be 10 so that it gonna pop up after the image. Okay, and then we're gonna make it an absolute. Left should be 10, and then from the top should be 0, and make it a flex going to be column, justify should be center, item should be start, gap should be 5, and MD gap should be 10. So you see it's all are in the center. Okay, I think it's getting better. So now in that particular div class name flex should be column, and gap should be 1, and whenever hit the MD gap should be 3. Done. Now we have our button, so let's just make some class name for the button. You can go through to create in a dynamic way. I'm gonna go either in a normal fashion. It all depends on you. So it will not be like that. Need to put a class name. BJ should be light green, text should be white text, rounded full, width going to be 20, padding Y should be 1, and text I'm gonna put in a small text parameter. Font should be semi bold, and whenever we're gonna hover, background color should be green, GREEN, green should be 600, and we're gonna maintain that our hover effect properties. Now you see that's the instance. I think that's the similar what we have been created before. So right now we have one properties, that's the button. So after button, let's put the title should be single banner dot title, so you can see the title. Okay, and after that put another h2 tag should be single banner dot subtitle, and after subtitle we're gonna just push through that our description should be single banner dot description. So I think right now anything there. I think one more property is pending, that another button is on the below. So after that p tag, or not that p tag, immediate that div, I'm gonna provide that button which gonna say shop now. We can say in a button, or we can just directly wrap in a link so that whenever anyone can click, it gonna just render it within the shop page. So we can redirect that particular instance. Okay, so right now we have that instances. So what I'm gonna do, grab all the class name to make it looks better. So it should be class name, and text should be Excel, and MD text should be 3XL, and font should be semi bold. I think quite good. H2 tag text should be 2XL, MD text should be 6XL, and font should be bold. Okay, perfect. So for that description over there, class name, that text should be extra small, and MD text should be small text, and text should be black within a 60% of opacity. Font should be medium, and max width should be 44. Okay, you see, that's the similar alignment which we have been created before. And now with that link parameter, let's just go and make that padding X should be 4, padding Y should be 2, and text should be a small text. I think that's the same ratio, but there is some changes which we can actually create a button for, like, to create that instances. Like, we can use that button on and on. Instead of running every time creating this button set properties, we can make something similar fashion, create a separate component which going to provide us button.tsx rfce. Now here we can render our button. So instead of keeping it here, we can just directly cut, so save, and here we can render our button. So yeah, button which going to be shop now. So that's the button properties we're gonna render here. To maintain that ratio, to maintain that properties, we're gonna take two things from there, which will be maintain our interface, going to be props, children, which will be react node, and then the class name, if there is available, it should be a string, and on that instances it should be that children, and also you're gonna grab the class name which gonna pass that properties. And instead of this parameter, we're gonna take a button parameter here, and for that button we're gonna render our children, so that you can see the shop now, it should be aligned here right now. Okay, cool. And for the class name, we're gonna go with that twmarch parameter. First we're gonna define our class name, so bj should be light orange, text should be the base text, and text gonna be the white color, and whenever we're gonna hover, the text should be dark orange, and we're gonna provide that hover effect parameter, so that gonna give a good example on that. Padding X should be MD, padding X should be 8, and MD padding Y should be 3, rounded should be full, and font should be semi bold. So that's the default class name. Then we can also render our own class name, and as you see, it's getting much bigger, which should not be. So as you see, it's getting the overall ratio. So what we can do here in that banner section, we can provide like pass some of the dummy class name, right? So padding X should be 4, padding Y should be 2, and text should be small, so that it gonna no, it's not giving the way it's supposed to be. I think we should maintain some curvings here. What's we are missing right here, so let's just go in the button. So that's the div we are maintaining here, and we create it as an absolute div. I think it should work, but okay, let's just go through with some other parameter. So that's our button. Here in the button, what we have been missed, so we put an MD. Okay, I think we can provide a width here instead of padding or other properties. We're gonna just make a width of 32. Yeah, we can pass that. So I'm gonna make it 44. Yeah, and also padding X should be 0. I think it should be go on that. So 40 gonna be fine, or 36. Yeah, perfect. So now we can go on that particular ratio. Okay, we're good to go. So we have one left side banner, and if we just make it in a smaller screen, you see that's not looking so nice, because whenever, and the padding Y should be 2, or we can say 2.5. Okay, you see, now it looks good, perfect. Okay, so now also you can manage the button, but it depends on you how the way you want to feel to make your design should be look alike. But for me, I think that's going to be enough. Yeah, okay. So now we need to provide that one side is done, so it should be our left side, right, the right side right now. And for the right side, what we're gonna do is that, remember, we have our other two. So we, from that two, we're gonna slice that our array, which we have that banner slice. We're gonna take 1 and 3, right? On that pair instances, we're gonna map through it, and that would be an item which is going to be a banner data. So that data types is, we doesn't have that. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create a type here. So should be type.ts folder, and here I'm gonna pass all over the types which I may require in my entire build. So in that banner section, you can see we have id underscore id, which is a string, type created at also is a string, updated at, and the underscore rave, image type, and title, subtitle, which is a string, price is number, description is a string. So that's the banner data, that's the image asset, that's our flag, and that's our category. And then we have our product data. You can console log and you can see that's the ratio which we are passing. So that's the entire thing which we are dealing with. So you need to provide that type parameter. So I'm gonna just import that type for the banner data. And after importing it, we need to also fulfill the other requirement, should be inline return. Okay, so within the first bracket, we will return a div parameter, and within the div, we're gonna render another div because we need to congest with the several properties. And then I'm gonna take a p tag where I'm gonna provide that item dot title. And for that div, provide a key, should be let's say item dot whatever having the unique. I'll provide the ID. Now if we roll back here, as you see, we have two parameters right there, so it's working perfectly. Now it's time to grab the image section so that we can show something. So instead of working on that in that layer, I'm gonna go outer layer here, and I'm gonna render an image here so that the something gonna be visible. And the source, it will be url4, and on that I'm gonna provide that item dot our image, and from there I'm gonna just get the URL. And also for the also tag, it should be our item dot, oops, that's a mistake, it should be item dot title. And for the weight, I'm gonna provide at same ratio, 500 by 500. Hit save. Let's see what is coming by default. You see there is two images, but it's overall looks terrible. So we need to define something. Put a class name. Object should be contain, and height should be 72, and MD height should be 60, and then width should be 1 by 2 because there will be a 2 ratio. And whenever I'm gonna make it in a group hover, scale should be 105, not 150, 105, and we're gonna provide that hover effect. Right now you will not get any hover effect, but we're gonna render it. How we can render? Remember, we have one parent div, so put a class name over there. Height should be the full height of the parent. MD height should be 1 by 2, the half of the parent. BJ should be BJ light, and then rounded should be LG. Also our flow should be hidden, flex, justify, center, item should be center, and padding should be 5. I'm gonna make it as a group so that whenever we are hovering, something gonna pop up. As you see, okay, looks not so bad. Now there is another properties which we need to inject. Remember that parent layer of the div. So for here, put a class name, should be flex should be column, and space y should be 5, so giving a vertical space of 5. MD space y should be 10, and then height should be auto. Remember, for the max MD screen, we are providing the max height, which previously we set for 600 pixel. This time also we're gonna set for 600 pixel. So that's the ratio we are having here, that's the ratio we are having here. If we go in a smaller screen, you see that just aligned. So right now everything is going to kick start, but we need to provide our other properties, the text and other thing. So now you can create in a dynamic way, but what I love in that here in this build to go in a very normal properties. So there will be our title, should be another p tag, should be item dot subtitle. Now for the class name, 1/2 flex should be column. So right now, okay, these two properties is available. Put a class name, and I'm gonna make a text of 2XL. Font should be semi-bold, and for the subtitle here, class name text should be 3XL. Font should be bold. Okay, look, now I think it's quite nice. So now after that div instance, I'm gonna start on that from should be our item dot price. So now as you see 69.99, we're gonna hit that price. Don't worry, we're gonna make it in a different way, but first make a range on that. Margin top should be 3, font should be medium, text should be black text within a 50 I think 60% opacity. Quite do the trick. Okay, done. And I think the button, okay, it's the different button. So what I'm gonna do on that particular instances, taking the link, and here it should be shop now with an exclamation mark, and what we're gonna do, the href gonna wrap up with the shop parameter. So that would be the button. Now for the button instance, put a class name. Margin top should be 5 and font should be bold, and we're going to provide the underline offset should be 2, so it's gonna be just coming in the layer of the 2 px, and provide the decoration of 1 pixel, so it's gonna be a thinner one. And whenever we're gonna hover, text should be light red, and also you're gonna provide that hover effect to come and show the trick. You see? Okay, quite good. So now as you see in that price, we are not we are putting in the $sign. That same component we are also rendering everywhere. Like, we are not providing the $sign as a dummy $sign. We're rendering it dynamically. So how we can do that? How we can format the price in any of the currency? To do that, we will take a different file, a separate one, which will be formatted price.tsx rfce. Here in that file, we're gonna combine that formation and gonna make something to go in a unique way. So first thing first, we are just going to different that interface of that property, the props properties, and here we're gonna pass that amount, which going to be a number, and then also we're gonna pass that the class name. Class name, it will always not be there, but whenever it's there, it should be a string parameter. And right now in the props properties, we're gonna take the amount, we're gonna take the class name, and then we're gonna pass it as a props parameter. So in that, we will not take a div, we will take a span tag here. Right now I'm gonna just provide a 0, but here I'm gonna show you the trick. So we have one amount, right? So what we're gonna do for that amount, or first we can just start the class name. So tw marge. So by default, we're gonna provide a class name. Text should be base and font should be semi-bold. That's the default class name. Then we're gonna provide our separate class name. Now we have dummy amount, right? So if we just go here and say this price, we're gonna pass that with the formatted price, and within the amount, we're gonna just drop our price so that we can see the price is visible there, right? So if we go back here, the similar thing, we have the price, not here, should be here. We have the 0, right? But we need to start working to make it look much better. But we can also pass the class name, because as we set up the class name, so the text should be light red and font should be bold, the default one. So default is semi-bold, we keep it as bold. See, 0 is there. But from there, we need to now set up our dollar in Sigma, right? And to combine with that, what we can do, you see that amount, we need to transfer that amount with any of the local amount we want to grab. Not hard-coded, but within the function. So const should be price format is equal to, we're gonna take a new number, should be that's the JavaScript notation. We are injecting direct JavaScript there. So amount dot to local string, and which local string we want to use. We want to use for right now English and USA. And from here we need to provide a currency name which is going to be USD. If you want to use a local currency, you can just go with your local flag, and style should be the name of currency. And also you need to provide that minimum fraction of digits, so like it gonna pass the penny, right? So $1 is 100 pennies, so it will just come 100.00. so that's the way it's going to be rendering. And here we're gonna provide that our price format, or you can say the formatted price. It depends on you. So I need to inject it within the curly braces, so it should be price format. Hit save, and let's see the moment of truth. As you see, we are just there to go and work with that. So right now what we have our banner. So it's time to build our other parameters, these sections, and then we'll go to create our product section. So right now, first we can build this section here for the facilities we can call. So to do it here, we're gonna take a separate component. I'm gonna provide the name of facilities.tsx or FCE, and now we can use that facilities directly in our page. So it should be user page. So after the banner, we're gonna pass that facilities. So here we're gonna provide that our this data ratio here. So as you see, the facilities is just taking the off. So let's go here, and first thing first, we need to provide a data layer, right? So to create a data, we will go with our index folder, index file here. So we have our footer data, then we have our banner nav list data. So here we can make that const should be we also need to export it, export const facilities data, and here also it should be an array, or you can, instead of keeping it here, we can just go in directly, just render it here. That's the same thing. So we're gonna just put a data should be an array. Within array there should be an object. First we need to provide the title, which is going to say as free delivery, and then we will provide the description, IP description, which going to be as when ordering, like ORDER, ordering above $500. And after that we also need to provide an icon, or I can just go with this small letter. That icon should be go rocket. So in that ratio we need to provide that properties. So we need to have 4 properties here. One should be for free delivery, one should be for 90 days return properties, and another would be for secure payment. So just to keep the customer that referring with our payment authentication should be a very secure one, and then 24/7 the pie chart. So that's the parameters we are going to entertain. So after that facilities, remember in our application layer, like in the app layer, in that page you see already we are indicating the container, so it's already within the container, so we should not be worried about for the max width and height. As you see, it's gonna be flexed within these properties. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just make that data dot map, I'm gonna take as an item, and here inline return, and that return I'm gonna just grab a div, and within that div properties, okay, self-closing div should be, I think, why it's not coming, sometimes it's just not working the way it's supposed to be. So here particularly what I'm gonna do is that put an span tag. For right now I'm gonna just, or span you can say, or I can say I'm gonna render another div, and then I'm gonna provide an h2 parameter where I can say item dot title, and after that put a p tag should be item dot description, and gonna get an it. You see the all the error is till now we are not working any of the client side, only the search component. Beside the search, everything in server side. That's why your error is coming in the server. So we need to provide the key should be item dot, as now this one the title is unique, a different title, so I'm gonna provide that. So now as you see, this coming here is good. So after like top of that p tag div, I'm gonna render the span tag should be item dot icon. So it's gonna showcase our icon over there. To make it looks much more better, let's go in the top layer, put a padding y of 10, and then I'm gonna provide is a grid calls should be 1 md, and it's gonna hit that grid calls of 2, and I think md I'm gonna provide 4, but sm I'm gonna provide 2 as the small properties is there, so grid calls of 2. And then let's put a gap of 5 just to go and combine with that other ratio. As you see, looks quite well. Now you see, if we go over here in that ratio, okay, fine, okay, cool, not bad. Now we need to make some more design parameter here. So let's put a class name. Flex should be flex column, and sm should be flex row, and item should be center, gap should be 3. Okay, you see, looks quite good. In that span tag, that should be text should be 3xl, and also we're gonna provide that text should be light orange. And for that particular div properties, put a class name. I'm gonna make it as text should be center align, and sm text should be left align. And for the title properties, we're gonna just simply make it as uppercase, and also font should be bold. And for the description, only a slight changes should be there. Text should be sm, and text should be light text. Done. You see, that's the ratio. It's in the middle, also in the smaller screen, but you see, now it's working perfectly, and it's giving the pretty much whatever we are needing right now. So this time we need to set up our product to showcase the product to the customer, and to go and align with the product, we will create another file which we're going to provide the name of that product list.tsx. Let's hit RAFCE to create that product list parameter, and again, as same as the facilities, we will take that product list right to our parent. And now you can see the product list is available. So in that product list, we're gonna grab our properties. If we go back in the banner, remember the way, not this banner, our component layer banner, remember the way we call our products at the top, we will do the same trick here, right? So let's go in that product list. We will create is as an asynchronous function, should be async function, and const products, and that we're gonna provide that products data type, and should be as an empty structure on that is equal to await what it gonna be, get products data. So that's the function we're gonna call. Remember the function we have been created here. It's gonna render the grok query. For that, it's gonna go and type get all the available products. Remember, instead we tried, if we just roll back to our studio here, so in the studio setup we can just roll back there and pass the grok just to check if it's working directly or not. If it's not working, we can configure. Let's it loaded, then we can hit to set up that. So within that grok query, we are getting the data, then we are passing that, just returning that product's data value to the parent wherever we're gonna call. So no need to create the JSON and other properties, because that query handler is just handling by itself. The Sanity is maintaining, that client is the one which is maintaining each and everything. So now if we roll back there, as you see in the vision, we can just pass our query here. So within that properties, I'm going to remove all, pass that our data layer hits, and you see we have our 12 products with all available properties. So let's just check if we can load our properties here. So I'm gonna just lock the products right now, so it should be products, and once is everything, if it's working or combined properly, you see we're getting our product. Now you may see the type here, that's the title which we have. You see the title is a string parameter, that's the category which you have, which the category is an object, array of object. So that's the properties which we configure. So you can go through the types, all the types array is available there, then you can combine that one. So we got our products. So right now, as we have the products, we can go and manage that one to combine, to do some tricks on that. So should be products.map, and I'm gonna pass it as an item, and here I'm gonna render here I'm going to render a separate component just to showcase how we can make it more plausible. So it should be product card.tsx rfce, and we're gonna grab it here directly to pass that one, product card. And if we save that one, need to pass the key, should be item dot, let's say the ID, which is the unique one. And if we roll back here, you see that product card is available. So many people, you can say that, like people, they can say, why rendering a product card? You can render it here. Yeah, we can render, no problem. But it just, I want to create it in a separate constant, but we can render it here. So item should be item. So like sometimes you can use some of that other parameters, pagination and other, so it's better to create in the product list, in the parents, not in that like prime layer on the product. So now in that product card, we will simply get one parameter, which is the item, and that item, it should be the type of product data. So now we have our product, right? So in that product instance, how we can configure and showcase our product. To do that, in that particular instance on the div, put a class name, which is going to be, it will be border, and border should be border, we're gonna make it 1 pixel. Okay, and border should be light text with a 40% opacity. Rounded should be MD. I'm gonna make it as a relative. I'm gonna make it also a group. Overflow should be hidden. So the border, I think, yeah, that's one is okay. We can make it as a px. Okay, you see, we have that properties. I think everything is running perfectly, but one thing we need to set in our parent layer over here, need to provide a class name, should be the grid properties, and grid call should be 1 by default. MD grid call should be 2, and whenever gonna hit in LG skin, grid column should be 4, and gonna gap should be F5 of the gap. Now you see we have our product ratio. From this parameter, we're gonna take it this one, just grabbing from 1 to 0. So now in that product card, I'm gonna close others. So here, how we can just make and stack the flow on that. And after that product card, I'm gonna first render the image properties. So put a div, and here I'm gonna provide the link, and also need to import that. And on that link, I'm gonna provide our image parameter, like the image for getting from the next image. And whenever anyone just clicking on that link, we're gonna take them somewhere. Oops, it should be href. Whenever anyone gonna click on that, we're gonna go with the backtick. We're gonna take them to our product, and then / it should be item.slack.current. So that's the one we're gonna render. Should be duct, and in that image parameter, we're gonna provide the source, should be url4, and then we're gonna provide that item dot our images there, and dot, we're gonna just pass that URL there. That's it. And for the alt tag, oops, it should be alt tag, it gonna be, let's just put that item dot type. I think that can render the value. And width, again, going to just make in the default one with height of 500. Hit save just to see if the image is rendering. Okay, cool, we got our image. And for that, we're gonna put a class name which should be full, and height we're gonna provide a 72. Object should be not contain, should be cover. And whenever we hover in the group, scale should be 105, and we also combine that hover effect. You see now, okay, we got that effect. So it's a similar of that properties which is going to coming right now, but we can also make it much more better the way we can reflect on that. So that's the image property we did. So after that particular I think it's gonna make our flow and the div. I don't think so. Let's see. It's hidden already. So because it's hidden in the parent layer, also we can make to hidden on that layer also. I think it will do the same trick, but right now not needed, so I'm gonna keep it same. Actually, if it's not needed, I will not use the div here actually. So after that link, I'm gonna take another div. Okay, so now we are going to define our text parameter, like whatever the button, the variations we want to showcase. But first, there is a tricky thing is there, that's the ratings, the star mark. So, and all are not the same color, right? So we need to combine that according to our ratings parameter. And how we can render that, it's very simple to do it. We will use the pure JavaScript to combine with that. So in that div, I'm going to take another div, and within that div, I'm going to render that. First, I'm going to take an array. An array, we're going to take it as a from how, and I'm going to declare the length. The length should be 5, so it will be array of 5. And then from that array, I'm going to map. Okay, and on that map, I'm going to take an underscore, I'm going to take an index. Okay, so that's the things I'm going to grab it. So then, okay, now the crazy thing going to work. So here I'm going to return what I'm going to return. I'm going to return an MD star. So first I'm going to return a star just to see what it's going to happen. Also, we need to provide a key value of should be key, and that key should be index. So right now what it's going to make, we should be able to see the star. You see, okay, we need to create that one. I think we will make it as a div. Okay, and here also put a class name. Our flow should be hidden, otherwise you see it was covering. I think we can, yeah, we can, yeah, now it's not covering. Cool. So now what we can do, you see the star mark, now we need to match with the combination of that ratings. We have a ratings, right? If we have the 4.5, the image, the rating color, it should be only 4.5. Like if you see the example here, we have 4.5, right? So, or I think it's 4. So 4 star is marked with the rating mark, another is not marked, right? It's 4.5. You see, one is not totally fully colored but little bit yellowish. So you can see the rating parameter from this instance. So we are going to create the same parameter right here. And how we can create? First, we will provide the fill properties. When we can say it's filled, if the index plus 1 and then is equal or greater, we're gonna make it the math.floor, so we can combine all together item dot ratings. So we have that, so that one will be filled. If it's fulfill the color combination, if it's match with the value, it should be filled. And now we're gonna provide that const half filled, and here we're gonna pass again index and also given a +1, and if is then we're gonna just make the smaller ratio on that. So the floor and then item dot ratings, and also and we're gonna make that index is greater than math or smaller than math dot cell, and then item dot ratings. So we got two parameters. One is the fill properties, one is the half fill properties. First, we will make that one in a good shape on that. So the text should be base and text should be light text by default, and we're gonna make it a flex item center. Save. Is it working? Okay, cool. And this div going to be responsible to make it align. So padding x should be 6. Flex column should be everything. Item center, we're gonna gap of 2 from the parent layer, so it will be in the middle. Okay, in the middle. Cool. So right now what we are going to do in that MD star, put a class name over here. So all the trick we're gonna start finishing from there. So we're gonna send the $sign. What we're gonna say, if it's filled, okay? If it's filled, then what it's going to do, the text should be, we're gonna provide a dummy color on that, FA8900 if it's filled. And after that, if it's half filled, then also we're gonna provide some class name, and that text should be, let's say I'm gonna provide a yellow color, yellow of, let's say of 300. And after that, if it's not matching any ratio, the default one text should be light text. Done. Now we should be having a good combination. You see, if it's 4.5, it's coming with that. If it's 4, it's just combining with that. So now we have that ratio, right? So that's the parameter which we declare to combine with that our array of star, then we're gonna provide that it should be item dot brand, and after that take another parameter should be item dot title, and after that a p tag where you're gonna say item dot description. Okay, right now see where we are heading. We should see the data. Okay, cool, we are having the data, but we need to make it looks in a better way, right? So put a class name, we're gonna make it an uppercase, and text should be extra small, font should be medium, and text should be light orange. And for the title, put a class name, text should be base, font should be semi bold, and text color should be the accent color, and line clamp should be 1, so it will not be go beyond that one line. I think the similar, yeah, similar. And on the description we need to work a bit, so class name, and here we say let's say text should be center, text should be extra small, I think extra small, or I'm going to provide a small text, and line clamp should be 2, so after 2 it will not go and make it there. So as you see, it just finished within the 2 line parameter. Okay, and within that ratio we will take another div, and within the div we will take a p tag, or we can just simply take that formatted price, and within that price I'm gonna provide that amount which should be item dot price, and I will just copy paste that one, should be the okay, one should be the price, one should be the raw price. So the 2 prices available here. So in that div, put a class name, should be flex, item center, gap should be 3, margin bottom should be 5 to push things in bottom layer. Okay, so now here in the raw price we need to combine some of the class name. So the class name text should be light text and line through. For that price, text should be dark orange, font should be bold. So we got our ratio, so we know which price is applicable now, so we can also go and connect the discounted available ratio here. So now we need to provide the button, right? And that button, for that button we're gonna take a separate component, because that button we should be an client component, as we need to save that data to in that instance. So cart button.tsx rfce. So here we're gonna combine our cart button, add to cart button, and within that parameter we can just go and hit and click all other ratio. So we will grab it here, and it's gonna make add to cart button. So we should be able to see, you see the button. Okay, so right now what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass all of our item there, because whenever we're gonna adding to the cart on the product, we should be able to create so many instances, right? So define the interface should be props. We can grab that item which going to be as a product data, and then also we can grab the class name here. Like if you want to pass the style there also, you can do it. So here we can define that class name, we can, or first we will take the item, then the class name. Good. And that could be grabbed from the props, and instead of the div we're gonna just simply take the button, and here it's gonna say add to cart. Okay, now we will make so many changes here. So the class name should be tw marge, and here we're gonna provide bj should be accent color, text should be white, width should be full, padding y should be 2, and you're going to provide a border, and the border should be 1 pixel, and border color should be accent. Hit save. We should be able to see something right now. Okay, we can see something. And after that, whenever we're gonna hover, bj should be dark orange. Whenever we're gonna hover, border should be dark orange, and we're gonna provide that hover effect. That will not be bj, that should be that border, and gonna get the hover effect, and I think we will define some of the font semi-bold. Tracking should be wide, flex item center, justify center, gap should be 1. And why we are doing that, because once we are going to add to cart, we will pass a loader here. Right now you can see, because it's taking a very quick action, that's why, but a loader it will be there. Okay, so now I think we are very much good to go and create other instances. So right now I think that looks better. So let's go create an I think yeah, so we can go and combine our shop page to showcase all over the data, so that it can passing that variable and properties, right? So to do that, in that instance, I'm gonna close all. Later on we're gonna come back on that to create whenever we're gonna set the other properties. So here we're gonna combine that shop, and which going to be page.tsx rafce, and on that it should be shop page, and we're gonna render it within that our container, and within that we're gonna provide an h2, say all available product list, and after that we just going to render the product list. Done. Now if we just directly go in our shop, so the page is there, you see all available product list is there. So let's go over here, put a class name, text should be 2XL, font should be semi-bold, margin bottom should be 5, and from here put a class name, padding y should be 5. Okay, that's the layer here. I think padding y didn't get it yet. Okay, cool. So now we have this similar fashion and other properties. We can go back to the home and just to go and finish all other instances. I think that is quite slick. So first let's just create a loader right now, because right now what's happening, we can't see whenever the data, because if you just keep a reload here, as you see, it's taking a bit of time to load the data, right? And to do that, in that user ratio, I'm gonna take a file called loading.tsx sx rafce. Oops, it didn't create that, so should be ce, and I'm gonna make a name of loading page, and here I'm gonna combine a separate ratio, which is going to be loader.tsx rafce. So here I'm gonna pass that loader. First, instead of passing here directly right now, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just cut everything. I think all of that. I'm gonna just pass the loader right now here, just to see the design and style if it's working perfectly. So you should be able to see our loader. So now let's create that loader dynamically so that it can just to go in a unique way. So what we did here, we can, and there is a very good extension there, which is the v0 dev. You can just go and combine a loader here. From that you can just create a loader. You can ask the way you want to prefer your loader, like I want to have a loader in my Next.js app, same like activity indicator in React Native. It should spin. Okay, so that's the one I'm using, the v0 dev, which from the Vercel, and it's super cool because it's gonna render the properties in a very similar fashion and in a very perfect way. You see how it's going to combine. You see, now you have your loader, right? You have your spinner loader, the similar fashion, and it's going to be cool. Now we have here, we have a different one, so you can also create that different one. It doesn't matter, you need to just ask. You see, spinner example is there. Okay, so which one you want to use, you can use. So you can go and ask to it in several perspective. It's gonna render you that, but I already created one for me, so I'm gonna just grab that here. So that's the loader I'm gonna use, and also that loader going to pass the title. So should be, I can pass the title here. and title. If it's available, that should be a string. So what I did here is a simple loader instances here, which is going to be coming with an SVG. You see, I'm providing a maximum height properties like width, full, min, height, screen, bj accent, flex, flex call. I'm making it in the center. If I just go over here and in my page here, so without that's, if I say loading, oops, not that. If I say title, which is going to be loading, it's also going to generate that title, you see. So it can also passing the title properties. And then we have one SVG properties, which for the spin animation, you see, that's a simple SVG formation which we create here to providing this stroke, and then that's it. So that is the parameter. You can just go and feel free to ask the GPT or any other platform or V0, it will render that one for you. So now we have that loader. So instead of rendering directly here, I'm going to go in the loading. Instead of that eternal div, I'm going to just pass our loader directly here. Okay. So now if we just go over here, if we just reload, if data is, you see the spinning, it's loading. You can pass that properties, or I think it's better to pass the title. It looks good. Loading. If we reload again, okay, loading, cool. So now we are having that properties even in the shop. As is a global loader, it's gonna fetch everywhere. So you can see it's properly is fetching and revalidating the loading instances and the data value also. So now as we have that properties, we can create the all the pages here, which is responsible to combine in that user properties. So what kind of page we gonna be here? I'm gonna remove others. So the page going to be creating a car. For right now, I'm gonna get for the product page, product, because we need to grab the single product ratio, right? So in that product, we will take another folder. It will be that dynamic folder, and on the slug, I'm gonna take a page.tsx rfce, and that page should be as a single product page. So right now, if we go and click on that particular instances, we should be we can see right now here, it just providing that properties. So now the slug is just coming in the route section, right? So let's go and start popping things in a proper way. So first thing first, I'm going to wrap it within the container properties to make it looks much better. Okay, so now I have the slug, right? So how we can do that? First, let's provide the interface here, which is going to be props, and from the params, I can directly pass that slug, which is a string parameter, right? So how we can grab that? It should be coming as a params, and within the params, it's gonna be directly injected as a slug, and which is going to be rendered in that props. If I just log and grab the slug here right now, we should be able to see the slug. You see, the slug properties is right here. So it's rendering, super simple. Okay, there is a slight error which we are facing. Okay, what is that? It's passing the params, getting the slug. Okay, I single screen props slug. What's wrong here? I think it's okay, should be okay. Anything we miss? Okay, param should be awaited before. Okay, awaited. So I think we can make an asynchronous way. Sync. No. What is saying here? Okay, it's just a warning. Param should be emitted before its properties. Okay. Let's say I'm gonna just pass that. I will not pass any properties. I'm gonna say in that props. Let's see what we are getting within the props. Log, and just log the profs. Let's see if anything is coming within the profs. So in the profs, no, nothing. So means no, we should be able to inject that one directly from params. Okay, URL. I think the previous one it was fine. It should be generated in the same fashion. There is okay. Okay, let's see if it's having an error or passing an issue. We can fix it later on. No worries. So right now we'll just go with that. So we are having the Slack. Okay. So for that instance, we need to provide a query right now, right? To a grok query, and how we can set that. So if we just log in the Slack, so let's put a log and see the Slack, what kind of Slack we are getting. You see that home speaker. I'm gonna just copy that Slack properties. Let's go over here and let's go to our studio first to generate a grok query with that Slack properties. If we having it's similar like an ID, but instead of ID we are using the Slack properties to grab our entire product. And how we can do that, let's go in the vision, and from that product property, you see the product. After the product, we're gonna provide another combination, should be Slack dot current, and within that current properties, you see the value should be is equal to, we need to pass the value. So I'm gonna just pass that home speaker value right now, because okay, one should be down, I think 2 only. You see that we have home speaker right now. We are hard coding it, right? But whenever we're gonna sending it, we're gonna pass that within a 0 index, right? So that's the one we need to combine and create it here. So what we're gonna do, const query is equal to, we're gonna call it as a grok query, and within the backtick we can just go with a star mark, and then we're gonna pass the third bracket here, and should be underscore type, and that type it should be is equal to the product, and remember we create that Slack dot current, and that current is equal to, and we need to provide the $sign, and this should be Slack, and within the Slack should be the 0 index. Okay, and within that properties, what do you want? We want everything from that particular properties. So we're gonna get each and every single data. Just check the query, it should be similar on that. So it should be the query on the grok properties, the product, and Slack.current, and Slack it should be the 0 index when we need to grab that properties. So right now we're gonna make that as a product. Is it should be the type should be that product data, and is equal to, we need to make it a await call, and whenever we're gonna make it awake, we need to also make it async. So await client dot fetch, and from where we're gonna fetch, we're gonna pass the query, and within that query we're gonna pass the Slack. So if we just log the product, let's see what we are having here, should be product. Now you see we're rendering the product. Okay, and also the other error, it will disappear, don't worry about it, it's gonna just follow through. You see others are going also. So that's the one properties we have here, and then we have the other properties. If we go in our previous example, if we roll back to any of the smaller screen, you see we have the other parameter here by which we are getting that best seller data. And how we can get that should be const best sellers sellers data, also should be product data, type as an array, is equal to await get best sellers data. Done. So now we have two properties to go and combine with that. I think this error is not disappearing. I think we need to write it in a different way, and how we can solve this. So instead of that Slack, I think I'm gonna just keep it as a params. Okay, cool. And after that we need to combine with that. So const Slack is equal to, that should await for the params. So we're gonna render that promise, and within that promise we will promise dot resolve, and within that resolve we're going to resolve as the rams. So now also we can see our Slack. You see the error has been gone, so we are good to go. So right now first we need to provide our product, and then we need to protect the other properties. So over here we're gonna take a div. Within that div we're gonna take another div, and then we're gonna provide our image tag to showcase our product image. And on that particular instances the source should be url4, and here it should be product dot image, and on that instances we're gonna just pass the URL, and the similar one alternative should be it should be product dot title, and here also I think the width 500 by 500, and for the class name which should be full should be where we are writing. I think did we miss around anything? Image, oh, misleading there. All tag should be there. Put a class name, and width should be full, and height should be full, object should be contained. Now if we hit any of that, you see our image is there, but it looks very much bigger because we need to start working on that our parent layer of the div. So here in that container put a class name, margin y should be 10, bj should be bj light, and also in that div instances put a class name should be a grid columns of 1 md, grid columns of 2, and for lg grid columns of 6, and gap should be 4. I'm going to provide a 4 of gap, and height should be full, and padding also 4. Okay, that's combine a pretty decent scenario here. So if you see that, okay, not so bad. And I think instead of Excel, I think 2 should be enough. Why I am providing that 6 here? I have no idea. So I think, yeah, that should be properly aligned. Okay, so right now one is here. Then after that image, let's put a class name, height should be full, and Excel call is span. I think there is a reason for that. Excel grid call should be 6. I think so. Yeah, I think that's the ratio we want. Yeah, so the smaller, yeah, a smaller one. Okay, that's cool. So now here I'm gonna take another div where I'm gonna render all the product information right now. So whatever the product information we are looking for, we're gonna enter it here, and we want to make it separately. Actually we can just need to provide that add to cart. We can render it here instead of providing another dummy parameter. And before doing that we will just go and render one more div, and here what we're gonna say, best seller data dot map should be taking the item, and here we're gonna pass that our product card. So whatever the data we are receiving here, product card, we are just gonna pass that. Key should be item dot id, and item should be our item. So it will be product should be available at the below layer. You see it's available there, and from here put a grid layer, grid calls 1 md, grid calls of 2, and for lg grid calls of 4, and put a gap of 5, the similar layer of our whatever we did in the home page. So we have the 5 product. Okay, done. So right now what we can do in that particular div, put a class name which should be full, md call span should be 2, and Excel call span should be 3, and Excel padding should be 14, and we're gonna make it flex. We're gonna make it a flex column properties. Gap should be 6, and 6, justify should be center. So now we are going to start pouring the other properties which should be generating the product info. To do that, I'm going to take one more div here, and in that div I'm going to put an h2 tag which is going to provide that product dot title. So we should be able to see the title here somewhere. You see the home speaker. Okay, cool. And I think, yeah, that's the similar fashion. I think we'll go with that. So product the title, and after the title also we are passing one more div here, then the p tag, or we can just directly go with that for method price. And within the price we will pass the amount which is going to be saying that it will be, so the first one, remember the way we did before, so that's the same parameter. I'm gonna just popping up the div because that's the same layer which we're gonna combine. So one things we are doing extra is that here we are passing one like we are passing that formatted raw price, then the price. So the way we used to do it, putting a line through, then making that font bold, then you are saying you saved, we are like minusing that raw price minus product price, so we are getting that difference. So you save that much from this item. So that's the message we are just passing. Okay, so now for that h2 tag, put a class name, and here text should be 4XL and font should be semi-bold. So you're gonna give a very good and compact title. You see, that would be like that. And for that div, let's put a class name here, flex item center. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna put flex should be in column. I'm gonna put a gap of 5, so it's gonna push everything below there so that it can properly align. Okay, I think we did one part. So right now, after that price section, so we have this one here. Now after that, we also need to grab the star ratio, remember, which we did before. That's the star ratio we need to also provide. So first I'm gonna just grab that star ratio, which we know how it going to combine. We did it before, so you can just get that one from the previous one. So I'm gonna take a div, I'm gonna just pass that. Also need to provide that empty star icon here. Okay, so that's the same instances which we have been done, we are just putting it here. Okay, one extra thing what we are doing after that array, like after particularly finishing that properties, we are after that array we are getting another p tag, and right now we are getting a hard-coded value. Okay, okay, should be that one, and we are passing that as a 5 customer reviews, because right now we don't have any reviews yet. Okay, that's the 5 customer reviews. And also here put a class name, which text should be small text, font should be semi-bold, text should be accent with a 60% opacity, tracking should be white. Okay, perfect. And for the div, put a class name flex item center, gap should be 3, just to push and align a bit, you see. Okay, done. Now after that scenario on that particular div is done, so on that here I'm gonna take a p tag by which we're gonna render that product dot description. So we'll be able to see the description ratio, and after that description we will also provide one more properties, should be the first to leave a review. So here also you can provide the review section and others, so you can generate that one if you want to. So class name text should be small text, tracking should be white, text should be gray of 600, and for this one class name text should be small and text should be gray of 500. Okay, right now if everything going to work properly, we need to also provide our button, should be add to cart button, and in that add to cart button we also provide that our item which is going to be the product, and also provide the class name which going to be rounded should be MD, padding Y should be 3. Let's see if we can see a button here. Okay, cool. That's the button. We are providing around it, but I think RUNDED rounded. Why the rounded is not working? That's a mystery here. No, not yet. So add to cart button. Oh, we didn't pass that class name ratio here. You see? Oops, should be passing that. Okay, now it's working. So we are having that button properties, and after that button also we can provide one more set, which is going to be a p tag, and there we will just pass the categories tag and other just to provide some dummy data ratio. As you see, it just gonna combine that. Okay, that's cool. Set up our store, and beside that, as you see that tab over here, we need to create that tab too. So how we can eradicate that? To implement this one, so let's roll back to our project, and on that project, in the source, on the components, I'm gonna take a new file which is going to be sidebar.tsx, RAFCE. We will create our sidebar component, and that sidebar we are going to keep it not here but in the layout. As you see in our user layout over here, after or below the footer, we can keep it anywhere because we will make it as an absolute or as a fixed position, so it will not wrap up with any other possibilities. If we just come back here, you see the sidebar, it's just right here. So from there we need to take it in a very stable situation. So make a class name which going to be, I'm gonna make it a fixed, and from the top it will be a 60, and from the right it would be 2, and Z should be 20, and it gonna be, I'm gonna just keep it a flex and flex column. So and gap should be 2. So now we keep it as fixed parameter, right? As you see, it's right here. That's fixed. Now even I just make that in that probabilities, it will not move because it's fixed here. It's not ring, it should be right. Okay, you see on that right here, as you see, that's the where the position it would be. So now first thing first, we will have two parameters. One, as you see in previous example, one for the user, which will be for the server side. Another, it will be card, which will be available for our normal client side application. So both parameter, we will keep that separate. So one, it will be for that user account. Another, it will be card. And to just make that things to be happen, we should provide one link over here. So it would be, I'm going to just wrap that with a link properties, and within that link I'm going to provide that, let's say it would be like, I'm going to just make that one MD switch account icon. Okay, and also that href. For right now, I'm going to just put that in a sign in parameter just to see if it's working. Okay, we should be able to see that. You see that icon is available here. So now what we're gonna do is to create it in a very perfect way. First of all, let's grab the class name. Text should be to Excel, and for these proper instances, we can actually make a quite cool entries on that. And minus translate x should be, I'm gonna set 2 on that. Sorry, it should be 112, and then I'm gonna make it so this entire, first I'm gonna keep this one in a good position, only then, or I think instead of rolling over in that particular link, I'm gonna generate within a deep property here so that we can make it action in a proper way. For the link, let's just make some class name over here. BJ should be X and white, and I'm gonna provide a width of 16. I'm gonna provide a height of 70 pixel, the default height, and then rounded should be MD, should be flex should be column, and let's provide a gap of 1. And after that, the text should be accent, and justify center, item should be center, and yeah, of course it's a flex, right? Yeah, we need to make it flex in column, which okay, we already made that in the top. I forgot that. Okay, and now what we can do is that we're gonna make a shadow of SM, and that shadow should be light green, which the color we have, and overflow X should be hidden. First I'm gonna keep it like that. Okay, let's see the overflow, then I'm gonna keep it as group. So right now, as you see, it's here, but we need to align it in a proper way. So how we can do that? Because that's the scenario. You see this over here, because that one we are mingling, so it should be within this property, should be in the middle. Once we hover, it gonna change. So right now we're gonna also provide a p tag over there. Like after that div, we should have a p tag. Gonna say, for right now I'm gonna make it as, or you can say just profile, and for that text put a class name, which going to be text should be extra small, and font should be semi bold. Okay, so now what's gonna be happening first, it good, because right now I'm logged in, so I'm gonna just log out from here. See, this icon going to be shuffling. One it will be here, one it will be there. Then once I click, it gonna just shuffling like that. So we should have a two icon, right? Should have a two icon here. So that's the two icon which should be, see, we have two icon right now. So first thing first, I'm gonna make it in a class name should be flex, and item center, justify center, to keep everything in the middle. So right now I'm gonna push one from there and keep others in exact parameter. So what I'm gonna do is that for the first one, I'm gonna make translate X would be 12, not 1 by 2, should be 12. And whenever I'm gonna make it the group and hover on it, it should be in translate X should be 3 to keep in a position, and transition should be translate or transform, you can say, duration should be 200. So the same class name, I'm gonna just copy that here. I'm gonna grab it in this proportion. So first this one, it should be 4, should be minus 4. Right now we have 12, so minus 12 should be minus 4, and once I hit that, it should be 12, but this time, okay, it should be normal 12, I think so. Let's see what's going to be happening. You see, that's the one. So that's the scenario which we are going to create, and also for that it should be 4, I think, better. And from here what I'm gonna do, it should be overflow should be hidden, and I think that much would be good. And also because as a link, it should be a cursor pointer. Okay, see, cool. That's the small things which we can make right now. And also if I say it should be 3, is it 3? Yeah, 3, I think, perfect. It's look in the middle, 3, yeah. Okay, so we made one for profile. So this one, it will be normally in server side. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna create another one which would be for client side. So we can take another free component, should be sidebar cart dot tsx rfce, and here we're gonna generate our sidebar card icon. So it will be sidebar cart. If you just hover here, it should be available for that color combination. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna grab that similar properties from there. Should be copy, and I'm gonna paste it right here. Okay, so for the link parameter, take the link, and for that icon, we're gonna take a different icon which should be shopping fill icon. And here, instead of profile, it's gonna provide the, let's say, buy now. And also for the value, it will be, right now it's gonna be point out a 0 value. If you see here, it should be rendered right now. You see the buy now, and this buy now, it's gonna be at the top. So right now it's there, we're gonna keep it in a positioning right now. So for that p tag, let's put a class name. I'm gonna make it as an absolute positioning. As we are making it absolute, this one, it should be as a relative proportion. And for that, because we need to make it use client, because we're gonna fetch the card from our particular state, right? From our store. From top it should be 1, and from right should be 2, and then also bj should be dark orange, and text it will be white, and then text also going to be extra small, and width I'm going to provide a 4, and height going to provide 4, and we're going to provide a full rounded over there, and flex item center, justify center, font should be semi bold. And if we did that, as you see, this icon gonna be shuffling there over here right now, but it's not the way we are looking for. This ring, how is getting the right? I have no idea. Okay, so now it should be taking a proper space. If I put is like 10, it's just going to take the heat, and we can see the 10 products is available. We're gonna keep it like that. Later on we're gonna fix that things for us. So right now if we click on buy now, it will just render, because right now we don't have any parameters, sign in parameters or others, and this buy now it will not take the sign in parameters. It should be taking us to our cart. So before fixing all other properties, we're going to set our store, and to set up the store we are going to use that our Redux toolkit. That's very simple to use. So let's go in the quick start, and from the quick start we're gonna just go and roll what we need to be installed over here. So we need that Redux.js toolkit and also that React Redux. So it's a two packages which are going to make it work, and also you're going to use that Redux persist to just save everything in our local storage so that it will be just be available there. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy that parameter, and from here in my another terminal I'm gonna just paste that command to let it be installed within our project. Then how we can use that? To use that one, as you see, we need to create a source and add the store.js file and then the other parameter. So what I'm gonna do again, while it's installing, I'm gonna just go back here in the source. I'm gonna create a file or folder which can say as Redux, so that we will know the work is here all for Redux. And on that Redux, I'm gonna take a file name store.ts, not tsx but ts. And from that instance I'm gonna just copy that entire things, right? Let's see how it's gonna work. So these two parameter not require, we're just going to use that store. And how we can link up within our application to hook up that one, we need to provide that use that provider, and then need to embed it everything within the provider. Now our application is server side, but this fellow here, that provider, that store, is not supporting that server side. So we need to make everything as a client-side component, otherwise it will just make a fallback issue, so it will not work properly. So how can we embed it and enter in this layout as a client-side component? How we can do that? To make that happen, in that component we will take another file which is layout.tsx. Now this is layout and this is also layout, but this file is here as a root layout, not the normal layout. So here let's create rafce, and just to bring our layout component, and what I'm gonna grab it here, I'm gonna just pass everything properly so that it can like utilize that one to use it. So first thing first, we're gonna have one parameter which is that children, and that children has a type. So children, which is react.react note, so that's the type for it. So instead of that layout, I'm gonna render all the children, all available children here, and instead of that div, I'm gonna just wrap everything with the provider which need to be coming from that React Redux. And React Redux, that provider, by default taking a parameter which going to be a store, should be store, and that store going to be the store which we created earlier. Store. Done. So right now we should have our provider, and how we can say that it's having, you see the changes, the shoppers e-commerce website. Let's go back here, and I'm gonna just open my inspector. Okay, remove that view, and from here in that Redux, you see in action. So that's the parameter. We have a shopping app here and the other property here. I'm gonna make a reload. Okay, even if you make reload, it will not interject here. Why? Because we created that layout but we didn't ship it here. So this entire paradigm need to be cut, and then I'm gonna wrap everything within our layout, which is the dummy layout which we have been created. If I hit save, it's gonna be giving a nice error to me because it's supposed not be working in that way. You see, this function is not supported in the React server side. Please only use it export in a client component, and very easy to use the client component. Here what I'm gonna do, just render a use client flag. That's it. Now after finishing up, you see it's just reloading, and okay, what's the error is there? Object whose values are reducers. Okay, because we don't have any valid reducer, it's gonna giving an error. No worries, we're gonna keep that reducers to make it go. I see shoppers e-commerce website, we have actions which is in it, and now we are good to go. But before going, we need to create our reducers, and how we can create that. So in that Redux, we're gonna create a separate, like for reducers for our shoppers application, should be shoppers, let's say shoppers slice.ts. Again, how it gonna work? If we just roll back here, you see that you can just copy that one and then you can just paste it here. Now we can just roll back how and what it going to be happen. So first, this increment value, or you can just remove everything. We can just start from the beginning to show you how it going to work. So first we need to create like an initial value. So it should be any initial state, and that state going to combine two parameter. One is for that favorite, which going to be the product data, which we have product data as an array of product data it going to be hosting. So okay, I think for initial state, what's wrong with that? Okay, right now, okay, that's our mistake. That should be an empty, and also that one will be for favorite, another will be for cart, which also going to be an empty array. And also we can combine that user info, which going to be right now it going to be null. So maybe we not required to save the user in our local storage, because we're gonna use that directly using our token, but it's better to keep it whenever we needing that one. Now we have initial state. What I'm gonna do, export const, it going to be shopper slice, and from there I'm gonna take a function from there which going to be create slice. So should be create and then create slice from Redux toolkit, and this is a function taking a parameter of object where the name going to be there should be shoppers, and after that we're gonna pass that initial state value, then we're gonna combine the reducers. So first reducer is going to be add to cart, which gonna making a very good instance. So it should be state, and then it going to take the action. So state going to be the state which we define here, and the action going to be dispatching from our front end when we're gonna dispatch anything from there. So that's the two parameter which we are going to set. So what I'm gonna do, for right now I'm gonna just keep a simple object, should be state dot cart is equal to action dot payload. So whatever we're gonna send through the payload, it should be taking that instance, just replace everything over there. So from here we're gonna make that export const should be add to cart, and that one is equal to shopper slice dot actions. So that would be contain all the actions, and I'm gonna make export default should be shopper slice dot reducer. So right now we're having the reducer, so we need to connect that reducer within our store. And how we can do that? First thing first is to import that one from our shopper slice. So should be import shopper slice from shopper slice. Okay, so you can just combine that one directly here, and in that reducer parameter we can directly use that, but not directly. We're gonna provide a name which is the shoppers, and here should be that shopper slice. So in that way we can just symbolize that one. Actually I think it should not be eradicated on that instance, it would be directly there, or we can put a different name like that, shoppers reducer. We can also go through that name, so it will not contradict with that. Okay, so now as we have that, if we just come over there, hit a smart reload, and then we should be able to see. So if we go in the state, we're having 3 parameter which is coming from there, shopper. We have 3 state, which is one is the cart, one is the favorite, one is the user info. So now we can combine that, we can dispatch that action and see if we can have any data over there. So we have add to cart button, which by default we need to provide it as a use client. Remember, we supported that one because we will gonna hit that action over there, right? That's why we keep separated before. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just take that dispatch method. It should be const dispatch and use dispatch. So with that dispatch formula, we can actually send the data directly to our store. So what I'm gonna do, it should be just say on click, and I'm gonna make that handle add to cart. So in that parameter, if we just make that const handle add to cart, it's going to be just a simple function over there. I'm gonna hit the dispatch, which is going to be just pass the item over there. So first we need to provide that what kind of actions we are going to dispatch. So it should be add to cart, and from there I'm gonna pass everything whatever is available on there. And after that also I'm gonna pass a toast method. So toast dot, why toast is not coming? Did we configure the toast? I don't think so. If we just go in our layout, no, we didn't configure our toaster. So we're gonna use that React hot toast to just combine our toast messages, to just make it to just combine it perfectly so that we can have an idea what's going on. Is it just passed by or not? So to go in the documentation and then copy this command, and we need to install that one in locally. Let's hit enter. So now we need to configure that one here, and to see that we need to make the toaster in a dynamic way. So you're gonna keep it one place, then we can just fetch that one in overall our application. And how we can do that to make that one dynamic way, you see that footer. After that we can just make on that, I'm gonna grab that toaster here in a global layer, and on that toaster I'm going to define the title. It should be here. So the position I'm going to giving as a bottom right position it will contain, and after that we're going to pass the style for the toast options, and the style should be generating as the style for the background color, which going to be, or we can just make that background ground, yeah, background should be the color of, we can say it should be #0000000 fully black, and for the color of the text should be the color of FFF fully white. So now we will be able to grab that directly from there. So it should be toast, and that toast going to be coming from the React hot toast, and from there right now we can define the parameter, like we can say what we are going to adding there, like whatever the product we are adding, we need to rectify the name and then pass that one. So how we can say that? It should be toast.success as we are adding the product. So in the backtick, I'm going to pass that product name, which is going to be item.title, and we are not going to send the entire title, which it could be bigger. So I'm going to make in a substring over there, should be only 12 character, it will go past there, okay, not longer than that, and then add it successfully. So it should be the 12 character long, and it will be adding perfectly whenever we're gonna click on that add to cart button. So now let's make a trial over here in that, because all the button is that one. Click on that, you see pro added successfully. If we just go here, shows added successfully, I think. Why? Okay, it should be defining which character should be there. So from the 0 to first 12 character should be available there. So right now if we just add another one, see Alex Chan 12 is okay, PlayStation added. So now as you see in the card, it's just replacing our first parameter, which we should not be there. And on the counter of that logic, we need to implement that scenario so that it will not leave that apart. And how we can do that? In the shopper slice, we need to define what kind of ratio we are going to make that one. So this state having the access on our previous card value. So first, whenever we're gonna make edit to the card, we need to check if that product is already available, like if it exists in the card. If it exists, we are not going to add that one. What we're gonna do, we're gonna increase the quantity. That's it. If it's there, we're gonna increase the quantity. Otherwise, we're gonna just enforce that one as a new one. So how we can write that configuration? To write that one, so make const or we can say existing item, or you can say existing product is equal to. Now we should be having a value over there. First we're gonna say state dot cart, and then we're gonna find with that method. And how we can find that? Remember, we're gonna pass an item over there. Should be, we're gonna take the value of as an item, because with that properties we can individually get all the products, right? So the item dot id should be is equal to, that one should be action dot payload dot id. Now that id, if we just roll back to our type, let's see what kind of id we have. You see the underscore id is having there, so should that value should be that our underscore id. Now we are not getting the help from the TypeScript, because the TypeScript doesn't know what kind of the product we are having right now, and that's why we're going to define the type for that parameter, which should be interface. And first we're gonna define the type of user info, which going to have an id, which will be string. Then the name also, it should be string, and that email also going to be as string. So now that's the user info parameter. Then we are going to have another one, which should be initial state parameter. And initial parameter, we have a card which going to be a product data, but an array of product data. Then we're gonna have our favorite product, favorite, also going to be having a product data, which going to be an array of that. Or you can say it favorite data, or you can say it as wish list. That's the simple name. I think wish list is good than favorite. So that's the wish list. And then we are going to have our user info, which going to be that user info, which we define at the top. Otherwise, if it's not there, then also either way it can be null. So should be, need to provide is a capital one, user info. Now in that properties, we're going to define also the type that this user state is going to, sorry, the initial state going to having the type of our initial state. Now if I just revise on that, put dot, you see we have all the properties available right now. As the similar id, it going to coming from the properties, so it should be that action payload dot id. So now this one going to having access to our existing product. Again, I'm defining how we grab that, because in that method what we are going to do, in that action we are just dispatching all the products which also having an id. So what I'm doing, I'm gonna matching the id if that id existed any of that card item. If it's available, then I am just recalling it as an existing product. So now we need to combine two parameters. If I have one existing product, then what I want to do, else what I want to do. If I doesn't have the existing product, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just state dot cart, and I'm gonna just push that one as it going to be an array. So what I'm gonna push, I'm gonna push all action. I'm gonna just pass that as an, okay, I'm gonna just make it action dot payload. So whatever I'm gonna passing over there, it just gonna edit there, just push that item if it's not existed before. Like if I have 10 items, if I put a new item, it should be the 11 one. But if I have the existing item, what I'm gonna do, existing item dot, we have a quantity parameter which going to be plus equal to 1. I'm gonna just add 1 with that properties. So let's just roll back here, and we should be able to see that norm, that is going to be working or not. And in our Redux over here right now, you see, okay, that's not the one. We should be getting that shoppers e-commerce. We have nothing over there in the cart. Why? It's, if we just add, you see the cart, we have one. If we add, we have two. As you see, if I add one more, and in the first one we should be able to see the quantity of 2. You see, that's the way it should work. So now we have this parameter, and we're gonna also define 2 different methods. One should be add to cart, and also there should be another 2 method which would be increase quantity, and also this one going to take that state and action. Okay, increase quantity. And the same way, I'm gonna just grab this parameter as an existing item, or you can, it will not be available in the global layer. So if that existing product is available, then what I want to do, I want to make that existing product dot quantity plus equal to it should be plus equal to 1. So this time what I'm gonna do, item.id is available there, but instead of that action.payload.id, I'm gonna just passing the id from the product. So this time I don't need to dispatch all the product to just to make that crashing or other parameter. And that decreasing quantity, I'm gonna write another function here, so it should be decreasing quantity, and this decreasing quantity, it should be not plus equal to, it will be minus equal to, so it's gonna decrease that parameter. Now we have 2 things, and after that we're gonna have one more which going to be remove from cart. So in that properties, again I'm gonna take the state, and also I'm gonna take that action. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna remove a single product from the cart. How I can do that? State.cart is equal to, I'm gonna just define with that state.cart.filter. I'm gonna filter that item. So the ID which I'm gonna send, that's supposed to be deleted. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna filter entire thing. How you are filtering water, once you are putting on the jar, it's removing the black stone and other garbage from the water to make you feel drinkable like. So that's the same thing I'm gonna do. Whatever the ID is coming here, I'm gonna just shut that up and remove from that cart, and others I'm gonna filter it and keep it in the cart. So now on that filter, I'm gonna take define with it item, so that item dot id, which it should be not equal to that action dot payload. So whatever is happening, or I'm sending the ID in the action.payload, it will not keep that there, it's just gonna remove it. And one, it will be that receipt card. That receipt card, it will just take a simple state property, because remember we have a default state. This time I'm gonna make that state dot card, which going to be its default method, which would be empty one. So by that one, I'm gonna also make 2 more parameters. As you see, we have that add to card. I'm gonna copy that, and over here at the below, instead of add to cart, make that add to wish list. And from here, instead of that state.cart, state.wishlist I'm gonna define, and here it should not be having any of our add to favorite, it's just to having that push method. So if it's having the push method, because we're just gonna match that one time. If we have, we're gonna just click remove, just like we're gonna add one time, and the next call it gonna remove that. So that's the same parameter we're gonna working on that. So that we have that, and also it should be have receipt wish list. So with that parameter should be state only, and now we can say state dot wish list should be an empty array, and we're gonna have a 2 separate parameter, which will be add user and another going to be remove user. By one add user, we're gonna add user directly, another we just gonna make it as an empty. So we have add to cart, we have increase quantity, we have decrease quantity, we have a remove from cart, we have a receipt cart, then we have add to wish list, then we have also a remove receipt wish list. yeah, reset wish list. Then we have add user. Then we have I think that remove user, remove user. Why is not showing up? We have add user. We have our, oh, that's already declared, that one. Okay, done. So we have increase, decrease, remove from cart. We should have that one at the bottom. Then we're gonna have reset cart. Done. So now we are having that action method. So right now what we can do is that, as we are going to have the data directly, we can go in that I think cart sidebar button, which sidebar cart which we created earlier. So in that particular sidebar we can see if we can recall our data or not. So should be const store data is equal to, we should use that use selector. We are using use dispatch to send the data to our store. We are using use selector to grab the data from our store. So dispatch having a different method, and also selector has a different method. So I'm going to take a parameter of state here. I'm going to take just state to see the log, what kind of data we are receiving from there. Store data. Done. If I just come over here, put inspect over there in the console, if I just hit okay, because this one, it should be not over there. We need to make that use client flag, as we are using the selector, so it should be on that particular flag. So right now if we just refresh on that, is having that shoppers, we have all the dispatch method, cart, user info, wish list, which is right now is empty. Also getting okay, the priority, I think if we just go in the banner, not this banner but our component banner, what I'm gonna do is that image I'm gonna making as priority. I'm gonna just make that 3 of that as priority. Where is that? Should be loaded there. And for that product card, there is another image which showcasing the product image. I'm gonna make it as loading lazy. That's it. So right now if we just make add to cart, you can see we have the shoppers, then we have that cart array. So we can just easily go and bump over there sidebar cart. We can say in the shoppers we're gonna have the cart, we're gonna have the shoppers state, and from that shoppers state we can actually grab that properties there. So also we need to define one type parameter, which going to be type. But before starting on the type, if I save that, you're gonna see that shoppers, okay, server error, okay, we put in a wrong place, shoppers dot set dot shoppers. Hit reload, it will appear very soon. So right now if we just click on that, okay, we have the property, we have the card 1, but if we just select on that particular card, we should be able to see the card. You see, 2 item, 3 item, 4 items. So we can now directly having the card. And for that instance we also need to provide a type for it. So what, so we type over here which is that store state. We have card, we have also wish list, which also having that product data, which an array of product data. Then we have user info, which is by default as null. Right now I'm going to keep it null. Later on we can fix that, or if you want to make the things to happen also, then better you can just go in the shopper slice and define the error which is going to happen interface user. So right now from there you can directly grab it and inject this here. Then we can define either it can be or it can be null. That's it. So instead of dumping this one state, we are going to make that store state. Yes. And how the help it gonna provide us? As you see, if right now if I just go and stop on there store dot, as you see shoppers, then I gonna have other property. So as is an objective data, we can directly just embed the card over here. So if we just save and enter, we should be able to see the card product. So now we can directly change our initial value over here. So what we will say, if we have card dot, if we have card, like if we have the card data, then we will provide that card dot length, otherwise 0. Also you can define it if we have that card dot length or something, doesn't matter, it will just fix on that issue. So right now if I just hit reload, it will disappear because we are not saving it in real time. But trust me, we are not going to do it, we are going to do it right now, because what we just now created here in that store, it's not saving in the real time. And that's actually is kind of suck, because we need to save that one in real time, otherwise it has no value. So to do that in real time, we need to go with several criteria, and the first criteria is to use that Redux persist. So let's go in the npm, and from here we're gonna use that Redux persist, and that's the one. Let's just get that one within our application layer. Okay, it's a 1 million download over there, so pretty hacky thing. So first install, and then how we can use that one, it's very simple to use. We just need to grab that storage and others, you see, from the persist store and other. I'm gonna copy this parameter and I'm gonna grab that within my store. So one is for the persist store, one is that persisted reducer, that two. Then we are going to bring that. So I have the root reducer, which I'm gonna use my reducer here. Okay, so first I'm gonna define that persist config. We have the config and we are grabbing the store. So right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna grab that properties, and instead of that root reducer, I'm gonna just pass my reducer here, which can combine to have that equally together to work on. So right now I set up my entire things for the persistor and others. So we should have two different parameters, one to set the persistor, another to pass my legitimate persist over here. As you see in the shoppers, right now I'm not gonna sending this one. What I'm gonna send, I'm gonna send that persisted reducer, which is here. That's the one. Okay, because what I'm doing, I'm combining the reducer here so that I can directly define that one. And also what we need to define is that we're gonna export const persistor, which we're gonna use to combine that persistor. So it should be persistor, and on that persistor we're gonna define that our store, the store which we are having here, but not persist store going to be there. So persist store, yeah. So now we are having two value. One is the store, which is already we are connected, another is that persist store. So whenever we are having that, we need to connect with that persist get. So that's the initial setup we need to combine directly over there. And where we're gonna do that is pretty simple. You may already configure where we are just going to inject that one. This one going to be injected over here in our layout. Where is our layout? And that provider, after within that provider, I'm going to wrap that children, should be persist get, and within that persist get I'm going to drop the children, and that one also taking a loading parameter, where I'm going to set our loader component. So it will just show us that loading instances, and that persistor parameter, I'm gonna just define that persistor which we just imported over there. If you just come here, as you see, is loading at the corner. So after loading, okay, there is something, okay, import module register. I'm gonna just hit reload. Maybe some serializable or non-serializable data is there from where we imported Redux persist integration React. So it's supposed to have no issue over there. So persist get and the provider. So let's just see from where we're getting the error. I'm just gonna inspect that one, console. Failed to load resource, the server response with the status of 404. Okay, it's a server response. I'm gonna just remove the cache and others. Let's see if it's still responding. A non-serializable value is detected from where the path register key okay, it's having an issue with the persist. Okay, we can fix that. So let's just see what kind of things we are having in our store. So that's the parameter combining all. So we're shipping that parameter, which we're getting the persist config, shoppers reducer. Okay, what's wrong over here? In the reducer, we're going to just combining that. That can combine, I think, because of the update, because right now that Redux is not providing the other parameter which is handling the data module perfectly. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna grab those properties which is required right now to just combine and make that things to go. And what all are these? So beside that persistor, persist store and others, I'm gonna have some of the more properties which going to flush, rehydrate, pause, persist, purge, register, and web storage. So we need to define the storage so that it will not freak out. So what I'm gonna do, setting the middleware here, should be get default default middleware. Is it not coming? So I can define that. So we can just take that parameter, should be get default middleware, and here I'm gonna pass let's say within that should be get default middleware, and on that I'm gonna passing an object which should be getting that serializable check, and on that check I'm gonna make that ignore action paths, or I think ignore actions going to be okay. Here I'm gonna pass that flux, so the flux which I have at the top, flush, then also rehydrate, and after that also it gonna take the pause, and then also persist, and then purge, and after that purge, after that register. So let's see what we are having there. Ignore actions, why it's not having there? What is saying persist plus and okay a boolean value, so it supposed to have that. What's wrong in that properties? Okay, that's not ignore action, should be ignored actions. Okay, so right now once I did that, you see the error has just wiped away, so we are good to go. We can add more product, and even we hit the reload, it's supposed to be there, not to be just go away. And now after having this proportion, if we go here, you see Redux persist failed to create sync storage. It will just appear whenever you are having that, it will appear. Reload, and it's appearing. Okay, it's not appearing anymore. I'm gonna just remove stop that one and npm run it, because that error should be appearing. If it's not appear, means Next.js fix something to just go out from that error. Let's see, I'm gonna hit a reload and it's compiling. Okay, give it a time to just reconcile. Compiling. Okay, and compiled. As it compiled, as you see, we have that error. So what we need to do, we need to create a node storage to let that our server side render to understand what we are going to making. And to make that one, we will create a function over here which is going to help us to create that instances, and then we're gonna combine that. And how we can do that? So after this property, we are going to use that export function, or you can make a variable, should be create, or actually we can pass that create persistent store. Yeah, create persist storage, and with that parameter it will also just, I'm gonna take that combination here. Okay, done. persist persist storage. What's wrong? Oh, R. Okay, so here I'm gonna define that parameter over there, that persist storage also going to define some of the value of that, should be that web storage. So that's the components layer it's going to define. Is it having a problem? assignable. Okay, we can directly, if it's not getting like that, we can define it in a different method. So that should be that web storage. So we are going to define that in a functional layer. So that should be web storage parameter, then define that. So also it will work on that. So now const is server. We need to create a dummy server here. Should be, I think we will just roll back to our previous one. It should not providing the error. We'll see if it's guessing the error, then we can fix that one also. So now make is server action, which going to be type of that will be for our window is equal to undefined. So that's the first is server parameter. Now we will create dummy server here. And how we can create, if is server is available, means we have a session of server, then what it gonna happen, it gonna return, and from there it gonna return that get item parameter, return get item. Y is taking the key get item, and from this parameter we are going to passing the return. We're gonna pass a promise dot resolve. We're gonna first resolve that one, which will be a nullable value. So that's the one thing. And then after that also we're gonna set item. On that instances, again we're gonna return an instances which going to be a promise, and that one also we're gonna resolve on that with an empty variable. So not that resolve is importing from somewhere maybe, so it should be promise dot resolve. Okay, and after that we're gonna also make that remove item, which going to be removing the item parameter from there, which also going to be returned as a promise dot, which will be resolve. So first one it should be nullable, then later on it's just gonna be contradict with that instances, and from here we need to return that value return, which will be create web storage. So web storage, we're gonna pass that our local storage. So that's the value we are going to grab from there, should be web storage. Here I think okay, it's not assignable to type web storage. Why? Did we define that? I think we can just go in that to instances. Let's see if it's working. What is saying, create persist storage implicitly has any value. So the web storage, why is not taking the hit? If I just okay, we was good until when? Let's see. Our function was working perfectly, but it was never worked perfectly. So promise type get item set item promise resolve void undefined is not assignable to the web storage. And from where we are taking that? We're taking that web storage from Redux. Is it going to like that? What's wrong here? If we just check our previous versions, it's working. So means we messed up something. We are passing that web storage directly here. So that will be that parameter, and from there we can, if we want to remove that simple arrow function, then also we are having a problem. Web storage, and right now, so implicitly has any value. Oh, okay, export const. It should not be const. Export should be a function. That's the where it going to take the hit. So now we can say the web storage. So then that one export function create web storage, and what is there? Statement return does not include is undefined because we just removed the properties from there. Okay, okay, sorry. It should be a while on this position. What's wrong? Okay, so the return value is there, and after the return value, after this parameter should be passing that, and also need to import this one. So now we have one dummy server, so this server going to be running there. So first of all, we need to connect that server to our particular storage parameter, right? So to do that, remember we already connected that one with the storage we have here. Did we connect it? Yeah, that's the storage. But this time we are not going to use that storage from Redux persist. We're going to create our own storage. How we can create that? Remember this one. So it will be const rage storage is equal to, should be type of, and we're gonna take in a window. If it's not equal to there, like if it's not equal to undefined, then we're gonna define something, otherwise we're gonna define something. If it's like undefined, if it's undefined, then we are going to be just creating that persist storage. Okay, so that's the one we're gonna do. If it's not there, we're gonna just create that function. So that one, it's gonna pass us a dummy server. If it is already there, means it's undefined, then we're gonna also create a dummy web storage, which I'm going to taking as a local value. So right now we are passing that storage directly here. So right now if it's loading here, even I just Control C to remove that, npm run dev, and let's see if we have that error, which is going to be just a fallbacking for the no storage properties, which is previously heading. You see the ready is starting. So if we just reload, it's gonna be compiling, and after compiling this time we should not have that error. So just have a look. You see it's compiled and perfectly working without any particular error. This whenever we're gonna click on buy now, it should take us to the cart. Right now we didn't have any page as name as cart. So in that user scenario, so in the user, I'm gonna take a different folder or a new folder which going to name as cart, and within that cart I'm gonna take a page.tsx or a fce. So this one going to be named as cart page. Okay, if I hit save and now click on that buy now, you see now I am within my cart page. So we are going to wrap it with our container. So let's just copy and paste it here, and now as the cart, it's gonna be rely on especially for our state, or as you can say, it will be rely on our store. So right now if I want to take the data from the store, we need to use the useSelector hook. So that's why our cart page should be as a client-side component. But instead of making this page component here, I'm gonna just create a several component, which if I go and create one file, which going to be cart container.tsx. So this one we are going to render the cart product here, and then we are just going to append this thing here. So it will be cart container. Okay, so the cart container is just showing up here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna call the product, especially for the cart product in this scenario. So instead of doing it here, I'm gonna close others, and if we just check in the not header, but I believe it's in a sidebar cart, you see how we got that cart product. So that's the same scenario we can create. So we can just grab that here using the use selector to get our all card item. We can also check that store state, and after that, as we are using that portion, we need to make that use client. So hit save. So after saving, we should be able to get our product here. No worries, we're gonna just showcase the products whatever we are getting right now. So how the things it will going to look like if we just go back here in our previous example. So now if we just go to, you see that product, price, quantity and subtotal. So in that ratio it should be aligned. So we need to create that one right now. And to create that one, let's go in our cart container. Here we're gonna take that action. So first I'm gonna define some parameter. If that cart dot length, okay, cart dot length is bigger than 0, then I'm gonna show a div here which going to showcase the product. And some way, if there is no product, if there is no product in the cart, then I want to showcase one div which will be no product. For right now, I'm gonna keep it like that. Later on, we're gonna fix this so the product is available, right? So if the product is available, we want to showcase the product. How we can showcase that? So within div, I'm gonna take another div parameter, and on that I'm gonna take an h2, which is going to say us as product. I'm going to just duplicate that several times. One will be product, one it will be price, another we are going to just create that as quantity, and the last one it will be subtotal. Save. So as you see, 4 quantity ratio is there. So now we need to fix that to okay, should be here. Let's go. Okay, so now we need to arrange it in a proper way. What we can say is there, class name should be, I'm gonna make a padding bottom of 20, so it's gonna crush everything within that scenario. And over there, I'm gonna take a class name which is going to be width of full, and I'm gonna define a height of 20, and then bj, I'm gonna just make a default dummy bj. Background color should be f5, and text should be accent. I think we're giving the accent, and by default it will be hidden. So an LG screen, I'm gonna just make it as a grid. So is it like that? If we go over here, yeah, that one is gone, so we can put in that scenario. And then we're gonna make that grid columns of 5, and also there place content should be center, and padding X should be, we can say it will be 6, and text should be LG, font should be semi-bold. So now if we go over there, as you see, we have that portion, so means that scenario we are creating right now. Yeah, we will make that one as a 2 span, so it's cool. Now we have product, price, quantity, and other scenario. For that h2, for this product ratio, I'm gonna make it as a call span of 2, so it will take a little bit more room than this unusual things here. Oh, sorry, not, it should be call span. Yeah, call span 2. As you see now, it's stretching everything in the other side. So now after that portion, I'm gonna take one more div here, and within that div, remember I have my cart, right? So cart.map, we're gonna pass that item, which is the product data item we have here, and we're gonna return as another div, or we can say we can return another item. I'm gonna just grab one component here, which will be that cart item.tsx or fce. So the cart item properties should be aligned here. It will be cart item. Okay, and from there we need to provide the key, which will be item.id, and then also we're gonna provide that the card, entire card, we can say we can send them there, or we can just simply send the item from there. It just depends on us. So right now okay, we're gonna also pass entire card, so should be that card, and we're gonna pass the item, which would be our single item. If I come over here, you see that is available right here. So to make that one looks a perfect ratio, what I'm gonna do in that div sense here, on that layer, put a class name, margin top should be 5, just to scratch a bit in the bottom layer. So now from here, I'm gonna take that scenario as I'm gonna just make that one, this 2 portion which you are sending, which one is the cart and another one is the item, and the both we're gonna define that interfaces, which are going to be as and props. And for the cart, it will be that product data, which in the array, and for that item, which just going to having that product data, and this one we are just going to line on that as props. Okay, done. So now we need to make a several scenario here. First scenario, we will just go and define what kind of things we want to show and how we want to make that happen. So first thing first, I'm gonna come over here. Remember, we used to make a 5 column at the top, so I'm gonna make it width should be full, and it will be go in a grid, and grid column should be 5, and margin bottom should be 4, and border I'm gonna provide, and padding y should be 2. So that's the ratio, that's the scenario we are now creating, you see. So after that, on that particular instances, I'm gonna take another div ratio here, or you can say, yeah, I'm going to take another div. Why it's not coming? Another div, and also for that div I'm going to make it a flex. Flex should be, I will make flex, and by default that call span I'm going to provide a 5 call span. It will be default. MD call span should be 2. So whenever hit an MD to span, item center and also gap should be 4, and margin left should be 4. So that's the first parameter here. So in that one we're gonna first say icon, cross icon we're gonna provide, by which a person can delete the item from the database, not from the database, from our store. And this one for class name text, it will be the accent color. Hover text should be is it that we have the right color, right? We need to go in Tailwind. We have light red. Yes, it should be light red. And after that, cursor pointer and the duration, you can go also create that hover effect portion here, so no worries. As you see, if we go here, okay, but this, yeah, that's kind of same thing we are creating here. Cool. So in that icon, what is going to happen? But before just making that other scenario, I'm going to take another link parameter by which I want to showcase the product image. So on that link, I'm going to take my image key from the, like the image need to import from the next image. And here I'm going to define the source. Remember how we use the source URL for, then item.image, and then dot get me the URL from there. That's it. And also for the href, it will just take / because we are going to use the backtick here, should be / product, and then / we need to provide that our unique ID, item dot slack dot current. And here in alt tag we're gonna make that item dot title. And for the width, we're going to provide a width of 200 and the height of 200. And for the class name, width 32 defined, 32, height 32, and object should be content. Hit save. We should be able to see one image right now. So right now, if we also click that image, it will go directly to that particular single image section here. And now I'm going to just popping up the other parameter. Or here on that cross icon, we can also make that on click event. And to do that, we also need to like const dispatch should be use dispatch. So we're going to write one single just simple arrow function, and here we're going to take 2 parameter. First we're going to dispatch, and that dispatch going to make that remove from cart, and within that parameter we're going to pass that item dot ID. If we just go in that slices, as you see what we did here, we make that one for remove from cart. We are just going to take that from that action.payload, means whatever we are going to sending directly in the payload, we can just contradict with that, which is not equal to as ID. So first we need to just send back our ID over here, and it will work fine. So after dispatching that method, also we're gonna make that as a toast.success. So should be toast, need to import dot success. Here within the here within the backtick formation, we're going to maintain that item dot title, which also make that to substring. We're gonna properly align out 0 to 12, just making that deleted from cart. And now if we come over here, click that, you see that one is removed. If I click one more, it's removed. So now our removal function is working perfectly. So this parameter over here, it seems quite good. And after that image, that link of that image, we also going to take another h1 tag, which going to define that our, let's say, item.title. So we'll make that, we are just going to grab that portion from here, because that's the same thing we're going to do it here. Save. So instead of 12, I'm going to make it as 20. Save. You see the product title over here, so you can see the name, which product is that one. So here I'm going to provide an class name for that h1. Font should be that semi-bold. That's it. Okay, so our product section is done. So this is the div which surpluses all the criteria. So now here we're gonna take another div, right? So on that div, taking a p tag, and over here, or instead without a p tag, we can simply just, or I'll go with the p tag, and then for method price, and within that price we're gonna pass the amount. The amount should be our, what you can say, it should be item dot price. So that would be the amount, you see it's there. So for that proportion, we are going to just make that, we will make that flex width, it will be 1/3, so half of the width it's gonna take. Not for this one, yeah, I think that would be good. Item center, we're gonna, text should be LG, and font should be semi-bold, so should be, it will be the center align. Okay, is it not coming? So why is not happening? Put some class name. We're gonna make that as a call span of 5, and MD should be call span of 3, and then a flex item center justify between, padding Y should be 4, and padding and then whenever we're gonna hit an empty screen, padding Y should be 0, padding X should be 4, LG padding X should be 0. Hit save. Let's see what's the things it just created over here. Okay, now we are in the middle. We have the price section, we have the product section. Now let's bring up the quantity portion, and after that the subtotal portion. And to go with the quantity, we need to think how we're gonna shuffle that. You see, in the quantity you're gonna have two buttons. One, it will increase the quantity, one will decrease the quantity. In the subtotal, it will showcase our entire price method. So first we are just going to pass that price section over here. So that's the p tag. After that p tag, I'm gonna just get one, let's say below that p tag. So okay, we can say like that. So I'm gonna take another div. Here should be for method price again. For method price, over here we're gonna pass that amount should be item dot quantity into should be item dot quantity into item dot price. So the price section calculation, it will come over here. Right now it will showcase, you see, it's showcasing there. I think we need to roll back one step further, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, there. Okay, so right now what we are going to do is that to showcase that within that scenario, let's put a class name on the div. So it should be class name. So also we're gonna take another div over here, which should be that quantity. Okay, so to implement this one, we're gonna say that similarly, which should be 1/3, as you're gonna divide that flex item center, and then font should be bold and text should be LG. Save, and we should be able to see that. You see, the title is there. Now we need to fix the quantity portion, and for that quantity also put a class name which going to be width should be 1/3, and it's gonna be a flex item center, gap should be 6, and text should be large text. Now we are having the quantity. From this static quantity, we need to create that dynamic ratio. And how we can do that? It's pretty simple, straightforward. How we can do that? We're gonna just grab like we can say one span, which is going to be like say far minus icon, and after that going to grab a, let's say a p tag, which will define that item dot quantity, then another span tag which should be far plus icon. That's it. So that two individual layer, it's going to give us this proportion. So for the quantity, it's a not that much property should be aligned there. Text, I'm gonna make any small text, and font should be semi-bold just to keep it aligned. And for that span tag, that's where the magic going to start. So width should be 6 and height should be 6, and also bg should be gray of 100, and then we can say bg gray 100, text should be sm, going to flex item center, justify center, hover bg should be dark orange, but we're gonna provide a 10% of opacity from there. Cursor should be pointer. Border, we're gonna define a border of 1 pixel, and then border should be gray of 300. Whenever we're gonna hover, border would be it should be border would be dark orange, and from that dark orange scenario I will keep that same dark orange, and also we're gonna pass that our hover effect properties. Now as you see on-site hover, okay, cool, the same things I'm just gonna copy that, and also for this one I'm gonna just pass this. Okay, so right now we have this pen. Instead of span, you can also align that button, right? As it's clickable things, you can also keep the button, no worries for that ratio, it will work similarly with same fashion. So now what we're gonna do, once we're gonna click, we need to add one quantity. Once we click in minus, we need to decrease the quantity. So now we will create that increasing and decreasing functionality over here, by which we can increasing the command like the quantity and decrease the quantity. So it will be creating an on-click event, handle minus. So mi and us handle minus, by which we will decrease the quantity over there. So here we will say cost handle minus, which is going to be a simple arrow function. And to just go with that, because as you see also we are having that minus, we cannot make that one like if it's 1, we cannot decrease less than 1, right? So that's the properties we need to create. For right now we have nothing to do here, but we're gonna create that functionality so that it will not just increase like that. So first of all, I'm gonna grab that existing quantity, and how we can make that happen. So I'm gonna take an instance, should be const existing product set product should be use state. By default we're gonna just make it as, let's say, null, and within that null property, in that use state, we're gonna also make it as a type shape, should be product data, or it can contain that null property. So both that can be handled within that scenario. I'm gonna just remove that extra parameter. So right now we're gonna also define that using an use state hook. Okay, not use state, as use effect hook. So use effect, and also we're gonna use that empty for that to create that it will not render if that changes is not happen. Then dependency, it will be one for the cart, another for the item. So now what kind of things we're gonna render from here? So const available products is equal to, it should be the cart dot, we're gonna go in a find method and take the parameter as a product. So within the product should be product dot id is equal to whatever the item we have, item dot id. So that should be matching together, available available, and also that products we're gonna pass that as the parameter, which should be our product data. Why was wrong over here? So that's the, we call it the product, okay, should be underscore. Okay, so like I'm gonna just look forward within this entire cart item, if anything is matching with that id, means it's available already, right? So now we're gonna write a single condition over there, if we have that available product. So if available product is there, then only we can set something, and other than we're gonna just go with some other property, right? So if the product is available, then we're gonna make that set existing product is equal to be that available product. So now we can set the available product from there. Whenever it's matched, it will just go and pop up that instances. So in the handle minus options, we're gonna write a simple functionality. If we have that existing product, then what is going to happen, others when it's going to happen. So it will be one simple is and else condition. Here what I'm gonna say, if we have that existing product and dot quantity is bigger than 1, right? Only then we are going to, and also we need to provide that scenario which will be as number. So now if we have that existing quantity is bigger than 1, then we're gonna dispatch something which will be decrease quantity decrease quantity. Here I'm gonna passing that item.id, and also we're gonna pass a message, should be toast.success. It will mention that quantity decreased successfully. And if it's not mentioned with that, like if it's not like is equal to like is less than 1 or 0 it can be, then it gonna pass that that message, quantity cannot decrease less than 1. So this is in our local host. If we click, we should be say quantity cannot decrease less than 1. So that's the one parameter. And another parameter is that to just dispatching the function to increase the quantity. So within that parameter on that button, we are just going to simply write on click. On click here, we're gonna write a simple setup. So should be on click, and there we will make that dispatch increase quantity, should be item dot, and here we're gonna pass that our ID over there, and also we can just pass that toast dot success message, which will be quantity increase successfully. Okay, so right now if we click, as you see, is increasing. If we decrease, it's also decreasing, but it cannot decrease less than 1. Also we can do one setup things. So if whenever we can make it as the like not like anybody cannot make it a touch on that, so we can set the value const disabled set disabled, should be use state it's going to be as false. So right now is finding that available item. You can also make that scenario to find that disable item means the quantity. You see that the solution what we are giving here, so that's the one we can count, and that's the portion we can use. So this the scenario we can make that one, like whenever the number is there, okay, or we can just go over here. So we can just create for you here on it also not be available, and also we can just handle minus, we can make it as a disable, but this time you need to keep it and that use effect. So it depends on you. I'm just blocking that one, but you can also make that one as the simplest way of possible. So right now we can increase the quantity, we can decrease the quantity. So I think it's a good way to go in that cart item. If we go over in this place, so the cart item, and after that we also going to provide a button here, which by which we can remove all the product from there, which will be reset cart, and you can see it's here. So let's grab some design for it. So in that button we're gonna make some class name, padding y, it will just going to be 2, padding x we're gonna put it 10, and then background color should be light red. Let's see it's working or not. Yeah, it's working. And after that red also we need to define that text should be white, or we can just make that instead of this proportion we can make red of 600, or we can go with the 700. Okay, then I think no, the previous one is good. Light red is combining the proper way. So when the font should be semi bold, and we're gonna make it an uppercase, margin bottom should be 4, so we can take the other parameter, and hover bj should be red of 600. So we're gonna pass that hover effect to combine that design ratio, as you see. Okay, cool. You can also make that rounded MD or SM just to see that properly, and also can say text should be a small text. Okay, I think padding y should be 3 would be in a perfect way. So whenever we're gonna click, we're gonna reset our entire card, right? And to do that, it's a very simple. So what I'm gonna say, on click handle reset cards. So we did that within that function we're gonna just handle the cart reset parameter. So it should be const handle reset, and we need to get our dispatch method. Dispatch should be use dispatch. So here we're gonna do two things. First, we will get the confirm message, right? We are not going to directly reset the entire card. We will take the confirmation from the user, because maybe by default or by mistakenly you can just click on that and your card is resetted, which is not a good practice. Is it our header? Our header is not, yeah, it's moving. So I'm gonna just go back our header real quick. I'm gonna make that one as sticky. So sticky z should be 50, top 0, left 0. Okay, yeah, now we are having it. Like to see the use case scenario, if we click on reset card, so that alert first it will come, then we're gonna reset our entire card. So to, okay, header is sticky, we create. So right now what we're gonna say, we're gonna make that as a confirm message, should be confirmed, and that confirm, it will be coming from that window.confirm, and there we'll say, are you sure to reset your card? And if that confirm is saying the yes, then we are going to reset the card. So it should be dispatch, and here we're gonna just make that reset card with just simple function, and then toast.success should be card reset successfully. Hit save. And the same scenario, if we come over here, reset our card, yes, you see the no product is available right now, because we sending it that no product should be showcasing like that. So if we roll back in my component here where this no product layer is available, here we're gonna provide a motion.div to create an align with the motion, and to let effective the motion, we need to install that npm I framer motion. So that's the library which we are going to use to combine that our motion effect. And to get that things done within our application layer, we need to import that one, should be import motion from it should be, did we, yeah, we misspelled the name, should be npm I framer motion. So instead of that, it will grab that our same case framer motion. Let's install. So after installing, it will just combine in that loop. So on that motion perspective, what kind of things we are going to showcase within this parameter? First thing first, we are going to have a div here. Within that div, we should have an image, so it will be one image ratio. So on that particular image, what we are going to define is that we will provide one is imported, not yet. So the source property, it should be going there, empty card. Did we have that image? Let's just see if we are having that. So in that component, I'm going to close all. So in the source, we doesn't have any asset properties, so we are just for right now, okay, without, I don't want to showcase any image, I will just pass the message directly, which going to be one h1 tag and saying your card feels lonely, then we're gonna pass a message and then tag. So it will be just a simple scenario how we are going to add that positioning. So I'm gonna just popping up also that link need to be getting from the next link. So what we are generating here, that your cart feels lonely, your shopping cart lives for it to serve, give it purpose, fill it with books. So that's the message. If we just roll back, if we click on continue, it will take us to the home. So let's roll back here. We're gonna keep that within the middle. So first thing first, put a class name, should be flex and should be item center, justify center to keep in a center align. And also therefore we can make that padding y should be 20 just to give it a room on that. Okay, cool. And for that motion parameter, initially it will be just simple of that y should be, let's say 20, and opacity should be 0. And we want to create an animation effect. So once we animate, and then y should be 0 and opacity should be 1. and then we are going to effect that transition, and the transition, it will be duration. We're going to provide 0. Duration 0.4. okay, it's safe. So now if we just reload, you see it gonna just scroll a bit from there. So that's we have right now. And also if we click and add more products, now you see that will be disappearing and we have our product. So after having that product, now we need to provide a showcase by which user can purchase the product. So that's the button. We are not going to having the coupon slot till now. So I'm gonna just grab a div here. Within that div, I'm gonna take another div and then put an h1 tag, should be cart totals. So here we're gonna define the cart totals. In this scenario, it's having this side. You can keep it at this side, you can keep it on this side. It just depends on you. So let's put some class name, should be max width of 7 axle, and then we will also make that one as what you can say. For right now, what I'm going to do, instead of keeping that proportion, no, let's just have that. Also flex justify in properties we're gonna provide, so that it will be this side. And I'm gonna just a small bit so that you can see it properly. I'm gonna keep it side by side. Okay, cool. So now we have the cart totals, and for the cart totals, providing the class name, we should be text should be 2xl, and font should be semi bold, and text should be right properties. Okay, and after that h1 tag, we should have another div, and within that div properties, gonna a p tag should be subtotal. Subtotal, and here we're gonna make that formatted price should be available there, and after that we're gonna just put an amount which should be just right now I'm gonna make it to 50 just to showcase how it's going to be look alike. In that div, put a class name. That one, instead of putting it here, we can grab it here. Class name, we're gonna give a width of 96, and flex should be in column, and we're gonna also provide gap of 4. Okay, and for that this portion here, so that's the div. I think that's the p tag which we need to work on. Need to flex item center, justify between to stretch bit everything, and then we're gonna make a border should be 1 pixel, and then border should be gray of 400, and also we're gonna make that border bottom should be 0, so that it will creating this scenario here. So bottom should be 0, and after that also we need to combine that properties. Padding y should be 1.5, padding x we're gonna just make that 4, I think. Yeah, I think that will be fine. And text should be LG, font should be medium. Okay, that's cool. So one is that one, another it should be, I'm just gonna duplicate 3 times. Okay, so now right now for, I think that's the last one. Yeah, that's the last one, so that the border bottom this requirement is not necessary. Okay, so right now there would, in the subtotal, it will be just going for that shipping charge, and that one it will go for our total. And after that scenario, like we're gonna give the price there in shortly. So now after that we are going to have a button directly, so it will be a button. As you see, that's the button layer we are going to create right now. So also we can go our button which we have previously we have been created, so we can save the button and it will just showcase that proceed to checkout. You see the button flag is super dump, so one down layer here. So right now instead of that button we have it, okay, no problem. So instead of wrapping it over, we can pretty much providing that, I think it should work here. I don't know why is, okay, that's the div we need to work on, so it should be okay, let's just think how we can see that. I think here is good, no worries. But the problem is after passing this portion we cannot grab that property, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna wrap that. So that's my div. So instead of pushing that everything in between, I'm gonna cut it. I'm gonna wrap within another div directly, and then I'm gonna proceed that one within its circle. Okay, cool. So right now we have the button, put a class name, and then we're gonna define how we want to see it. Padding y should be 3, padding x should be 8, and rounded should be, is it rounding over there? Yeah, little bit rounded, so it will be defined rounded should be MD. Okay, and in the hover effect we are having that similar effect. So now we need to combine the functionality, and then we're gonna make that other parameter. Also we have the disable flag, remember, disabled. For right now, let's go in the button. I think we don't have any flag called disabled, which should be a, if it's available, should be a boolean value, and that disable flag, whenever that is coming, it will appear. So disabled, and right now we're gonna pass our disable. So if we go over here and say it's true, right now as you see it's still showcasing, but we can say whenever if is disabled, background color should be gray of 300. You see, now it's just affecting the color. Also we can provide is the way we want, it depends on us. So instead of 300 this color, we can say dark orange and giving an opacity of 20. Okay, or we can say as 40. So if we just make it as false, we can just click on that. So we can create the scenario according to the facility we are going to entertain. So we are going to make it disable according to our session, means the user. If the user is available, only then it will be visible. Otherwise, if it's no user, if we just roll back from here, sign out, and then go back to card, like okay, still I think maybe it's taking, yeah, you see, it's just not updating it. So without the session, it will not be able to create the checkout. So let's go. We're gonna create right now our session, which we will use that Auth.js, and to do that we will just go with get started, and we'll get started with Next.js. So we need that command to install the dependency and install it, and after it's gonna install that NextAuth, which is now in beta mode, and after that also it will generate that NextAuth secret command. So that command we can use in our .env file over here, which going to be apply that one. So here we're gonna dump this merge secret, which will be NextAuth URL, auth secret, and Google ID. So for our URL, it should be right now the localhost 3000, that one it will be. And to generate the secret, we can directly go and run that command in that our local file. It will just generate one secret file, which it will be coming on that local variation. But also you can generate, if you just to see how you can get the secret, it's just a configuration you need to follow through. So after that we need to create a file named auth.ts in our root directory. We're gonna do that. So in from that env file, I'm gonna just cut that there, I'm gonna paste it, and this one I'm gonna remove. Okay, so what I'm gonna do in that root layer, in our application layer, we need to provide several properties. So there I'm gonna just provide one more node over here. It should be in the root layer. Okay, it should be in the root. It will be auth.ts, and here we can just copy this portion which is mentioning over there, just importing the NextAuth and then providing the other parameter. And for that handler sign in, sign out, and auth, we are going to use that Google parameters just to grab the login for our this application, and also need to import that one. So for this provider, need to import Google from NextAuth providers./Google. And after that also we need to configure that route over there in our NextAuth route configuration. And to do that we need to go and grab the similarities. I'm going to copy this function And after that, let's roll back over here. I believe, did you have on API? No, we will create a directory called API. Within that API, we'll create another directory which going to be auth, and within the auth we're gonna create another one, dot dot dot, should be NextAuth, and enter. And here we're gonna create a file name route.ts, then paste it here. So now from there we can use the handlers. So this method is not working. It's because in that Tailwind, I think the tsconfig.json, we also, beside that properties, we will also go there, like we need to define that it will also generate the properties from our root like the root route parameters. So it will just go over there, / and then star. So it can also predefine the value from the root indicator, and now you see that can import from there. So this is the method we are going to be activated. So right now what we need to do is to create a sign in page. So this is our page. Here we will make that sign in, and here we will create another page which will be page.tsx. RAFCE should be the page which we're gonna create for sign in page. Now if we click on the sign in, you see we are now here within our sign in page. So in that particular tab we are going to go and create our authentication parameter. Now there is the several authentication parameters which we can follow through, but for our this build we will just go and create the authentication for that Google Authenticator. So now I'm gonna take our container, done. So putting the similar ratio, and here the class name padding y should be 20, flex column justify center, and item should be center to keep everything in the middle ratio. Okay, so right now what I'm gonna do is that create a sign in method within Google. So what I'm gonna do within that parameter, I'm gonna just render a from. So it will be a from, and from that form we're gonna provide that action and other parameter. But within that form I'm gonna pass one button here which is going to say sign in with Google. And for that properties I'm gonna just grab another, I need to provide the image, so I'm gonna define that assets, and from the assets we're gonna just grab the image which we require for that property instances. So I'm gonna just grab one Google image. Okay, that's the image we can just set it here to combine that. You can download from the web just to get one Google image and then use it here. So what I'm gonna do, first import that image here. So import Google image from, it should be asset and then Google image. So over here we're gonna take an image scenario, like to provide a combination. So it will be image, let's import it from the next image and close. So the source parameter should be that Google image, and the alternative tag should be also Google image. Hit save. Let's see if we can see anything here. Yeah, that's super big. We will just concat it to make it looks better. With a class name should be a flex item center, gap should be, we're gonna put one of the gap combination. And before going further, for that image, put a class name over here. I'm gonna make that width of 8. Okay, small image ratio, so that you see the image, it will not freak out right now. So now we can just go and grab some class name more here. So that time you'll put the border should be blue of 500. We can go align with that. Font should be semi bold, background color should be blue of 50, and padding X we're gonna give a 4, and padding Y should be 1.5, rounded should be MD. So let's see how it's looking like. Yeah, that looks quite cool. And after that, whenever we're gonna hover on that, background color should be blue of 800, and hover text should be white, and we will make that hover effect ratio to combine that other parameters. You see, okay, that's cool. Okay, so now once we hit in directly on that, we should be able to create sign in. So in that action, we'll just go and create a several synonym, which will be async function. So now here we are going to define, we will make use server. So that's going to hit that server action, and then await should be sign in from our auth, not from others, from our auth. You see that portion should be there. So in that sign in, we will pass the method of Google, and also we're gonna pass that redirect to, like after login, where it gonna redirect. Save. Now if we click on that right now, because we need to provide so many other variation, means the URL key for the success URL, not the success of, sorry, for that combination of that. If you just go back to our env file and check what we require right now, next pub this stripe secret, I think 2 more, auth Google ID and auth Google secret. So these 2 parameters, so one should be ID, another should be for secret. And how you can grab that? To grab this portion, I will just go with that Google Cloud Console, or we can just go with that Google Firebase, because we need to create one application to go and construct the layer for our Firebase Firestore. And from here I will change the account. So right now I'll just roll back to my console over here, and from the console I need to create one application. So as you see, we didn't create any application within that account. So right now it's showing to go okay, explore only the demo. So we can go over here. So we can go with get started a Firebase project. So right now I have no project within that email, so within that account. If I click, now I need to provide the name of our project, which should be Shoppers YT, and okay, accept the terms condition, okay, continue. And after continuing, I don't want to use that Google Analytics, so create the project. And after creating, we're gonna grab all the properties from here. So in this layer I'm gonna create one more file, which it will be firebase.ts, by which we're gonna create our Firebase authentication parameter over here. Then also you're gonna grab this similar parameters which is required for our application. Okay, let's click on continue. So our application which we are building is created. You see where within our application we will go for the web setup, and the name, like the nickname we can provide. So I will just provide the same nickname, YT, register our application. And after registering, it's gonna provide so many things which we need to just copy paste to our application layer. You see, first thing first, we need to install that application if we want to work with that. So let's paste here to install the Firebase, and after that I need to copy that entire things from here. Okay, so don't try to copy paste and use that one, because it will not be a good practice if you're using directly from here. So you use your own properties, because otherwise it will having an issue for your application. So in that Firebase.ts, I'm gonna paste everything. And as we are setting up the application layer, we also need to combine some of the properties. So let's just give a few time to install that one. So now we can define that once the application is there or not, and then how it can be go through that. So what we're gonna do, just reframe that on that get apps from our Firebase apps, and then we can just redefine on that. If the get apps dot length is there, means the application is already there, so then it gonna just pass that get app to get the application layer. Otherwise we're gonna initialize a new application. And to use the DB also, you're gonna make the DB is equal to get Firestore, and we're gonna just land our app here. So that Firestore need to import from this just say okay, it's not that one. Let's import Firestore, should be get Firestore store store from Firebase Firestore. Okay, so that's we're gonna wrap from here. And after that we're gonna export our, if we want to use the app, we can restore the app. Also we can get the DB if we want to use the DB. For right now we are just going to use the DB, which going to be storing our orders data, and later on we're going to configure the others parameter also. So let's just continue to console, and after continuing we need to set up two different variable. One, it will be coming for that Firestore database, where actually we can land through and keep our orders data. Whenever an user making the payment, we should be able to keep that data over in this database. So create a database, and we will just go through the default parameter, which now this for the test mode. So the Firestore, whatever is providing as default, we're going to grab that. Okay, creating. Let's hold a bit. Okay, our Firestore database is created. Then we'll go with our authentication. For that method, we will just go and create one authentication method. Should be get started, and then we're gonna choose what kind of method we are preferring. Right now we'll go with just simple Google and click enable. That's the project ID. Okay, that's the supported client ID and other parameters. So we need to provide that email, and this for this one we need to just roll back to our Google API console. So I'm gonna make save from here. Then we're gonna grab the data which is requiring for our Google client ID and Google client secret. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna grab that client ID and client secret. Note that one GitHub should be Google, so this one it will be auth Google secret. So now as you see that Google authentication is, we keep it enabled, hit save. Then from here we will just create just roll back to our change the application layer, and from that properties what we're gonna do, we're gonna select a project, and if we click in all, we should be able to see shoppers YT is right now here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna click on that properties, and also I need my application URL, which is going to be that localhost 3000. And from here I'm gonna just add a new URI, should be adding this portion, and after that in the URI should be adding this, which is going to be API auth callback Google. Hit save. After saving we should be able to get the secret. So that's the client ID we got, so I will copy that and paste it here. So we're getting our client ID. Now we need to grab that our client secret. If you click on that, and as you see, secret is available. So don't use that one because I'm gonna change it after building that application. Try to use your own secret which is available. So auth Google secret. So right now we have our auth ID and auth secret. Also need to press save, otherwise it will not work properly. If we come back here, go for our profile, we should be sign in, and click on that segment. You see, now we can go back and generate everything, and we can continue to our properties and then see the data flow. Okay, it's loading and it's coming back to our application layer. Okay, we are good. Now if we log in or not, how we can showcase, as you see that dummy image properties here. In this portion we will just focus to showcase our actual image. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go with that sidebar, and on that sidebar, remember that's the method which we need to implement. So of course we will make it an async function, cync, because we're gonna get our session which it coming from that get session, and that session it will be also getting imported for live manage session. We can just go and feel free to it. I think instead of NextAuth session we will we will just get from our auth. That's it. So the session it will be available right now. So if you just make a log here to just check if the session is available, so it will be session, and if we go back to our terminal, as it's still in server side, we can view it in our terminal. As you see, we have user, email, and name, and expiration data. So right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna remove that, so we can write a condition over here. As you see right now, as we have that one particular parameter, so one icon, so we're gonna replace that icon with that particular session provider. So what I'm gonna do, simple condition, if we have the session and then we have the user, then we're gonna provide something, otherwise provide something. So what's we gonna provide if we have the user, how it going to look like? So what I'm gonna do, render, whenever I have one user, I'm gonna just render one particular image here, and on that particular image we're gonna define that parameter because we want to showcase our user image. So the source should be a session.image which should be as a string, or without getting it over here, we can find a simple solution. Okay, what kind of solution we can provide? No, I think that's the one only we have. Okay, so image as a string, and the alt text should be user image, and also session.user should be there, user.image. So if we save, we should be able to see one user. For the first one should be applied there. Okay, let's see. Width and height need to provide because it's coming from the database. So width should be 35 and the height should be 35, and I'm gonna put a class name. Let's just see. You see that image is right here. So what I'm gonna do should be rounded, it will be a full rounded, and after that we're gonna make that minus translate x should be 12, which the same way we supposed to create that. Actually I'm gonna just copy this portion. Okay, and text Excel, it will not be there, rounded full. Anything changes, it should be appearing. Okay, the first one is appearing. Now we need to work for the second one, so I'm gonna just grab that properties, or we can just go over here, connect that. If we have that session.user, then something rather than something, and of course on that particular instance should be image ratio here, and instead of that we're gonna provide an image. Okay, I think didn't copy it. We need to grab our image and then we will grab the proper use case scenario here. Save. So right now we should be able to see our image ratio. Okay, you see, cool. So we're having our image. I think for the image it's I think 2 will be good, or let's go in the top. So it should be 2 maybe, not 2 actually, should be 4. I think it will be a good match on that. So that one is 4 and that one also in as 4. 4 is getting more spaces, so 2 should be providing. Okay, yeah, I think 2 is fine. So now if we click, we should be able to go and view our profile, from where we can just make that happen to roll case to with scenario. So as you see, we are now in the sign in method, so we need to combine one parameters. As you see, once we are hovering on that sign in, we need to cover that. If we have that session and then we have the user, then we're gonna provide somewhere, otherwise provide somewhere. If we have session user, then we are going to take us to not in that one but dashboard. Okay, and also for that particular session segment, like for that in user and also in the sign in, we can define it right now like const session is equal to should be await, and then we need to grab our auth, and this one it will be as an async method. So we can check a overview here. If there is no session.user, so it should be user, then redirect, and that redirect should be coming from next navigation. We will just redirect to, like if there is session user only, then we're gonna redirect. So right now it's gonna redirect to me directly in the home page. If I just try to go in that sign in, it will always take me back to our home page. So this one is getting messy in the sidebar. So what the things we made it wrong? So group hover, okay, in the group hover we can make it 4. Sorry, that's the one is okay. So this one we can make it as 4. No, 4 is not in good position. 3, 1. Oops, it should be okay. 4. So group hover, which one? The second one. So the first one is we are seeing right now. Okay, here. If we hover on that, I'm gonna make a reload here because that's messing things up. Okay, yeah, now it's cool. Okay, so we're gonna create one dashboard page over here. So in the user should be dashboard, and that dashboard, it will go to page.tsx rafe should be combining our dashboard page. Now if we click, we should be able to roll back to our dashboard page, and here we're gonna create our logout instance. So on that dashboard, we'll just define that in a very easy way. We'll get our container first here, and within that container parameter we can just define a simple possibilities. Should be getting the title. Within the title should be welcome to your dashboard, and also need to import that, not coming, so should be import title from, that should be components, and then we didn't create a title. How we supposed to create? Okay, there is none. Okay, then we can just simply generate that one. So instead of title, I'm gonna put an h2 tag. Class name, that should be text, should be 2xl. Font should be semi-bold. I'm gonna remove that properties. Okay, so now we are having that title ratio. So what I'm gonna do in that particular container, put a class name p padding y should be vertical, padding should be 10. Okay, and that 10 means around 40 pixels. So here we're gonna take one more div properties, should be div. Then we're gonna get one image properties also, and that image should be aligned from the next image. First, also we can grab our session, should be const session is equal to await out. So it will just wait for the out, and then here in the image section we'll put a source, should be session.user.image. Oops, should be dot image, which going to be applied as a string, and then alternative tag should be user image, and also for that one width I'm gonna provide a 200 of width, and also for the height 200, and for the class name, which should be 10, height should be 10, and we're gonna make it rounded off full, so should be rounded full. So now we should be able to see our user image right here. So after watching that image, we're gonna also provide another div layer. On that div, I'm gonna take a p tag, which going to be session.user.name, another one which going to be session.user.email, just to showcase the data over here. Okay, now for that particular instance, put a class name, should be flex, item should be center, gap should be 3, and margin y should be 5, and just a gap here. Okay, so after these instances, I believe what's wrong here? Okay, we put it in a wrong proportion. It not be here, it should be here. Okay, so after that instances, we will also going to get one sign out proportion, by which we're gonna create the sign out instances. And to grab that, after that div, we can also generate another button, or we can say is a from, and that from, it will say sign out. So we should be, is it a sign out? So here we can pass that class name, and we're gonna make it as a, like how we can say that, we can make it, or in that button we can in the from we can take a button which it will say sign out, and that class name we will not be providing here, but we're gonna drive it here, which is going to say like border should be gray of 400, and then padding x 4, padding y should be 2, and text should be SM, font should be semi bold, rounded should be MD, hover, background color should be BJ, gray of 800, hover, text should be white, and we're gonna make with that hover effect, and that button type, it will be, the type should be submit. You see, that's the button type which we are talking about. Also for that padding x we can make it 8 just to make it a much more bigger. Okay, cool. So right now we are having that portion. Also we can just make that BJ of gray of, I think 100 would be fine, just to create a ratio, or let's say 50. Okay, so now once we create the sign out method, how it gonna work, right? So in that action properties we will also define another async function, which is going to be async function, and then we're gonna make also going to be use the server. So use should be use server, and right now on that scenario we'll make await sign out. Okay, first we're gonna make the sign out, and then we will make that redirect to our home. So once the sign out going to be affected, it will redirect to us to our home. Click sign out, done, and okay, it already is here, so means that redirection it will not it's not working here. So what I'm gonna do, if no session dot user, then redirect to our home. That's it. So now we are cool. If we click on that profile, you see we need to also, if we go back here, we need to click on the sign in. It will come us in the similar fashion. Now if we sign in, then we will be able to get that properties to continue, and we'll get that things to be done. Now let's roll back to our card properties, right? If we go here in the card, we should be able to create the sign in property. You see, now we can create the sign like checkout, but if we are not logged in, what is going to be happen, right? So that's the things we need to showcase. So here we will, now we are not signing. So first thing first, let's roll back to our card. So it should be user in the card here, right? So from here we can grab the session directly. So it will be async. So const session await out. Okay, so now we're gonna pass the session to our card container, should be our session, and in the card container we can just grab that session, and right now I'm gonna pass it as any value because I know what the session contains, but you can feel free to make the define the types and make it much more better way. So in that button, what we're gonna do for the disable, we're gonna say if no session dot user. So if there is no session dot user, the button it will be disabled, as you see. And also what the text is there, sign in to make checkout. So what we're gonna do after that, putting a p tag, should be sign in. Please is there, so should be please sign in, to make checkout. Okay, I think that's gonna be the capital, make checkout. Oops, it's okay, done. So if we come back here, that's the text which we created right now. So what I'm gonna do is that, just to make it align, class name text should be center, text should be extra small, or I think SM should be in a perfect way, and font should be medium, text should be that light red, and margin top minus should be 3, just to keep it nearby. So now if we just roll back here and make the sign in with Google, so we should be able to see our checkout instances is done. Continue, and after continuing we can come over here, and if we go to cart again, so now we can make the checkout. But this method we will coming with if we have the session.user, and if there is no session and no user, only then it gonna render. Okay, so I think that's the first and foremost to go in that subsequent scenario. Now we need to go and make the payment authentication. So earlier we have been done all other formalities for that pages and other doable things. So if we roll back to our buy now, as you see in the shoppers, we can see the total amount which could be, and there is a little bit glitching over here where we are making that a shipping charge. We'll just fix it in a bit. So it should be in our cart container. So in the cart container for right now, what I'm gonna do for the shipping charge, I will just keep it empty right now because what we're not putting right now. So what we're gonna do first, we need to create the login, right? So let's go to create the sign in, which we created by using that Google. So we will sign in with our account, and after signing in we should be able to create the checkout instances. If right now, if I just roll back with that, if I click, so here the all things going to work together. If we just go in add to cart, so as you see in that add to cart button we have, so it will not be in that add to cart button, but if we just go in the cart item, I believe that should be here, that proceed to checkout. So in that button we need to make the functionality, so it will be on click, should be on click, and that gonna pass handle checkout. And as it's in shareable button, as you see, we are also need to pass that on click. Even from there should be on click, and on that on click, whenever we are going to pass the function on click, it should take our on click event. And also regarding that parameter, especially for that button parameter, you can also define the type for that, what kind of type it will be and how it will be, and that's your chance to find it away. I'm gonna just make that as an any right now. If it's available, any. Okay, on click should be okay, didn't put the comma, it should be on click. So right now if we define that at the top layer, should be here, so const handle checkout, and here we're gonna pass that parameter. Oops, it should be also an synchronous function. We're gonna put that later on. Yeah, it should be a synchronous function. And here just we're gonna make that toast dot success, not custom, success hello from checkout. If we come back right now and we click, as you see, hello from checkout is available, so means our button is working properly. So for this add to cart button, or for this checkout button, what kind of things we are going to do, we need to think about that first. Now here first we need to directly go within our API. Remember in our .env file there also need to provide it several things is available there. So first things, we need to create a response parameter, right? So should be const response, and that response we're gonna await, and then we're gonna fetch the response from there, our /API /checkout. We need to create that route later on, and also in that method we're gonna pass the method which should be a post method, as we are gonna directly contact with that our in that Stripe API. And also in the headers we are going to pass that parameter, which the content type content should be type, which going to be application /JSON. Now that's the one parameter, and after that we need to also pass a body, right? So in the body, what we're gonna prefer in the body, as the data it gonna be going through the from, like we are going to pass the data through our network conduit, we need to make our data as a stringify. Later on, once we are going to retrieve the data, we're gonna use that JSON format. Okay, so now it will be JSON.stringify, and on that stringify method I'm gonna pass the item, which is going to be the item, or directly we can pass the card. You can pass the item or you can pass the card, it depends on you. And also for the email, we can pass that email of whatever the email we have, that session.user.email. Okay, so that's the two parameter we are going to pass, and after entering this we're gonna return something, right? So if we're gonna just, for right now, we're gonna make that const response should be await. I'm gonna just make that as a okay, there is responses there. Result should be await response dot, I need to make it as a JSON format. So in the log I'm gonna just pass that result. So now it's time to create our API, as we are going to having that result on, we are just hitting on that API segment. So how we can create the API? Already we have one API here for that auth and that NextAuth. So here I'm gonna take another folder, which it will be for checkout, just a folder structure name, and here I'm gonna take another file which will be route.ts. In that route I'm gonna create a post method, right? So how I'm gonna create that? It should be export, and then we're gonna make that const should be a post method, and also it will go with a synchronous way, a sync format. Done. That's our route is there. Now in the route, as you know, we have a request body, right? So we can format on that procedure. So how we can configure? First of all, I'm gonna make a try catch block where we can define how it's going to work if we are having an error. So then we're gonna return something should be next response, and that next response is going to be imported from that next server. And also we'll take another parameter here which is going to be coming as a request, and that request it should be coming from that next request. Also we need to import it from the next server. So the response, it will go, if there is error, should be response.json. Within that JSON on object format, we're gonna pass the error. We're gonna pass that entire error whatever we have, and also you're gonna pass a status. A status should be 500, which normally is coming through that internal server error. So now we have that. So we're gonna define that our request body. So we're gonna get that request body should be rec body should be await, and that one it should be request dot. As you remember, we made the data as a stringify. So once we are receiving the data is also as an stringify data, but what we need to do to make it workable to create and return back it as a JSON data, because we need to work with the JSON, right? So I'm gonna just pass it as a JSON, and I'm gonna log my rec body here, request body, and also I need to pass a return message, right? So I'm gonna pass that return, and that time it should be a next response dot JSON, and here we're gonna pass a message story and others. So first of all, let's just pass a message. Okay, hello from checkout, and by default the status is taking 200. Also you can pass the status, no worries for that, 200. So means if right now we are just clicking on the checkout, proceed to checkout, we should have two different log. One log it gonna like just log here whatever the responses we are going to pull back from the API. Another log it will just replace here that whatever we have within that rec body. If I click, you see the message hello from a checkout, and also if you just go in the network, as you see we have the response as a 200. I think headers responses, okay, preview payload, okay, that's 200. Yeah, also if you just go back here directly, as you see we can now see we have our email, we have our also the item which we are forecasting here. So now as both of that is coming as an object, right? So what we can do, we can destructure that like that the whatever the JSON properties we are getting, we can destructure from that object. So we're gonna make that as an items and also as an email. And how we are passing items or item should be item. See, that's the error. You need to very specific on that. Should be await rec body. Okay, now I have everything I need. This time there is one more properties which I need to have, is that is good to have, is that Stripe secret key. So we need to have that key right now. So as you see here, we need to provide two key, which one is that next public stripe publishable key, another one is that next secret key. But today we are going with the secret key. I think that will be enough, as we are going to use the direct session URL, not just passing our URL back to our user in our frontend. We're gonna handle every single thing, all the checkout session within the backend will not go in the frontend part. So that's why we need only the secret key. So how you can create a secret key? Very simple. You just need to go back here into create an application. If you doesn't have an account, very simple, you just need to provide your name, account name, and then instead then it will just fall back through with that initial parameter. Even if you're having any problem to create any of that account, let me know in the comments. It's very simple. Go straight forward with the process, and I have so many videos in the channel. You can feel free to roll back and watch how to create a account in Stripe. It's very simple. So I have one account. After creating the account, you need to see either you are within that account or not. Then we have one tab is there. You can also copy that key from here, the secret key. You can reveal and copy. Also, if you want, you can go in the developers tab. From there you can roll back to that API keys, and from here you can see the secret key. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy that key, then I'm gonna use it. So you also need to do the same and then paste the key here. Okay, so I got my key. So what I'm gonna do, come back over here, I'm gonna just paste the key. Okay, done. So save and close that. So now I'm having the key. So what I'm gonna do, as the same account I'm using, because it's no need to create a several account for it. So now I have my Stripe key, right? So what I'm gonna do, I need also another parameter to install the Stripe. And how to do that? Here I'm gonna clear my terminal, so it will be npm stripe Stripe. So that's the package I'm going to use. Also, if you have any doubt, you can roll back to npm.js. Then you can just search for Stripe. As a very simple configuration, Stripe to get within our application. Previously, we need to use that several parameter to let it feel free to go in the work. For regarding that, we need to prepare for that Stripe and also other third-party libraries align with this Stripe. But today we are just going to use the Stripe without using any others. You see, very simple. That's the same procedure we are going to work. You see this type, new Stripe, that key, we are going to make the same. So okay, so let's just go over in our project. So here, before the try, we make const Stripe is equal to should be new Stripe, and here we're gonna pass should be a Stripe. We're gonna pass that process.env dot not env, should be Stripe, and that it will be secret key. Okay, that's the key we are going to use. Also need to import the Stripe at the top layer. So import Stripe from not stream but Stripe. Okay, so now we are having this Stripe. Was it saying Stripe is not found? Is it not installed? Let's just check in our package.json file. Where is our Stripe? It's here. It's already installed, but okay, I need to put it as a string method. So don't put the exclamation mark. Like normally what we used to do is to avoid that error, we are putting an exclamation mark, and that will giving an error whenever we are going to deploy in the Vercel, because Vercel is no longer accessing that parameter into define it, is it a string or a number. Okay, so now we are having that Stripe, so we can now process through and return back with the actual data flow. But before going further, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna extract the data. I'm gonna create the data in a different level. How we can do that? Should be existing items, should be await items dot, I'm gonna map through it, so should be dot map, and here I'm gonna pass the item, and that item will contain as a product data. And from there, what I'm gonna do is that just to align with that, I'm gonna provide an object, should be, and that's the simple procedure to follow. Not, and I need to wrap it with the first parameter, then within the object. Now I need to define the quantity. The quantity should be item dot quantity. So whatever the quantity as item has, I'm gonna also make an null check here. Pretty much it's just a straightforward scenario you need to create. It's so simple. So it should be something like that. So what we are doing here right now is that we are defining that quantity should be the item.quantity we are preferring. Like if we go in that our checkout segment here, I have one, but if I increase to quantity, that quantity I gonna follow through. Then within the currency we are taking that unit amount. So what is happening, we are passing that amount with an within the decimal value, so it can calculate and connect it properly. Like if I have a $10.10, it will calculate in a very crucial way that nothing should be missed out. And with that amount, it will multiply with that parameter, then it will get that exact value on there, right? And after that also we need to find something called origin. So const origin, it should be request dot headers dot get. We're gonna get origin from our origin. So that would be the origin. Like if we log through it, you will have a better idea what we are just logging. That origin means from where the request came from. If I just okay, we got okay, we are here. Yeah, that's the one. I'm just gonna reload a bit. Okay, we are here. So if we click, we should get our origin. You see, the origin is our local host. Why we are needing that origin? Because we, after the session is passed, then we need to redirect our user through that origin. Okay, so then we're gonna pass a session from our Stripe. So should be session is equal to await. And here we're gonna pass that stripe.checkout. Remember, if it's not showing you, you're in TypeScript, right? If this suggestion is not showing you, means there is something wrong. So you need to feel free and check out that how you can configure that. So checkout.sessions. We're gonna create a session, and from there we're gonna pass the payment method. So the payment method should be there. Payment method types we're gonna define, and right now is an array. You can pass the multiple type, like you can pass the card, you can pass some other parameter. You see the access debit, apply. There is a lot of Amazon Pay also you can say, but we'll just go directly with the card, no other parameter. And after that also you need to provide that line items. The items it should be which going to be our extracting items we are providing, and the mode should be for the payment. And after that we need to pass the success URL, and that URL should be the URL which we are passing, means our origin, then /success in that success we're gonna pass an session underscore ID, which will be equal to our checkout session ID. So means after that checkout we should be able to grab a checkout session ID. That's the one we're going to pass within our session URL. So then we're gonna have that cancel URL. It's the same parameter, but this time it's going to be coming up with a different format, which going to be like it will be origin. Then we're gonna pass that cancel, and here we also pass that key by which we can define it is cancelled or not. So that's the simple configuration we are going to make that happen. So it's cancelled, and whenever success is happen to be have the session ID. Okay, now we have that procedure, and also we're gonna pass a metadata by which we can check which user is purchasing that, and metadata should be our email which is coming from our frontend. And instead of passing the message right now here, we will just embeddedly pass our URL. So it should be URL, and within that key we can pass that session dot URL. So that's the URL session we are going to pass to our frontend. So now if we just hit back to our success over here, I'm gonna click the login again. Sorry, I'm gonna take the log again. So means we're gonna have something. If we click right now, and as you see we have one URL. If we click on that particular URL, we should be able to just, I'm gonna copy this URL. It's a long string. If we can copy that string content, let's see, enter. And after clicking, you see we are now in the Stripe portal. We can now make the payment from here, and we can just check each and everything. So means we have that URL, right? So when we are having that URL, our work is done. So means whenever we're gonna throw that URL, see, we can receive that URL over here, right? So means in the result we have the URL. So instead of passing that, I'm gonna just destructure the URL from here, which going to be await, and that should be response dot .json, right? And from there, if we have the URL, only then what we're gonna do, we're gonna just make that window.location, and from that location we're gonna also pass that href, which going to be is equal to URL. Means we are passing our window to directly go and just work with that particular URL, not to look back here. Okay, so now whenever we did that things, means we are having one session, and that session it also going to grab that URL, right? So now let's see if it's working or not. If we just before going there, I think it's better to have a success page. So we're gonna create that success, and here we will make that as page.tsx rafce, which going to be success page. And within that success page, we need to also combine some of the parameter. Remember, we are passing the value of session URL, so we can destructure that here. So should be interface, and within that parameter, passing that as a props. Should be search params, which we are passing that, and from there we need to grab that ID, which will be as a string. It can be string or it can be as a null value. And what we are talking about regarding that session ID, remember in the route we are having one ID. You see the session ID, we are having that, so the checkout session ID should be passed over here. So now in that page we should have that, so means we can grab that search params directly here, and also it will be the value as in props. So right now we can just log our session params. Session, why is not coming? Oh, sorry, not the session params, should be the search params. Oops, it's my bad, I'm writing something and saying something. Okay, now let's go back here. If we click on that, as you see, it will redirect to us to that page here, which for making that payment, right? If we roll back to our payment method here, we have 650, the previous one. So now if we just roll back and make a default payment, which is 4242, I'm not going with the reason, just passing the default value. You can go through to align with the reason if you want it to. I'm gonna make pay. So now after paying, it will take us back to my application. You see now I'm stripe checkout. So now you see what is saying, the following okay, SUCCESS, as we are missing the page here. Also, let's just go back here in that success URL with the session. Following texts are missing in the route layout. I think something wrong. We have success. So in that, did we make the page in proper way? Success page we have here in the URL, and that page. Okay, let's debug a bit. Okay, we got the session URL here, right? And the params is just getting the success screen. So now I think the payment is done. So I'm gonna close my previous one. The payment should be done, but we should be not getting the actual result which we supposed to get. Okay, now our payment is done. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna roll back to my home page here again. I believe the problem was so silly because in that route, as you see, we make /, but that will be coming as a query parameter, right? Not in the actual route. So it's just looking for that route. That's why it's not getting anything back. So you need to make that question mark to make it as a parameter, not indirectly as a route. So I'm gonna go back there again, and from that procedure, I'm gonna make again a checkout. Let's see this time how it's going to take. So the same parameter I'm gonna hit. Okay, 3, and hit the pay. So now after repayment, now this time I believe it should work. Even not work, we can check. Okay, it's working. So we have, as you see in that success ratio, now also if we inspect over here, as you see, we receive one promise from the server. Means okay, I think we got some error here. And is an error, or okay, in the search params we can directly destructure. Okay, we can make that const id is equal to search params dot that session id which we have. Now if we make a log the id, we should be able to see our id. Okay, you see that id is just defining here from the server. Okay, route success, your search params id should be awaited. Okay, If it's awaited, we can make it as async, and also we can make it as await. No worries. Await. Okay, done. So now once we destructure, you see it's not working. So means we can find a constitution here. Like if there is no ID available, we'll just make a simple function. If there is no ID, we are going to redirect the user, which is going to be directly to our home. So now once we do that, if we make in the, even though we remove that properties, it should not be making any problem. Okay, the search param session ID was wrong here. Search param session ID, it's supposed to work. Is anything wrong? Oh, I think which release we are using right now. So sorry, it should be our package, and we are using our latest. Yeah, that's the new feature is coming. So I think that's where the changes is coming from. So should be async. So we need to go in a synchronous way. So now, okay, right now we will try again. So if we just roll back to our home. Okay, now if we come back here within a success page and hit enter, as you see, it's taking back to our home, means it's working. And that one we can feel should be awaited before its properties. Okay, we can it's not a big deal, we can see in a bit. So first of all, now we need to get the session ID, and once you're having there, we will also create another container, not the container but for the components here, which will take us success container.tsx rfce. So there all the things going to work properly. So in that div initially, I'm gonna just write back our success container, and within that ID I'm gonna pass that our ID. And also if we just pull back over here, so I'm gonna make a payment right now. Okay, proceed to checkout, and right now we should be on that page again, and that time we are going to fix all the error. So okay, need to provide the name, and done. Now we should have an ID in that particular instances, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna grab that ID from our parent, and here the ID should be as a string. If we make log, we should be able to see our ID. Okay, let's just see the log. Okay, ID is not coming here. Why is, okay, is it not giving me the log? Should be ID. That's the ID. So we have that ID already. And from here, I think it's not required. There's sometimes it's having issues, sometimes not. I don't think so that would be an issue. So we get the ID, and having, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna run my project again. So npm run dev to see if that is still persisting. Okay, we are there. I'm gonna reload my page over here. Okay, still persisting. Right now I think it's doable, it's working. So we'll see if it's not passing that properties, then we're gonna fix that. But I think it's just coming a glitch from the latest build for the Next.js. So what I'm gonna do is, right now, once we are coming in the success screen, we should be create a design for the success screen, right? So how we can do that? First of all, once we are landing here, I'm gonna just, instead of that, I'm gonna making that a loading parameter or an other property. First of all, this page over here, the success session container should be an use client component, because here we're gonna possess our client functionality. And on here, I'm gonna also grab so many properties here, which will be really a good idea. But first of all, let's just go and pass something like when we are here, we need to be having our card items, so we can check here. So should be const, and we're gonna pass that card should be is equal to use selector, and we're gonna pass that card from their state which going to be our store state. I think did we have that? Yeah, we have the type, and from that parameter it should also grab that state dot shoppers. So now we have the initial properties, and we also did that previously, like in the card, which is having we need to provide some of that parameter, which is going to be defining that for our dispatch method, because we're gonna handle one dispatcher also. We also grab that use session parameter. Right now we cannot use that use session because we didn't wrap our application in that layout. We didn't wrap it with the session provider. So let's roll back to our layout here. Now this entire things I'm gonna wrap with our session provider. Should be a session provider, and that session provider need to import from that our NextAuth. Should be import session provider from, it would be NextAuth / I think it should be React. Okay, so now we will be able to use that use session hook over here, so that it will be super simple to also grab the user from that instance. So now what we have the cart product, we have the dispatch method, we have the data like the session we have from the use session, we have the total amount which we're gonna show in case is needing, then we have our total loading instance, because this amount we will send directly to our database. Now how we can grab the total amount? So if we just make an use effects hook here, we're gonna pass the method to focus to get our total amount, and that will having a dependency along with the cart. So first thing, how it gonna happen, let price is equal to should be 0, and here should be clone, and here should be cart.map, and first thing first, I'm gonna pass that as an item, and from that from that item I'm gonna make that price plus equal to item.price pri, okay, item.price, and into should be item.quantity. And here what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna return that particular price. So after returning, we should be able to get the price here, where we're gonna set our total value as an price. Now if we just log our total amount, let's see if we can see that. Should be total amount. Let's just make the inspect here in the console. As you see, now is 0, because okay, why is 0? It should provide something. Let's just hit reload here. Okay, as you see, now it's coming. So we have our total amount in it. So now we need to combine a function by which we need to save the order directly, and also then what we will do, we will pass our order to our, remember we have one parameter, we have our store here in that Firebase data store, so Firestore database, so we need to save our order also here. So before going to pass the order to our database, we need to set up our Firestore admin, right? Because we need to use that Firebase admin to access our admin portal and then directly read the data here. And how we can set that? To set that, as you see, we have a Firebase service account key. So we need to enable that key. How we can do that? In that here, you can see the project setting, and from that project setting, we can go in the service accounts. So in that service accounts, we should be able to get an account key. Just give it a time to reload. So this the one, we need to generate a new private key. If we click over here, generate a key, now this key, it will be available in your download folder. Now what I'm doing from the download folder, what I'm gonna do is to grab that over here. Okay, so paste it. Should be my I'm gonna just rename that one, and that will be my, okay, why rename is not working, Firebase admin. Now we cannot directly cover up within the project layer. We can do it like we also need to create one Firebase admin portal. Now here I'm going to return that, I'm going to just expand it, so it should be Firebase admin.ts file. And here we need to grab our Firebase admin library, which also should be available here. We will search that, which will be Firebase admin. So that's the one SDK for Node.js. It's very simple. It's gonna provide you that all the functionality which an admin should have and can easily grab the properties directly. So first thing first, I'm gonna install that one here. And after installing, there is a legit way. You see, you need to initialize the app, same like the way we initialize our application layer there. First, I will import our admin, should be from Firebase Admin. And after importing, also I need to import one more property, which will be get apps, and that one also will be from Firebase Admin /app. So that's the two properties I need to grab. And after grabbing these two property, I also need to create our service account key. We can just do like that, const service account is equal to require. We can go with that require method to grab the key. Like I have that key, the same name which we are providing here. Remember, Firebase admin.json. So we can just make that Firebase admin.json. It will work on that format, but it's very good to not to use in that way, because we cannot push directly that file, like we cannot keep there in that root file. So we need to make it to provide that one within same figure as .env. As you see, we need to make that embedded with that Firebase service account key. And to remove that one, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just copy this entire thing. Then I'm gonna go in my web browser and I'm gonna search for remove line breaks. Now whatever coming first, I'm gonna click it here, and from this method, as you see, I'm gonna just paste it here and remove line breaks. So after that, I should be able to get that method, and instead of passing there, I'm gonna pass this method over here. So I should be able to get my key. So right now I can use it. So what I did, just to paste that whatever I copied from there, and that's it. Now it's working fine. So you also need to do that. So now instead of accessing that one, so this one is not required right now, I'm gonna delete it. And so we can now connect that one in this layer. So also this one is not required. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make that const service account. It should be json.parse, and with that method we'll go through that process .env dot the method name we provided over there, and we can make it as a string or exclamation. I think better as a string. Okay, so now we need to provide the admin proportion. If we doesn't have any get application there, dot length means we are not initializing any application yet. Then we're gonna go with that admin dot initialize app, and within that initialize app we need to provide that credential, and that credential should be admin dot credential dot certificate, and that cert, it should be our service account key. So that's the key which we are going to use, and from there we can hold it with that const admin db, which will be equal to admin.firestore, and also we will export that admin db, should be admin db. So now our db is good to go. We can use it in our application. Remember, in that success container, now we'll go to use on that. So let's go in our application layer. So how we can configure that, like whenever we are reaching in that segment, how to show that is it working or not. Just to show, we will also make some parameter which will be an const handle save order. So that's the one which will pass, and that one also it will be an async formula. And from there we need to pass our product to our database, and in that bottom below here, within that use effect formula, we will just pass that method. Within that, the dependency, it should be having the dependency as, we will pass that session.user when it's available, and also the card.length is available. So these two times it's going to make the call, and so that's the one. If also we will pass that, if we have the session.user and card.length, only then we will make that, like we will make that handle save order function. So now that's the function gonna run. So what kind of things it gonna have within that handle save order function? First, we're gonna make that set loading true. We can make also using a try catch value. So in the catch, we will just log whatever the catch value we have. So it will be error. Let's just pull that error, should be error. And first, whenever we are entering in the catch, we're gonna make that set loading as true. And in that finally method, so whenever everything is run properly, even error or success, we're gonna make set loading as false value. So now what's going to happen within this parameter? So it will be const response, and it should be taking a wait, and that will also get a fetch method, which would be /API /save order. And on that particular save order, what we're gonna do, we're gonna also pass that similar method. Remember the same thing which we did in our cart container. In that parameter, we need to define that too. So let's just grab this, you can type it, no worries. So that will be the method, and on the body we also pass that json.stringify. So on that method, we are going to pass our cart. We will pass our email, which is going to be session.user.email, which is as a string. And after that, we will pass the ID as an ID, and we will also pass the total amount. So these four things we are going to pass there. So now, once passing this parameter, we should get a data, should be await, and that one is coming from the response.json. So that's the data we're going to receive. So if we are having received a data dot success is there, so means we receive the data properly, then what we're going to do, we're going to make set loading as false. Okay, and also we're going to make a dispatch method which will receive our cart. Okay, should be receive cart. Okay, so now that's the very simple, not complex thing, because I'm not setting the webhook till yet, because maybe in the future project I will set the webhooks to check all the hooks parameter, all the functionality, how it's saving the product, like dispatching all the actions whenever the Stripe is triggering. But right now we are just going concentrating. Then if our success URL is coming, means the success ratio is there, only then we are hitting that. What we are doing, we are hitting on that handle order order, we are passing on that API. Then in that API, from that API, you're gonna get the call. We're gonna save the product through our API call, not from the front end. That's the thing. We are not going to save that here. So now we are going to also define some rules and regulation here within the success container, and how we can grab that. First thing first, we will make a div. First, we're gonna get our loader, right? I'm gonna just make our loader. We have one loader here just to see if the loader is working. Okay, cool. We are having that loader, and in that loader, I'm gonna pass a title, and the title, it will say, I'm gonna just make that a payment is processing. Please do not press back button. So that's the one we are referring. So this one, when it will be appearing, like whenever we have our loading, right? Not layout. Whenever we have our loading instance, that time we're gonna just show the user that one. Otherwise, we're gonna show them a separate combination, right? So within the div, we will just go with that. I'm gonna take another div, then another, then another. So I'm gonna provide a combination of color extract. So I'm gonna show you how you can go and grab that. So right now, if I save, it should disappear, right? So in that particular layer here, on that top layer, put a class name which will be bj, should be gradient, and it will be to bottom, and it will start from green 50 to white. And also I'm gonna make it a flex item center, justify center, padding x should be 4, padding y should be 28. So we can see an empty space still here. So after that parameter, we will also going to create some more design scenarios. So in that div, I'm gonna providing a max width portion. Class name should be max width, should be md, width should be full, Okay, and space y should be 8, and after that also text should be center align. So center. So that's the one parameter is going. After that div, I'm gonna take another div, and here I'm gonna take one more div portion, and there I'm gonna take a simple inline div. So should be class name, which should be 32, height should be 32, and bj should be green of 100, rounded should be full. So we are going to make that design ratio so that we can see it properly. But right now also let's put a class name which will be relative, and here in that div layer put a class name which I'm gonna make it an absolute. Inset should be 0, and also flex item center justify should be center. You see, so that's the hookable things we are creating right now. So instead of self closing, I'm gonna make it a normal div. Okay, so that's one more here, and after there we should be high check circle. So that's the icon we're gonna grab. As you see, the check icon is there, but we're gonna make it looks better. So put a class name, make it also as a relative, and here in that circle make a class name should be mx should be auto, to keep in the middle, height 24, width 24, and text should be green of 600. 6 or I think 5 will be cool. Yeah, so that's the one, but it should be aligned over here, right? So now it's not aligning. Why? What's the deal is happening here? So that's the div. Let's just see. So now what we're moving to create is that this design. Okay, so now we're reaching here. So I think we are very close. So just let's go and see. I think where is the okay, it should be not the gray, it should be the green. Okay, so now okay, we have that, we have the icon, and that's the div. If we just take that particular procedure, I think this one is require. If I just cut it and paste it here, I think it should be in the middle. Yeah, okay, I think, yeah, bg green rounded full, we can make it a flex item center justify center, just to keep in the middle. Okay, simple. Okay, we did it. So now after that particular instance scenario, so we have that div finish here, and after that one we're gonna put an h2 tag which will say success. So we got the success message which will be true for a while, but if we go one more layer down, it should be coming all together where it had gone. Okay, I'm gonna just pull that here, it should be bottom layer here. Okay, cool, we'll find it. Or we can just change a bit positioning here. So that's my relative div, the text should be out of that layer. So if we go one more layer down here, we should be seeing that. Okay, just check a bit. So that's my div, that's my relative div here. Okay, so this is my relative, that's my absolute div here. We can make absolute insert 0, we'll made it flex item center justify center. Then also we are passing a div here which is going to be okay, I'm gonna grab it over here. So here we're gonna make it width height properties, and text is green. So this one is not, I'm not gonna put it right now, making the rounded as full. And after that yeah, you see, now we can see that properties. So now we have one icon here, then I'm gonna pass a div here which going to say as a class name relative. So we can pass that two together. So now we have that, and for that icon mx auto height 24 width 24 text green 500. Then what's the wrong here? So this success should be coming and just a true dot there. Okay, we are having that, but what's the issue? If we just come back till this positioning, okay, this the problem is arousing. If I just go through it, okay, yeah, that's cool. So the problem is I think some of the glitch over there. So that's the div over in between which is wrapping at the MD, and that's the space is giving here. So that's the div contains that icon here, which is providing that one circle in between, then passing that text, and that's the h2 tag I have. So this one parameter down, then the success, and after that we'll have a p tag which will say your action has been, or your payment, not action, your payment has been completed successfully. Okay, so after that parameter, like after that text, also providing some of the class name should be, let's say text should be as a base text, or I can make it a small text. Margin top should be 2 and text should be gray of 600. Done. So that's the same parameter. Okay, same. And after that parameter, we're gonna have another div here. After that p tag should be have a div, and first I'm gonna provide some of the text which is going to be saying that thank you for your submission, we have received your information, we will process it shortly, you should receive a confirmation email within the next few minutes. So that's the results procedure. After that we should have the 3 button initially. So that's to combine that, put a class name should be margin top should be, let's put 8 space y should be 6. Okay, so now after that p tag we should have 3 different button, right? So in that link parameter which need to coming from that next link, I'm gonna put an href which going to be divided as an home, then I'm gonna pass a button, or you can say just to pass that hi home, or better to have a button should be hi home icon, and also say it's as home. Okay, so that's the one. Now what I'm gonna do to cover up and makes it better, I'm gonna style that button, put a class name which should be inline, make it inline flex, and item should be center, padding x should be 4, padding y should be 2, bj should be green of 500. Whenever we hover, bj should be green of 600, and also providing that hover effect. And then text should be white, and font should be semi bold, rounded should be LG. I'm gonna make a shadow of MD shadow, medium shadow, and also should be, let's say I'm gonna make it a transition, just a transition over there, or instead of hover effect we can directly use the transition, because otherwise it will not give that perfect glitch whatever we are trying to combine here. Duration 300, easy in out, and also we're gonna make that transform from, and whenever transform is coming, so whenever we hover on the transform, okay, so it should be only transform, and hover minus translate y should be 1. Okay, let's see now what we're having there. If we click, as you see, that's the same combination what we created. Okay, so now the gapping padding is not there because we need to create that ratio. So first thing first, in that parameter, that hi home, put a class name, margin right should be put 2, height should be 5, width should be 5. That's it, done. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna also grab my other 2 icon in between directly here. Just the class combination and other properties going to be undefined. Also need to import the icon. Done. So we have 3 different icon here. Okay, home, order, contact. So to make that one looks possibly perfect, put a class name should be flex, and flex should be wrap. A small screen is gonna wrap together. Justify center, gap should be 4. So now if we combine that and take a smaller screen, you see that responsive and working perfectly. Okay, so we have that. So now we did that, so we need to combine the order, right? And also before going there, we need to also provide some more design parameter which we have pending. So after that div layer, I think I'm going to provide another div. Within the div, I'm going to have some self-closing div. Should be 3 div I'm going to provide. And here I'm going to just grab some of the class name, which going to be width 3, height 3, bg green 200, 200, 300, 400. So the three color combination. So that's the one which we are creating. So in that layer, put a class name, margin top should be 10, should be flex, justify should be center, space x should be 4. Okay, cool. We have done that. So after that portion, now it's time to create our function which will help us, like the API which will help us to save order to our database. How we can do that? In that API, remember we have another one. I'm gonna take another file which will be save order, and on that save order we will have another it should be also route.ts file. That similarly it will be also an post function. So export const, it will be a post method which will be an post, which will be an async method, and here also we will get that request which will be coming from next request, and after that the arrow sign. So this is our function which will handle the other parameter. Remember how we used to create that catching function? So we will go with the same procedure. Also need to import that next response. So if there is an error, we will pass that message, and later on what we're gonna do, remember how the things we are passing. So const should be request body, and that should be await request dot. We need to make it as a JSON format, and from there we're gonna destructure should be our card. We're gonna passing our email, we are passing ID, we are passing total AMT, and that will also get from our await rec body. So now we are having this parameter. So now we're gonna pass that order item, and how we're gonna structure the item. So the amount should be our total amount, and the items should be the card, or if the card is empty, then just an empty array. So that's the item which we are going to pass. Now it's time to just combine that method to pass within our database. So if we say if the card dot length is available, means we are having the data within the card. So we're gonna make const user order reference, and that should be our admin db dot collection, and on that collection we're gonna pass our user collection. So it should be aligned with that users, and after that we're gonna also pass that doc. So in the document on that particular email, we're gonna create the document using the email which we are providing. Then on that collections also it will go with the name of orders, and within the orders we're gonna create a document within our ID. So that's the combination we're gonna use. So how we are doing, we are passing directly there within our that shopper parameters. So if we go in the Firestore database, if you just think like a table, what we are just creating a new collection named users. So first the collection name is going to pass as users, and the username should be according the email which you are providing. Then we're passing the collection as an orders, and within the orders we are passing the ID as a particular user order reference. So now after that, if we have the document and if we doesn't have the document, then how it going to work? So now const user doc equal to await, so user orders ref dot get. We're getting that user document. If there is no user document available dot exist, means we have, like, if this user, like a user can have multiple order status, right? If we roll back there, like one user having one order, two order, three order, so all particular order we need to append. So if there is no orders exist for that particular user, we're gonna await, then user order ref dot set, it gonna set according to our email. And also if everything good, like user have the multiple, that then we're gonna pass that await, and that it should be that user order ref we provide the make is order, okay, order ref dot set. We're gonna pass the value as order item, and then it will be able to that merge should be true, so it can make the merge accordingly. So what we're doing, if user doesn't exist, then we're creating a user, then passing that document, saving the value with a particular user. So after that, when the instances is done, we should be having our orders. So what we can do now, we can pass a, like, return a message. So return next response dot JSON, and here we're gonna pass that success should be true, and the message should be order saved successfully. and also we can pass the our status. By default is 200, so we can just retrieve that as 200. So that's the one which we are providing. In the success container also we can combine one parameter. So like if we have the success, set loading is going to be false, and also we can dispatch the toast message. So toast.success, we can pass that data dot message. Okay, so let's go back there. So now if we go back to our directly within that parameter on the shoppers, we will just go back to our home screen. Then right now we are going to combine something more parameter to align with that. So what I'm gonna do, in that our previous card list, I'm gonna reset our entire card. Let's go back to our home again. I'm gonna click and to get some more item here. In that our stripe, if I reload, we should be having the multiple order as we just created for dummy purposes. So right now, okay, that's 3076 is the latest. So here I have 250, right? If we proceed to check out on that, remember we have nothing, like we have nothing within our database, right? So I'm gonna close this one. This is the build one. So let's try this one. Now this email, it will not take, it will take the email by which you are logged in, remember that. Okay, so let's click on pay, and after paying it will be validated and directly come within the procedure. You see here is payment is processing. Okay, and did you receive anything? No, means our function didn't work. So let's roll back here. Some error is coming. What is coming? That okay, error coming from the compilation, invalid argument type. So the payload argument must be out of the object, received null. Okay, we are having error. So let's debug our code a bit so that we can find the solution over it. It's good to have error, then you can actually learn so many things. If you have no error, like you just pass that with happy-go-lucky, then it's not working perfectly. Okay, so we are in our success container. So here what we did, just we can go back one more time. So we are now here for the handle save order. So right now okay, what could be wrong? We got that point. Okay, first we can narrow down a bit. Okay, instead of directly injecting everything there, we can narrow the bit. So how we can narrow it? So first, I'm not gonna passing that. I'm not gonna dispatching any action. I'm just gonna pass that message here, and I'm gonna hit that route again. So this time I'm gonna see what we have here. Are we receiving these things? Okay, so make a log, and gonna pass that, and for that item purposes and all other parameter, I'm gonna just keep it, I think, one more, as simple. Okay, so now we should have something. If we just reload, we should get that action parameter. Okay, we got, yes, we are having those portions, so means this is coming perfectly. Okay, so we are having our what we have, we are having our items. What should we have? Card item, email ID. So means what all we are having, only the, where is our email and others? Ah, that's the email and the ID and the total amount. I think nothing also created here because in the Firebase it's not working properly. So we need to check out that Firebase setup. Maybe we made something there. Okay, I'm just gonna narrow down a bit. Should be .env, and here Firebase service account key, so that should be the key. If we just roll back to our server, so API checkout, not the checkout but the save order. I think we provide the same name, I believe so. Let's go in that Firebase admin. I think if we remove that as a string and put the exclamation mark, what it's saying. I would love to roll back a bit of that function which we create here. Maybe we can lose some string. So here we're passing that order item, the amount is getting the total amount, and the items should be the card, or it can be as an empty. Okay, done. That's good. Now here, if card.length, if means we have the length on that particular card, I'm going to remove that. Then we are creating an I think orders ref should be good. So orders ref, it can be multiple. Okay, so here what we are passing, from where we're getting the admin, yeah, Firebase admin. Okay, so that's cool. So now const user orders ref is equal to admin dot, we're getting the collection. Within the collection we're grabbing the users, then from that users, okay, yeah, from this user we are passing the document as email, then on the collection as orders, then the document as referred as an ID. So we're getting an user doc reference, await user docs reference, and we are just getting the method. So that's the method, and we get the user doc. If the user doc dot exist means is not exist, then we are just creating as a set within the email, await user doc ref dot set the value we are passing, and marge we are sending as true. Then what else we did wrong? Okay, I'm gonna go and try one more time. I think so it's supposed not to be having any issue, but here also I'm gonna just grab that. I'm gonna go and fetch that as a data and data. I'm gonna make the inspect just to see even if we are having any issue from here. Okay, proceed to payment. Let's go like that. 2 3. Okay, so now we are moving directly over there, and payment is successful. Okay, cool, we are there. Payment is processing. Please do not press back button means it's working. I think it's supposed to work. Okay, still loading. I don't know how long it will take. Are we getting the success? Because once the success is there, only then it will be false, right? Set loading, but we make it false as and finally, right? So should be okay. I'm gonna just remove the console. Payment is processing. Why? It's supposed to work. So what I'm gonna do, I think it can be problem for the token or user parameter. So instead of just making that again and again, I'm gonna just go and sign out from a user. Sign out. I will try one more time to create login and then roll back to this parameter, sign in, and then okay, continue. Now if it's loading, and let's go to make the payment again. So this time I'll go with alongside of okay. Why is not increasing? Any problem? What's wrong here? You see, we are having quantity but it's not increasing. What we did, I think our application is breaking some way. If I reload, you see it's not updating, right? It's just getting that 250 by default, I believe so. So let's go in the card. Yeah, it's getting by default. Okay, let's go in the card. We need to fix it first, because in that card container, whenever we are getting, did we pass that amount? Okay, we didn't structurize that. That was our mistake, because the payment here, you see how we are structurizing it, we didn't do that there. So I'm gonna copy this portion here in that card container. I think by default is use client, so we need to grab that our particular parameter to just to make that our total amount to pass. So we are missing that. How I missed that? So should be total amount and set total amount. should be use state. By default, I'm gonna just keep it as an empty, and here we will also okay, I think it should be empty, or we can grab a number. Yeah, number is okay, 0. So now instead of the dummy number, what we can do here, instead of the 250 we can just pass that our total amount, and we should have that amount also. So now we can see if we increase, it's increasing. Okay, so now let's go and proceed to checkout again. I believe there is something which we are missing, but we can fix it, no worries about that. Okay, 1 2 3 save. And now how our server is reacting. Okay, no, not yet. I think we are in a loophole, we are missing something. Let's see what is saying. From where is fetching problem is here. Since unexpected token I internal s is not a valid JSON. What is that? Failed to release server response status score 500. Unexpected token I, that's we need to find out. I think the reloading server, how it's making the problem. I just reload, you see, I just close and reload and it's giving me the success. I think it was some caching issue maybe. Okay, let's try again. I didn't change anything. I was just here just trying a bit to close the server. I don't know what's the error, and I run again. That time automatically it just got saved. I think you need to also close your server. So now let's go in the shoppers. I did nothing here, just close the server and run it again. I think that's the solution you need to implement. So let's go back to the home. We're gonna try one more time to having the payment method and others to see if it's working. So let's 1 2 3. I'm gonna make a small payment. Okay, that's really making a mess. So 1519. So let's make proceed to checkout, and from here got that email and 4243, and let's pay one more time. And this time if everything working properly, so we will get the loader, the payment it will be receiving as a success, and then we will pass that. So as you see, still is holding the item as the order saved successfully is getting the message. So now if we roll back here and we just reload our data set here, we should be able to see an order perfectly. So it's loading, no worries. Collection, okay, within that users we have the orders, and now here we have the data, we have the amount value, and then we have particular ratio. So then what we can set right now, we can see that orders tab here, and within that order tabs we can show the details according to the user. So we need to create that, and how to do that? We will just go in our header. So here we need to provide that one specifically whenever we're gonna have a user, or you can say, yeah, whenever we are having the user. So after that sign in, before this after the studio or before the studio, we can put that, we can just need to have a link parameters, and here, or instead of creating that, we can just make a duplication. Okay, should be orders, and also it will take us to our orders. That's it. So now we should see another tab, which is the orders. To make it align, what we're gonna do, we're gonna just create a separate page which will handle all of our users orders. So now I know that can be a little bit complicated because we mess around and we are facing some issues, but trust me, once you know how to do it and you made it perfectly, you are good to go. There is nothing to be worried for. Okay, so now to pull back through with our particular orders, let's go in our, I'm going to close all from here, and now I'm in that user list. I'm going to create one more directory which will be our orders, and from here I'll create paste.tsx rafce, which will be our order page. Okay, so if we just click in these orders, we should be just dragging on here. So now in that particular div, instead of the div, we will take our container. Okay, within the container we can just grab the title. did we have the title? I think did we create that? No. If we didn't create that, then we can just go with several parameter, which will be instead of the title, I'm going to take an h2 tag, which will say what we can say right now, it should say your orders, your, oops, where I'm writing, so it will say your orders. And also we're gonna pass some class name for that. Class name text should be 2XL, font should be semi-bold, and in that container put a class name, padding wise should be, let's put 10, and you see we are here. So also we're gonna having a several component because we need to create it as a use client, because to create the interactivity, which will be orders.tsx rfce, that one will render our entire orders. So should be orders, need to import also. So now we will render our orders in that particular parameter. And how we can do that? First of all, to showcase the orders, we need to grab the orders, right? And after grabbing, then only we can just showcase the orders how it's supposed to be. Now showing the orders, it depends on how the way you want to show it, right? But for me, I'm gonna go in a very simple and a specific way. But first I'm gonna show you how you can get that one. Okay, so to grab that, first I'm gonna create that one as a use client hook, because the client interactivity, it will be there. And first thing first, here what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just first get the session, which will be our, like as a data, it will get the session, which will be coming from directly from the use session. And after that, we will also like const, we will get two more parameter. One is that expanded order ID, so that it gonna grab that ID, which ID is available. Like this, the scenario is pretty simple, right? Whenever you are coming here, I'm gonna get it side by side. Once you click, you see it's expanding, you hide it, just going back there. So that's the effect we're gonna go with that particular ID. So after that, also we're gonna also get that our order ID parameter, how we can grab that. So it should be const toggle details. So that's a very simple function over here by which we are going to toggle the details, right? So once we click, as you see, once we click, one is coming here. Even you click the second one, another one is the empty, right? It's just closing then. So at a time, one is open. If I click here, the new one is coming, the previous one is closing. So we're just setting the ID with the toggle details. We're setting that our order, expanded order ID, according to our order ID. So now we're gonna use that later on, but right now we're gonna get our orders. So const, we are getting that orders using that order snapshot. So snapshot, and also we are getting that loading parameter. And how we will get that should be getting from that use collection. Okay, it should be snapshot CTION. Use collection is not auto importing, no worries, we can grab that directly in the top. So we will need several parameters from there. One is for the use collection, then also we need to use the query and others. So should be there, collection, delete doc, query. So that's what we're gonna use. So it should be, is it use collection? Oh, okay, that's one thing. Also we need to get the use collection from that Firebase, that hook. So to do that, because we need to grab the data from our Firebase Firestore database, right? And to go to grab that one, we will use that hooks, which is the React Firebase hooks. By using this hook, it will be pretty simple to grab the whatever the items we want to pull it from our this Firestore. So we're gonna use that one. First we are going to install this one. So let's just clear all. So install. After installing, we will be able to use it. And one simple things we're gonna import from there, which is our use collection parameter, by which, and that one also we need to import from our, particularly from that Firebase Firestore. So let's import. It should be a use collection hook, and it will be from that our React Firebase hooks, and from there it will go to the Firestore. So now within that use collection, we can grab our entire collection. So from this parameter, I'm going to pass that if the session is available, only then it will run the query. If there is no session, I know just to go with a combine a little bit combination, then it will go through the collection which is from the Firestore. Then from there we can access the DB which is from the Firebase DB. And remember, the DB we have there in our Firebase where we are passing the DB, so that's the one we're accessing. So from the DB we need to also pass the key, by which key it will access. It will go through as the users, and the user's email should be as a session.user.email, and that one get as a string value. And then it will go through, pull the orders, and from that orders now it gonna pull that all the single orders, right? So if we just come here, put a log over here, so now let's put that order snapshot. It should be available in the client side as we made it use client. You see, we're getting a query snapshot from the docs. We having 2 array, and within that 2 array we are having our orders. So that's the one we need to grab it. And how we can destructure it? It's very simple. Const orders is equal to, should be order snapshot dot doc. Remember, at the bottom it has the docs, and dot map, we will take the parameter as a doc, and from there we will take a functional parameter. Then within the object we will pass the id, which will be doc.id, and after that I'm gonna spreading to grab entire doc.data. So that's the data I'm gonna grab it. It should not the comma, should be dot. Okay, again I think we made twice. That should be that. So I will get that entire doc data, and from their doc data, as you see, it should be, I also need to define as, it should be as an order, because I need to define the type, otherwise it will having some issue. And what kind of type it's going to be? So it will be, let's just provide interface, should be interface order, and in that order id should be as a string value. And also for the value, which going to coming as an, like we should have an 2 value, which is an amount, which will be number, and the items which will be as an product data, array of product data. So that's the combination we are going to have within this parameter. I think we are good to go. So now if I just log back to our orders, we should be able to see our orders. As you see, in that id we have one email and id, then we have value. In that items we are having that particular items. So it's the time we are now having that item, so we can now showcase that items, right? And how we will show that? So that's the same parameter again. So first there is a div. Remember, we have the loading state and other parameter. If we have a loading state, then I'm gonna pass a div. Otherwise I'm gonna also passing a similar div. So that div going to contain to have a products. Okay, I need to pass the clone here, and that div going to pass our like the loading state. So here I'm gonna pass a div which will say as loading. If I just reload, okay, it should be see, it's coming very fast, so you are not able to seeing that, but there is that one. So that loading, it's coming up from that particularly here on that loading state whenever it's just delaying the fetching the data from there. So now what I'm gonna do for that loading state, I'm gonna just combine a simple classic array, which just it will provide an skeleton for my product layer. Like if I just make it a null value, as you see, that's the one I'm creating. So if even you coming here also, that's the similar thing is happening. So that's the one is right now is expanding there. Also, let's make that class name should be flex should be column, gap wide should be 5, margin top should be 5. So that's the one is skeleton when the order is not yet loaded. And after loading, how we can discuss the orders. So that's the same parameter I'm gonna to show it till now. So now I'm gonna create a several UI functionality by which we will showcase our every single card and product. Again, I'm saying you that depends on you how you gonna, so it's just a styling parameter so that you can just grab that and use it within your components. So I'm gonna just make a folder called UI, and that UI I'm gonna take a file named index.tsx. Okay, here I'm gonna combine some of the parameter, like some of the style properties which I'm gonna use. So there you can see it is very simple. It's all our Tailwind CSS. You can go, feel free to make it that happen. I have a table where I'm taking that div and also passing a table. Then I have the table header which gonna combine the header. Then I have the table body and also the table row. And the table row I'm passing that specific class name. That's the similar scenario which I'm creating here. That's the one is going to be combined all together. And after that I have the table head, which the all head properties is going to be there, then coming with the table cell. And it's very simple to generate. You feel free to go with that v0.dev and you can just write your command like I have some order data, please write me a table format to showcase the data according with the title, price, quantity, deleted. So now it's gonna think and create your entire code base, and it will also showcase how you can implement it. You just need to copy paste and it will work similarly. You see, that's the table body is creating. So that's the same thing which I used. So as you see, that's the, now you have a table, price, item. So this is the scenario. You can feel free to copy that and then use, also try to reconsider that one. So now I have that, right? I just did that. I have the card, I have the card header. I'll just go a bit slow. If you want to copy paste that, you can do it, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go top of it. I'm gonna go, is this my table? That's the table header. That's the table body. You can make slow format, fast forward, then you can just write that one. Thus I have the table row, I have the table head, and after that I have the table cell, and then the card component which generating the card. Then I have the card header, I have the card title, card content, and for the badge, if I'm having badge, if I want to show the badge, okay, otherwise nothing. So that's my initial parameter here. And after having that, now it's time to just pull that within my component, right? So in the order, whenever I'm having that particular scenario, as you see in that div, I can pass that like if orders, okay, what's wrong here? So if orders dot length is there, okay, then I'm gonna pass something, otherwise going to pass something. If no length is there, means I have no orders, then what I'm gonna say, I'm gonna just say simply your order data is empty, right? And if I have the orders, then what I'm gonna do, if I have the orders, then I'm gonna just make that simply orders dot, I'm gonna map through it, okay? It should be an item, and within that particular item I'm gonna generate my another div format, okay, should be equal, and within that div I'm gonna just write an order just to see. You see I have two orders is there. What's the error? I think okay, key props. The error is now a good deal, because previously it's supposed to not come here even in the client. Now it's showcasing it here. Next.js did a very good things to apply in that way. So the ID should be item dot item key item dot ID, and it's gone. So now in order there, I'm gonna make that as a card. I need to import my cards here, so should not the card, okay, and here I'm gonna also pass my card header, card header, and after that I'm gonna pass that my card title. Within the title it will be order ID, save. So as you see, I'm having my order ID. So in that particular card layer or in the div layer, let's just go back here. I think the div, it will be free, nothing would be there. And for the card layer, I'm gonna pass some of the class name. It's pretty simple. If I have that expandable color, then if it's expanded, it's getting a different color, like the orange color. You see, that's the color which we are providing. Now if it's not expanded, so means that's the gray color is just showcasing. So now in the card header, nothing in that span tag, in that order, we can just pass our ID here, should be item.id.slice. We'll slice it within the parameter of the last 10 digit, so it should be -10. The last one I want to show. The similar, it's a full string, but the last one, which is that, so we can track it. Okay, so now for that span class here, text should be base and the tracking should be tracking should be white. Okay, so after that, after the card header, then now we need to generate the card content. Should be card content. Within the content, I'm gonna just passing that div parameter, which going to be having a several specific design ratio. So that's the one. I need to grab the icon, I need to grab the button, and also I need to grab the badge, should be from UI, and also the formatted price need to be appeal here. Now I'm gonna decipher what I just did here. Is it coming? Okay, it's coming, but super dirtier. Not look so good. Okay, why not look so good in the button? Did we have that? Okay, that's so the button parameter is not the button way it's supposed to take. I think the button which we use from our previous button parameter, but not the button which we are referring. So when importing, I should go to our UI, not our other button which we created manually, right? We are going to use the UI button. And for that handle order delete one, we're gonna do it later. So now hit save. Now we can see our parameter. Okay, show details, hide details. So now also the delete order and others should be coming here. So now what we did, so as you see, we have the order ID as the top. Now we are in that card content, we are passing a grid columns of 4 grid, right? The first one is going to contain our total amount, so means the total amount, and you can see the value of the amount. So that's the one div having the value of that each content 1 2 3 4. The 4 content is here, the 4 grid is here. So that's because of the grid, we can now, it's a super responsive. You see how responsive it is. So now for making that possible, we are just exaggerating, like we are fixing it in a way that we are making it in a grid pattern. So first div is contain the total amount, the second div is contain the payment status, the third div is contain our delete order, and I think the third div is contain the hide details or the show details. You see, whenever we are clicking, it depends on the ID, because now as you see, show details is coming, show is coming, hide. So we need to pass the value, of course, but right now we can see the details, right? And then we have the delete button. So now grab that other parameter to just passing that order. We need to also get one more parameter, which we're gonna use that framer motion to go and create our designing parameter much more smoother. So if we see in the package, we have the framer motion, so we can use it. So what we're gonna do, first thing first, if we click, it's gonna show. If we go, it's gonna remove. First, let's go and provide the gap. Why it's not giving the gap? I think in the orders.length, I'm gonna remove that. This one is for the loading, and there need to work. Class name should be flex should be column, and then gap should be our 5. So if we come back here, you see the 5 gap. So now it's the time to create the other parameter. The first parameter is done, so it's for the next parameter and how we can align that. As you see in the card, after the card content, we can go through it. Now I will make that animate presence, and within that parameter, I'm gonna pass that our div portion, which going to be a motion.div. And also this motion need to be imported from our framer motion. Our frame is there, is available. So from the framer motion, I think that 2 parameter only we're gonna use. One is that animate presence, one is that for our motion effect. So with that parameter, we will create the design in the same ratio. So now for that particular motion, what we're gonna do, we're gonna provide one initial value, which going to be initially the opacity going to be 0, and also the height going to be 0. Okay, so that's the initial value, and after that, whenever the animate going to be happening, that time the opacity going to be 1, and also the height, I'm gonna make it as an auto height, so it's gonna expand whatever is required. And whenever the exist is coming, we're gonna make an opacity of again 0, so it will go in the 0 opacity, and the height, it will also going to be 0. The transition, it's going to be making that let's say duration going to be 0.3. Okay, that's the animation it gonna provide for us. And now we're gonna again provide our card. Within the card, it should be our card header, and within that card header, the title should be our card title, and here we will say order items. Now let's come here. Okay, you see the details. Okay, it's not matching it properly because now expand function is not working. You see the show details and hide details. So this time, whenever we are showing the details and hiding the details, we need to toggle that one, right? So where is our button? Okay, we are passing the toggle details, but it's not working. Why? Is it okay, let's just reload a bit. Okay, if we click hide, it should hide. Okay, once we make it hide, it's not removing, and there is an issue for that. There's a very simple issue. You see that animate presence. So before passing that motion, we need to define that when it gonna pass, it should be expanded order id is equal to item.id. Only then I want it to be opened. Okay, otherwise it will be closed. So now you see that one is closed. Show details, it's closed, it's open. Okay, that's the one. That's the simple parameter which we requiring right now. Cool. Okay, so now we also need to focus some of the parameters just to make it to work in a bit proper way. First thing, the class name here, border should be 0 for that, and the border top, we're going to provide the top border rounded should be none. So if you right now, you see the details parameter is looks cool. So after the title, after the card header, it will contain that card content. So within the content, it will be also going to grab that the table parameters. I'm going to just generate that table. It's very simple to go and use it. I'm going to define why we are using and how we are using. Don't worry about it. So first import the table, import the table header, import the table row, and then import that table head. Okay, t head, and I think the t body also need to be imported. Table cell also need to be there, and I think that's it. If you come here, you see, now I'm going to explain how we did that. It's all our styling. That's why I'm not going to define that much parameter. So now in that card content, remember we have 4 segments, 1 2 3 4. We have 4 criteria. Now here what we did, we are passing a table head. Now if you go in the table head, you can see how the design is passing here. That's the same configuration is working. So under the table head, we should having the head item, price, quantity. So you're giving the table head as so in the table row, we are putting in the head, we're giving the item, price, quantity, subtotal. Then that's the table body, right? That's the header, that's the body. Within the body, we have also the table cell. Within the cell property, we are passing the title, price, quantity, subtotal. That's it. So now we are having that proper alignment. So one more parameter is still pending. Whenever we are going to on click to delete our particular order, how we can delete, right? So to delete order, you see, whenever we are calling on that handle delete order, we are passing that id directly there. So now we need to define that function. So let's say const handle order, and within that handle order, which should be an async function, and then the id, it will be just taking the string id as the parameter, and then we'll make a try catch value if having a problem, and also need to we'll make a finally where we can define that toast.success. Okay, should be toast dot, why the toast is not imported, dot success should be order deleted successfully. and if there is a catch, we will just make that toast.error, and we're gonna say an unexpected error occurred. CU double R, I think. Yeah. So in the try catch, I will make that await, and then it will should be that delete doc, so to remove the document. And then we're gonna also, from that doc reference, we're gonna go within our DB, and from the DB we're gonna grab that users, and from that users we're gonna go with that particular session.user.email, which would be as a string, and then we're gonna grab the ID, which the ID we are passing. So that is the one which we are having here. I think we can maximize that one perfectly. So yeah, I think that would be fine. So now if we just go and delete one ID, an unexpected order, and order deleted, so both are coming, so we need to check. Okay, so now instead of passing that one directly, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make if the error is there. Okay, if there is an error, only then I'm gonna pass that. So toast.error should be error.message. Okay, and that error, we're gonna pass that error as unknown. We don't know what kind of error is that. And if okay, so this sorry, this the one, it will be here unknown. Okay, and that error going to be combined as error, and that one instances of, I'm gonna pass that, and I think instance of error. Okay, so the message is gonna come if the error, else if nothing there, then I'm gonna pass that toast.error, which is going to be an unexpected error occurred. So now if we just reload that, I think one is gone. So if we just come back here, nothing is didn't gone. Okay, invalid document reference, so our document reference is not properly aligned. So okay, we passed doc. Okay, delete doc db, and we are passing that user session user.email as a string. Oh, okay, here we need to make one more argument, which is our orders. So it's not grabbing the orders, how you can delete it, right? So if we delete, you see order deleted successfully. If we go back there, it just appearing. So I think pretty much it for this entire build. Now you can go through it, create a new order, just go and make and expanding it, go for the buy this product, and if you click the checkout, it will create your checkout perfectly. And after, so if we just roll back here, go back with that particular value 4242, and with a, I think with a valid date and valid, okay, I think 1235 123, we will just go like that and pay. So now we should be able to get the data accordingly. It will land us to our success page. If we just how we landing it there, then we can fetch our product data also. So right now, okay, so now if we hit back here, as you see, we have our orders. If we click on the orders, we should be able to generate our particular orders. So also it will align that segment here perfectly. So now if you want to delete, it will delete. If you just do however you feel better, okay, make a reload and order, delete one more, order data is empty, you reload, you go back here, and then you come back to your orders. It will just work perfectly. Okay, what's wrong? We are doing in the wrong place. Yes, we should be coming here. Okay, I'm sorry. So now we have two orders here. So first of all, we can see the orders, we can delete the orders, one done, we can delete, one done. If we reload, it should just showcase our actual order. Okay, so now our order data is perfectly working, aligned with perfectly. So feel free to give it a try to create everything from this scratch. I think it will be a good and great project for you if you're looking for it. And you people are asking to combine to provide you the code base. Trust me, if I got a like 200 likes on this video, then I'm gonna make another video by providing you the source code and how to deploy within the source code. Don't worry, I'm gonna keep the deployment in the next build, but I'm gonna provide you the code. If that video get likes more than 200, then I'm gonna pass that code base to you, but the deployment we can pass that in our next build. So we'll see you soon.